te veré en el infierno.
Desperado, why don't you come to your senses? Our gifts propelled us to hide from the surface over human history.
We've been forbearing for thousands of years. We're not gonna take it anymore!
A single spark can start a prairie fire.
Vamos! Akira! We chose dishonor, and we'll still have war.
Only if it leads us to victory.
Akira believed in you, Vic.
Feel your fate in what you cannot feel.
To sacrifice for those who dare. Defy the force of hate and all its plans. The course of fate lies in our hands.
Showtime. As you wish.
No one can take us down.
It was the age of gamers. It was the age of oppressors. It was the epoch of utopia. It was the epoch of dystopia. It was the winter of silence. It was the spring of uprisings. We are unstoppable. We are all going directly to the Republic of Gamers.
Veré en el infierno.
Desperado, why don't you come to your senses? propelled us to hide from the surface over human history.
We've been forbearing for thousands of years. We're not gonna take it anymore!
A single spark can start a prairie fire.
Vamos! Akira! We chose dishonor, and we'll still have war.
Only if it leads us to victory.
Akira believed in you, Vic.
Feel your fate in what you cannot feel.
To sacrifice for those who dare. Defy the force of hate and all its plans. The course of fate lies in our hands.
Showtime. As you wish.
No one can take us down.
It was the age of gamers. It was the age of oppressors. It was the epoch of utopia. It was the epoch of dystopia. It was the winter of silence. It was the spring of uprisings. We are unstoppable. We are all going directly to the Republic of Gamers.
in el infierno.
Desperado, why don't you come to your senses? Our gifts propelled us to hide from the surface over human history.
We've been forbearing for thousands of years. We're not gonna take it anymore!
A single spark can start a prairie fire.
Vamos! Akira! We chose dishonor, and we'll still have war.
Only if it leads us to victory.
Akira believed in you, Vic.
Feel your fate in what you cannot feel.
To sacrifice for those who dare. Defy the force of hate and all its plans. The course of fate lies in our hands.
Showtime. As you wish.
No one can take us down.
Down. That Night Missile should just about do it. Doesn't get through the window though. Missed a punch anyway. Finds the kill. It's a Tolji with the SMG.
Difficult challenge here, but no, the player looks the wrong way. Grabs one, traded instantly.
The young Prodigy can salvage it. Cairo, he got them on the back of the head.
Yesterday we kicked off the competition here at the Asus ROG Masters APAC. Today though, we will be sending our first team home. My name is Blue Panda. Joining me on the mic, Black and Blue, you're coming into the competition. We've already had the stakes set reasonably high. I mean, you look at the competition as it is. This is not how a lot of people would have thought things would have gone.
Well, we'd always love to be pleasantly surprised here, Blue Panda, and I'm surprised as well that we've got lots of blue here in store, but you guys don't be blue because we got many games coming on up. 2 best-of-3s once more, just as yesterday. But yes, the standings, the results, they haven't really wavered the way that we thought they would, but it's been, I guess, a real pleasant surprise, if anything, to grant us the weekend of great games.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we kicked things off. Our 4 teams finally got their opportunity to take the stage and show us just what they were capable of. I mean, game 1 was an entire series between the Monkey Hunters LFO and Panthera, and the Monkey Hunters came out swinging, made their opponents work for it. But if we, think about the implications of that, especially, this combination Indian, Bangladeshi, predominantly Bangladeshi team coming out of South Asia, stepping up at their first international experience and making a team like Panthera out of Korea work as hard as they did. That is a huge, showcase of what this small region, which doesn't get that international representation, might be capable of.
It really is a big thing for them, right? To be able to at least prove their worth in these type of tournaments, and that's especially, a tournament like what the ROG Masters APAC is all about. Now, clearly, there was a very defined case on who were the more, pervasive teams yesterday, which ones were a bit more impressive. We got Scars and Panthera closing out both of their series 2-0, so the northern half of APAC right now looking pretty fierce here in our top 4, as it's, well, Gaming Gladiators and Monkey Hunters, our first game of the day. We're going to be duking it out in the lower semi-final.
Yeah, look, it's definitely going to be a great way to kick off the day, of course, but none of this would have been possible without our sponsors, our priority sponsors, of course, being ROG here, and they've been making all of this possible, making sure everything's running smoothly on our end. And was talking to Lan yesterday, Black, and I mean, look, I as a caster, I like having my notes readily available. I'm kind of gutted that I didn't pick myself up one of those ROG Flow Z13s, converts into a tablet, can be used as a laptop. I mean, you talk about versatility as a caster wanting that information readily on hand. I wish. I'm going to be looking for one of them once this whole tournament's done.
I mean, for me as well, like, obviously we're at home right now, but even at home, no matter where you go, if you were maybe doing an event somewhere else, or just any kind of work, or even student stuff that you guys might want to work out, Flow list as what we had here is something that would be super beneficial for you guys. The ROG Flow Z13 down below, but we also got the ROG Strix Scar 17 SE. Peerless performance, period. These bad boys are going to really get the job done wherever you guys go, so make sure to check it out.
Yeah, look, I learned something in coming into this tournament, Black, and the Strix Scar 17 SE is better than my home PC rig. And and that makes me a little upset because if I'd known I could have had a Strix Scar 17 SE, I would have gone for one. But unfortunately, at the time, it hadn't come out, so unfortunately I'll have to look for one in the future. But at the moment, you're coming into this competition, the LAN environment, a lot of first experiences. I mean, I saw the Scars guys tweeting up their first international LAN experience, getting to play on stage. There we go, our 4 teams on screen at the moment. Gaming Gladiators, Panthera, Monkey Hunters, LFO, remember, they are looking for an organization that we were talking about on the timeline last night. So if you're looking for a team, these are the best players out of South Asia. They're looking for representation. They've been doing the hard yards over the last couple of years. Make sure you inquire, and if they're looking for an org, they could be your team in the near future. And of course, rounding it out, Scars, coming out of Japan, currently sitting top of the season leaderboard for Japan League. So they are some powerhouses, but there we go. We have our current bracket at the moment. You can see bottom left-hand side, we'll be starting off the day in that Elam lower bracket, round 1. Gaming Gladiators taking on the Monkey Hunters. We then go to the upper bracket final for game 2 of the day, Panthera versus Scars. And I mean, Blacken, it's a big day already. We send a team home today, but it's really about what they're playing for. It's not just this LAN experience. They're here for the big bucks.
Of course, guys. This is some of the, I guess, prize of what we have. Obviously, the biggest one is going to be the bragging rights, right? I am the ROG Masters APAC champion, but of course, we've got the prize for the teams here playing today. First place will get 8,000, 5,000 for the second. Third on after is going to be $3,000 and 2 grand for the 4th placer. So no matter who goes home here today, they're at least going to get a decent cut out of the prize pool here. So there's definitely lots to be excited for. But you talked about, top teams being the creme of the crop for some of these regions, Scars being one of them. You look at Monkey Hunters though, team without a real org, and they are at the top as well of the South Asia Nationals. And they have it right in their name, right? LFO. They're looking for a new home, and they're playing no monkey business, because these guys, they mean some very, very mean business. We've seen them really push their opponents to the distance, and that is something you can really be, I guess, surprisingly excited for especially a younger team like them.
And it's not like, they've just come out of the gates this year and risen to the top. This is a team that has been dominating the South Asian region, in India, Bangladesh, all around that area for a while now. And I'm thinking back to 2020, when some of these names were bouncing around looking for spots in the 6 invitational qualifiers. So they have been busting a hump to make sure that they are the best and can represent their region as best as possible. But you look at the other 2 teams, the other 3 teams in the competition. Gaming Gladiators, Tier 1 APAC South team. They are absolutely monstrous. And then you look further down, you got 2 teams phenomenal in Panthera and Scars in their regional, their national competitions, looking for that spot at regionals. And from the looks of things, we will be joined by our teams out on the stage in just a minute. Shout out to our local broadcast team as well, on site in Thailand at the LAN. Unfortunately, they couldn't have a local team repping them, but at least they've got some local talent there. And we can see our first team, Blackett. I'm so excited for this. It is the Monkey Hunters LFO, spread across the South Asian region from India, Bangladesh, Sparko, one of the biggest names to come out of the region. This is a team that could hit quite hard today.
Yeah, he has proven himself to be a star, and the Monkey Hunters themselves have been just a shining light here for the SA region for quite a while now, as you said. Now, they have really gone to show that time and experience and commitment, like they've shown from the past years, really does pay off. They're here right now representing the entirety of South Asia, as they definitely well should, because they have been some of the best that you will ever see from the SA region. Have been super clean so far. Couldn't bring it home, yes, against Panthera during play day number 1 of our top 4, but they're looking to do that here today versus Gaming Gladiators, a team that does have major experience, a team that was able to go to Berlin the last time around, and a team in very similar, I guess, kind of situation as they were, as the Monkey Hunters are, a team that has consistently grinded and gotten to the top.
And people might be confused, we're talking South Asia. So South Asia, India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, that entire region. But their opponents are Southeast Asia, one of the most explosive, dynamic esports regions in the world, not just in Rainbow Six, but across multiple titles. And the crazy thing is, Blackett, right now, there is a possibility that Gaming Gladiators get knocked out of 2 separate international esports events today. But Gaming Gladiators, Rainbow Six could be the team that holds on and progresses through the bracket where their counterparts cannot.
Well, these guys, storied as they may be, as little of an introduction as they may need, we're gonna give them one anyways, because they have just really proven that these type of circuits, these type of tournaments are exactly what breed possible champions. And for the Gaming Gladiators, a team that has been playing in the smaller national leagues ever since and slowly crawled their way into that APAC South slot, they definitely are in a place that they deserve now here playing at the ROG Masters APAC Finals. Weren't able to bring it home versus Scars yesterday, but I bet all wounds are going to be shoved off their shoulders. They're ready here, and they don't want to go home early, especially being that team that did, kind of capture #1 last split during the APAC League.
Yeah, the big talking point though, yesterday, South Asia in the Monkey Hunters LFO secured more rounds than Tier 1 APAC South competitors, Gaming Gladiators, by a significant margin. In fact, it got to the point where we were sure that Monkey Hunters might have even been able to push Panthera to a map 3. Unfortunately, it was a 7-5 loss on map 2. Whereas Gaming, they didn't even get remotely close to pushing for a decider. It was rough.
It really did seem so surprising, considering they're playing Scars on Oregon, which is one of their best maps. Yet a flunk, if anything, from the Gaming Gladiators, one they're going to want to remove today here and let those scars be melded. Monkey Hunters coming up here right now. We saw them play pretty good on Chalet, as you said yesterday. Yes, they weren't able to close it, but they pushed it to the final round of regulation. And that's something they can continue on, especially when you got a player here like Beat, who has just been an absolute driving force for the Hunters team.
He has been... the only way I can describe it is feral. He has been out active in the map, doing his own thing, hitting shots that, frankly, make me want to get the medical team involved, because I can only imagine he's snapping his wrists. Because he was walking in, the solo unit, doing his thing, regardless of the player count. He may have been the only player on his team remaining, but that didn't stop him from going in, claiming lives, putting bodies in the ground against Panthera. Now, though, he's got to do it against the Gaming Gladiators. And the other one that I want to talk about from this roster, Sandy. Absolute demon. Played the craziest angles that I've ever seen. Played the lurk. They love their deep roam game on the defense. Chances are, if you can't see Sandy on the drones, it's because he's sitting in some off corner waiting for you to slip up so he can come in for the pinch.
That's a dangerous player to have on your side, especially. We know just the potency of Sparky has been, Sandy has been really good. Sparko as well has been a big driving force in terms of the comms. We saw him effectively on the Echo in terms of utility yesterday. Even though his fragging might not necessarily show the case, he really was doing a lot of work, as you can see in that round, in that half, especially the second half here from Monkey Hunters. And so was Rattler, who was absolutely phenomenal. But you talk about great players. You've got a bunch of them in spades here on the Gaming Gladiators side. Tolji, Hoven, Rix, Joe, and Ape. And Ape has just been, for lack of a better term, really just escaping all the rest of the competition and just how he goes ape in every single scenario you see him in. And he seems to be the true primate of this APAC SEA scene. But now that he's going up against the Monkey Hunters, well, can he fend the Hunters off, or will he just be another prey fallen to the Predator?
I mean, that's the thing. You look at this Gaming Gladiators roster, they joined APAC South beginning of the year, of course. And the best word I can think to describe this team is unpredictable. It is quite hard to read into how they approach the game. Unfortunately for them, it didn't work out because Scars were able to dictate the entirety of that series in terms of pace and how things played out. But when we see Gaming Gladiators enter into their element, play the game the way that they want to play, it's all these weird off angles that you're not quite expecting them to be from. They will take the gunfights. They will 100% take the 50-50 and more often than not walk away the victors in that situation. Now look, let's be honest, Stage 3 has been a bit rough for them this year. Obviously, I mean, it's this consistent thing, Black and Blue. You go to a major, especially if you're from the Southeast Asia or just APAC region in general, and then you come back and things just aren't working. So there's some sort of debuff coming in post-major.
It's not only them, obviously. You know, you got a team like Elevate, who also came from that major, went further, eyes all on them, and now the teams, they put a big, huge kind of mark on their back, and all the teams here, they're out to collect. For Gaming Gladiators, we did see, you know, really Ape stand out from the rest yesterday versus Scars. He was top fragging for the team on both matches, but yeah, it's a very entertaining way to win games, you know, when you talk about these 50-50s I like to take, but it's never the most consistent way. And that's something that has been plaguing so far the Gaming Gladiators. I believe we're going to take a look at the map veto right now on how things are going to go. Opening bans for either side. Gaming Glads removing Bank to start things off. We saw them really struggle versus Scars yesterday, so it makes good sense on why they take it out first and foremost.
Wow, alright, we're going new hotness here in this first elimination match. Border and Theme Park, our two primary maps here. The newest in the comp pool, and then we go back to basics with Oregon as the decider. And I'm excited by that. We head to Border, which has been, I mean, an exceptionally defender-sided map that allows for some crazy defensive roams. Then you go to Theme Park, much the same. You talk about how horizontal that map is, how much room that a roaming defender has to work with. Both these teams have phenomenal roam game on the defense and attack. They do bring out some weird and wonderful stuff. So honestly, I think as a viewer, as a caster, we've probably got the two best maps we could have seen from these two.
You know what's very interesting to me is that statistically, border has been kind of flipped around here in this tournament alone. Yes, it has been a bit more defender-sided, but you look at the attacker side wins 60% so far in this tournament alone. Obviously, you look at, you know, the APAC Stage 3, you look at everything else, and it all suggests otherwise, but for some reason, this tournament seems to be the outlier, so who knows? Who knows? Maybe things could be flipped around when we go to border, but you talked about, you know, horizontal extensions being important, so are vertical ones on Theme Park, but it is just a wide, sprawling map. We did see Theme Park won the last time around by Monkey Hunters when they were playing in their own regional qualifier for this tournament. They beat Mercenaries on that quite handily, and it did seem that they were quite comfortable on it, so for them to pick that for map number 2 makes sense. It's not a map that Gaming Gladiators are shy of, if there are really too much of any, but for Oregon to be that third map, I think this is where, if we ever get into Oregon, where Gaming Gladiators are going to finally redeem themselves. They lost Oregon yesterday versus Scars quite handily as well, 7-3, if I am not mistaken, but it's always been a pretty decent map for them, and so for them to have that left in as a decider, they want to hope that they can regain really old strengths of theirs and, I guess, just find their way back home to Oregon.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. There is a lot that will likely come out of this matchup, of course. But it's exciting stuff. You love to see it. And right now, you can see both teams discussing, prepping, getting ready. And Sparko, for the Monkey Hunters, is, like you said, one of the more vocal players in this roster, is probably going to be the grounding force, trying to keep them level-headed in this matchup, knowing that in terms of odds, they are pretty stacked. You're going up against a tier 1 team. Unfortunately, Monkey Hunters, LFO, and the South Asia region in general have yet to be able to broach that level of competition. So this, I mean, yesterday was a true test. We got to see them take on Panthera out of Korea. Now they take on the Indonesians and the Gaming Gladiators. And if they could strike a blow here, again, a case of even a single map victory for the Monkey Hunters would do worlds of good for the South Asian region.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's a region that has been commonly just underappreciated, I think, by a lot of the fans, just maybe due to some exposure kind of differences that you might have from other regions. And to do well, to take a map off of a team that is known worldwide, tier 1 team by all means of the definition, that's going to be big for them. Will help improve their case, especially that they're looking for a new home, looking for an adopter, and whoever might be that home, well, they're going to have an even better case to pick them up if they can do well in this tournament, especially if they can beat the Gaming Gladiators right here, right now, today, in the opening match of our day.
Yeah, heading to border first, a newer map that teams, I mean, the meta still trying to be figured out. And I mean, I remember starting casting Siege Border was the first map taken out of the rotation all of 2 years ago. Now to see it back in, I love it. It's exciting. There's so much you can do with the new border. There's so much verticality. There's so much roam potential. And seeing a map where you can play Oryx and get a little bit funky with the hatches, exciting.
I mean, there's always some sort of comfortability when playing on older maps like Border, and that's something that both of these teams are going to be able to, you know, kind of find their nest into. You look at the offices area, obviously it's seen some changes in the past, and that is something that we've seen really, I think, turn the map the way it is statistically in terms of, you know, winner and win-lose, defender side, attacker side. One of those big things that has had quite a big impact. But we move on over after Border. We've got Theme Park, and that is a very curious map for, I think, Monkey Hunters to be taking. Yes, I've talked about how they were able to beat Mercenaries on that in their own region, but it's a map that has been very, very skewed so far in this tournament towards the defender's side. 63% win rate, if anything. And in this tournament, at least, specifically this tournament only, it has been the second highest defender-sided team aside from Skyscraper, which makes sense, right? But it's a very one-sided map, so if they're going to be starting on their less favored side, for example, starting on their favorite side, the defensive side, they might have trouble closing it out on the attacking side when it flips on over. I'm hoping it's not going to be the case for their sake, but it's a very risky pick, I think, to run especially when you're going up against Gaming Gladiators, who, if anything, their defense has been really just so problematic to deal with. They're so pestering in terms of how their roam plays, and they are really good at drawing time, and as you said, playing those off angles that can really catch the roam clear off guard. And a map like Theme Park, that just facilitates and enables a playstyle like Gaming Gladiators love to employ.
Yeah, it's gonna be an exciting match. That much is for sure. But both defender-sided maps. Both teams actually have some pretty dynamic defense when it comes to approaching Rainbow Six Siege. But I mean, the crazy thing is, you look at this tournament as a whole, Black, and ROG Masters launched all the way back in 2016, 6 years ago. And finally, we are taken to the stage with some Rainbow Six action. We've got our Rainbow Six Mobile just around the corner in Southeast Asia. They love their mobile gaming. You can attest to that. Mobile gaming is colossal in Southeast Asia. There is a very real possibility that come next year, ROG Masters, we could have Rainbow Six and Rainbow Six Mobile all in the same venue.
You know, I've actually never talked about it yet, but I have tried Rainbow Six Mobile, and
what are your thoughts?
I think it's a lot cleaner than people would expect. Obviously, in its earlier build of everything, right? It's not even out in most countries, but it's something that I'm really looking forward to potentially have a bigger thing here, especially in SEA, knowing how mobile focused SEA is. But even saying that, I'm surprised just how many great teams from SEA we already have on Rainbow Six, on PC and everything. So for us to have the potential of having a mobile version of that just brings even more interest to the game, could bring even and convert some of the mobile gamers into the PC scene if they decide they want to take that different step into playing Rainbow Six on PC. And I think it's just going to be a great thing for the scene in general.
I mean, you think about the vast majority of pro players in Rainbow Six on PC at the moment came from console. So I think the possibilities of jumping from mobile to PC would be quite high once they get a bit of a taste for it. It can be a bit addictive, once you figure out how the fighter mechanics of Rainbow Six work, once you figure out how to make the most of it. So, look, it's an exciting time for Rainbow Six on the whole, and seeing the passion that the local crowd is bringing here to this competition as well. They're absolutely loving the Rainbow Six action. Unfortunately, no local representation in Thailand. None of the Thai teams could make it through. But look, it just sets the standard for next year, of course. They've got to make it next year, right? Because otherwise they're letting these other teams from other countries play in their home turf.
Of course, right? You never want to let yourself go down when you've got the home court advantage potential. But I'm surprised, considering that, like, a third of, actually even almost like, 3/4 of all the teams that we had in the SEA qualifier from Thailand. So for them to not have a representative coming on here, it's a big thing. But, well, we're going to see if that is going to continue to be the case next year, as you talked about. We're going now, map number 1, Border, to start things off. Good luck, have fun in chat, and that's what I expect from both of these teams, but I expect even more ferocity in our competition. Opening bans, what do you think we're going to get here, Panda?
I'm kind of leaning towards something like a Nomad, a Jackal, and leaning into that flank watch, probably a Thatcher as well, maybe even a bit of a Flores. But yeah, there you go, the Nomad off the board from Gaming Gladiators on a map like Border, where there are just so many different avenues to get up onto that second floor. You want to be watching your flanks. On follow-up, I'd have to imagine it's likely a Thatcher or Flores. Those would be my go-to for the follow-up defensive attack ban, sorry.
I would have to agree, especially with the Flores, right? You take out the Nomad, flank watch dealt with. Flores would be big, but they take out Ying, of all picks. Now, it's not necessarily unheard of, especially on a map like Border, where we have seen many rushes, especially when you're, playing up towards those arsenal rooms, towards that armory site, rather. But it's very curious that this is the option they go for, maybe not wanting to have to deal with the firepower that they know Gaming Gladiators can bring to the table. And Monkey Hunters, they ban Azami, which makes sense as well. She's been such a stalwart force on the defensive side.
I mean, you talk about high-impact operators on release. Azami has to be one of the most impactful, but Mira is the follow-up for Game, and that's Valkyrie let through, that's Kaid let through. That's a gamble, I feel, out of both teams here with this ban phase. You got Thatcher in play. I mean, yes, look, with the impact EMPs added into the game, he isn't as powerful as he once was. Grim being hovered by beat, obviously attack repick is a thing. I don't think we're going to see it. That looks a little bit more stock standard, but you look at the Game and Gladiators lineup. No Jaeger, but they've got the Aruni, they've got the Wamai, and a Valkyrie as well, so they've got a huge amount of utility now, not to mention extra potential info. And there we go. We head to Armory and Offus to kick things off here on Border for day 2 of the ROG Masters APAC.
Well, it's about darn time. Let's get this show started. Monkey Hunters on the attacking side right now on Border. Gaming Gladiators on the defense. We're going up top to start off this map, and you can see there's some notion of them having a rotation towards that CCTV, towards that server side. So you're going to expect maybe a bit of a lighter extension there. I'm not too sure exactly just yet how much they intend to hold that throughout the round, but a lot of the power of that round, of that position, is if you get to hold it late in the round, that post plant on the attacker's side, if they get the plant off, is going to be so much more difficult. And that's something that I bet the Gaming Gladiators are banking on. But Sandy shutting down the spawn peak early. Hoven taking off.
Respectable, unfortunately not to be, and it's South Asia to strike and claim first blood. Sandy has proved that he is an absolute demon when it comes to Rainbow Six. He will not shy away from a gunfight, and in fact, if you challenge him, chances are he's going to step up and try and take that challenge. And they claim first blood. No Rooney, no MK14, Rattler as well, already down in through Passport. They are taking some aggressive... They've isolated the stairs player. The camera's gone. There's next to no support. Look at that. There is nowhere... Oh, no! Rattler pulled off to reload, and that might just be the opportunity to get in through tellers.
Oh, no! He's giving himself away now. They know exactly where he is, but Rattler still finds a kill. 4v2. Rix. Nitro Cell still in his hands. Can deny one or even get a pick off if it ever does come to it. Sparko. If they're able to control this western balcony, they are in a prime position to go for a plant. Even with that Nitro Cell being there, it could be traded or at least dismissed from even being utilized. Sandy here playing on the eastern stairs. They've taken control of it. Really swift how they dealt with that eastern steel stairs. And this just goes to show that Monkey Hunters on their attack, they're playing no business here, no fun and games around. It's all about the round.
Monkey Hunters LFO know exactly the stakes of this match. Up, Sparko! Wow. What a shot onto Joe. A player formerly of Invictus, and what a wash! The Monkey Hunters LFO of South Asia claim round 1 here against one of APAC South's finest.
Not just claim it, Blue Panda. They absolutely just demanded that this round was theirs. So clean, so fluid, and just completely unstoppable in that round. Everything going their way, the pieces falling into place. And Gaming Gladiators shook from that first round, but they cannot be shaken nor stirred continuously. So they have to try and get some of these rounds back, especially in a map that has been a bit more defender's side. The more rounds you give up here, starting on the defense, the much harder it's going to be on their second half. So seems like we're going back down the workshops as we're going to play in, but obviously on a map like this, you want to extend up top. That's where a lot of the strength of this site even comes from. So these archives, the lockers, here, it's what you're going to see. The Gaming Gladiators want to really hold down. Do they reinforce this? I think they will double close it up. And a lot of the utility already going to be dispensed towards holding this top floor.
Oh boy.
5 seconds left before
I would imagine that maybe, just maybe, a little bit of sweat is starting to gather for the Gaming Gladiators fans. Like I said, there is a possibility that they are knocked out of 2 different tournaments, both being hosted in Southeast Asia today. So there is a lot of pressure, I imagine, on the team's shoulders.
They are in a position to really prove they still got what it takes to claim the spot that they want. Hoven starts things off. That's a great shutdown now. They finally get the opening pick. As we saw a while ago, First Blood going towards Monkey Hunters, but it's taking some damage in return. They've taken the eastern stairs, so this could be a worthwhile trade-off in any case for that powerful position that they need to start pushing on. They can take the top of the workshop if this goes their way.
Rattler with a little cheeky nade towards Fountain. Unfortunately, it's not really going to be deep enough to find any damage. But you look the team up, they're going to push in. They want that vert control over towards Armory. And already the fact that Monkey Hunters took that last round so dominantly that Gaming Gladiators did not want to double down on the site is truly telling in and of itself. But you look at it, Nitro Cell goes out to deny, but unfortunately doesn't find any real traction. Gaming Gladiators have found the first pick, but you can see the adjustment the Monkey Hunters have made. They're not bleeding numbers just yet. Jittery
What a swing.
almost got the flick back onto Arpe, but that's 2 down now.
The gall by Ape to just swing that hard. Trying to come off of the shield, knowing the timing. But Joe finds a kill on a Sparko. Now things are just crumbling for the Monkey Hunters. Rattler's found his way here under the server. He's trying to work it, but the shop is closed. Joe takes him down from the hatch up above. And the vert hold here seemingly working out for the Gaming Gladiators. They know where Beat is, and he goes down without a rumble. Second round now as they tie up the game goes the Gaming Gladiators.
But Beat, even in the face of overwhelming odds, still picks up a couple for himself. So the Monkey Hunters, a rough round in all honesty. And Sandy, yeah, second time around, can't win the heads-up gunfight. Jittery, just millimeters off the marks. Again, much like the game yesterday, a couple of gunfights that could have gone a different direction and the entire round would have played out differently. But not to be. Gaming Gladiators equalise. We head down towards Bathroom and Tellers. And I mean, you think back to the old version of the site, Blacken, and how frustrating it was as a defender to hold. Now, though, feels a little bit more comfortable.
Oh, definitely. It was an absolute nightmare to try and hold that site. Now you've got that bathroom as kind of like your safe rotations, and those showers are starting to help the Gaming Gladiators case on out. They're not going back up to the armory, as we saw from round number 1, as Monkey Hunters, they've proven at least in these past 2 rounds that they're quite apt at taking, that top floor. So they want to make sure that even if they give up the top floor, they still have the site down below to play in, and that's why they're going back down here instead.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Wow. Oh boy. I love me some Rainbow Six action, especially with the APAC teams. They're always so dynamic and exciting. And Sandy this time around has the G8 in the hands of the IQ. Gonna go for the same peak, goes for a pre-fire towards those eastern stairs. Nothing doing just yet, but a lot of noise being made if nothing else.
Certainly does turn some heads his way. Gaming Gladiators, I'm pretty sure that they're not going to get too over-eager on that. We saw that over-eagerness be punished heftily in the opening round. They find the Valcam. It's really great that they finally put out this IQ, realizing that, hey, Ape, he was basically spoon-feeding information that past round as they tried to take the servers, try and deny that from being a problem once more. Electrified here, we talked about it. The bandits and the cage are going to be left on open, so these electrified walls are going to be a much bigger problem for the attacking side.
One Nitro already committed there. Hoven, we heard his go off not too long ago. Unfortunately, did not find that traction. Jittery. Pop nade attempt, not going to work. Here's the Banshee. Accidentally clears it out, so I suppose it works in the grand scheme. Goes a different direction with it, spots the shots, but Beat, unfortunately, claimed as first blood by Joe with an MX4 Storm. And you talk about the difference between playing on LAN and LAN. These guns, the likes of the F2, the likes of the MX4 Storm, on LAN are just laser beams.
Oh, absolutely. Every single shot connecting. That ace here, in the hands of the ace, the AK-12, is going to be an even bigger problem as well if they try and contest these long angles on the defense. Almost a minute left on the clock, and the Tellers hold. It's seeming to crumble as somehow Rattler has crawled his way on in. He'd done this the last round as well, where he's able to find himself into the site. It's going to be really hard to retake, but Ape wins it with a deagle. The vertical hold, the vertical angle from him down below. He strikes up above. Sandy takes down Tolji, and Rix follows suit. Gaming Gladiators still have the advantage here. They get the diffuser planted down, but can they hold on in the post plant?
They sneak in. Sandy for the coverage finds one. Spots the second to the left, but unfortunately reaction times aren't there. The Gaming Gladiators will be able to get the defuse through, but the fact that Monkey Hunters were able to push onto the site, get that plant down, still rather impressive. 2-1 the scoreline now in favor of the Tier 1 APAC Net South team.
Well, Sandy actually had a pretty good position there, you know, to cut off the rotation back through the main lobby into the teller's site, but unfortunately, Sparko just couldn't stay alive long enough as he was already low HP and couldn't, you know, contest on the site itself, so just nullified Sandy there, who could have been absolutely huge if he was able to find one more kill at the very least before his teammate going down. But Gaming Gladiators, they take the round back. Spectacular fashion these past 2 rounds have gone for their sake. And, well, let's see if they can continue. They don't really change up much, if anything, from their composition. We've seen, you know, this Valkyrie be quite effective, even with the IQs being pulled out here from Monkey Hunters, and they're looking to stick to it.
Ouch. RP.
Ow.
Collects the shotgun. I believe that was at the hands of Rix. Oh, no, yeah, it has to be. He's the only one with a shotgun. So Rix, now Tricky Dicky himself, Richard Nixon, gonna make a bit of a whoopsie, but look, it's not that much health. My big question is, Hoban gonna go for the reattempt of the spawn peak? And it looks like it. Last time, no, never mind, it wasn't him. It was, it's in fact Tolji who was looking to go for it. But yeah, I think lesson learned. If you go for that spawn peak again, Sandy's probably got your number.
It's a very early peak here from
Yeah, Sandy's like, come on then, let's go.
Showed his hand. Maybe if he waited a second, opened it up, waited a few for Sandy to get there, things could have worked out his way, but it's a gambit they don't want to continue, at least not so far. Hoban this time picking that up on the Rooney. That DMR can help him a bit more. Some of these long angles that you like seeing the Monkey Hunters hold in their post plants, but ultimately the big impact of it will be a lot more denial. Sandy somehow finds that pick on the Hoban. Now that's him taking off the board early again.
Takes out Hoban. This time not on a spawn peak, but you take what you can. It's a kill nonetheless to open things up. Once again, same site as well, and Jittery now down below. Another exciting dynamic player out of this Monkey Hunters LFO roster is on the Nook too. I mean, you talk about expansive flank play. Nook on the attack is so scary.
Oh, definitely. We've just seen an absolute uptick in their pick rate and sometimes even her ban rate, just on how really spooky she can be. Suppressive in many ways that you wouldn't expect. Sparko here trying to make this contact. That's Ape who shuts down the roam from Jittery. The anti-roamer has been found, and Joe finds a follow-up on the Sparko. Their piece is crumbling. Rattler goes down. That's a big pick. It's all on the beat, and Sandy here right now, who have got a huge beat to try and take this forward.
Trying to clear out some of this utility. Tolji jumps out, tanks the Claymore, and finds the kill on to beat. Arpe finds Sandy as well. D50 in hand. The Gaming Gladiators say, nah, last time was just the one-off. Not going to happen again. The Gaming Gladiators, you could feel it. They really stepped up their play coming in today too after what happened yesterday.
Oh, for sure. Especially after that opening round where they could see, okay, Monkey Hunters, they're hungry. They want this, but we want it even more. And they take back these 2 rounds in such swift, spectacular fashion. That's now a 2-round lead. They've gained here 3-1. On their defensive side, if they can get 1 more round, they're going to be good for this half. Everything else could be consolation, but no change, if at all, coming here from the Monkey Hunters in their comp so far. Sticking with the exact same comp we've been seeing from them, but the pulse to be coming out from Tolji to help them from down below, that's going to be absolutely huge.
Indeed. Right now, you think maybe, just maybe, Monkey Hunters might be out of it, but the real case of the matter is Blacken, and I think you and I both acknowledge this. It's Porter. It's defender-sided. The fact that they've got 1 round already, phenomenal. If they can get 2, even if they can push it to 3 in closing out the half, they're in a great spot. 3 would be phenomenal. They would be sitting happy with a 3 score line. Even a 2-4 score line at this stage going into the defense on Porter, you're ecstatic.
Oh yeah, undoubtedly. Like, that is half the battle within itself. For, I mean, obviously, yes, numbers, but it really matters a lot. Every single attacking round you can get in the opening half is huge. Rattler gets denied from using his drone. Mute jammer working perfectly as they expect. It can take the room down below, then they can get dealt with, especially since they've got an IQ to take it out quickly and swiftly without much of a hassle. We do know the Gaming Gladiators, we've got some presence down below as well to try and take. It is the site, so it's going to be much more difficult, easier said than done, if anything.
Now starting to get some of these walls open above the site. RP again. A little bit of BM that we've seen come out from these guys a few times where it's just a secondary pistol play, but Joe tagged low. They clear out more of these black eye cameras. Jittery coming through, RP on for a second with that MPX. So it's not like they're going quietly. The step around Jittery. Can't catch the rotate. He does get himself just out of danger for now. As told you, he was on the hunt. Nitro deep. Unfortunately not deep enough, but the player advantage is significant. Oh, I thought that was the fadeaway, but no. Sparko for one before being traded back for two. Triple for RP. The swing round. Ricks with the shotgun. Gaming Gladiators claim their fourth in the round.
Yeah, way too difficult to win a gunfight like that. Up close, shotty in hand. Such a difficult position to be in. And the Gaming Gladiators, they just seemingly are able to find and filter out where the rest of the Monkey Hunters is. We saw like a double-sided push right there towards this armory side, but Ape once more just absolutely holding down to it like it matters, and everything is based upon that one position of his. A lot of times you're going to see teams try and contest the armory, but not necessarily try and hold it for as long as they need to, at least as long as, you know, the entire round. But in this case, they don't even have to give it up. Simply just able to take the fights and win them up above. You can really see the disparity in their defense, at least coming out right now. I'm curious to see if Monkey Hunters can bag a second round before swapping over.
Hopefully. They are definitely committed to this IQ. I don't even think RP's prioritizing, you know, proper concealment positions for the black eye cams. I think it's more of just a distraction factor than anything now. But they go into it. The operator lineup hasn't really changed the last few rounds, so it feels like it's pretty default. But we head back to Tellers and Shao once again. And they got in, they got the plant down at the very least, and Sandy committed to trying to contest over to that window. But it's only been the first one where it actually, the contest happened.
That's going to be very important here of a factor for Monkey Hunters to keep in mind. Jittery. Was that just a blind spam? There's no Valcam within that room here in the supply, so just random shots as he's made his presence known, connecting on the Jittery much less than he expected.
Yeah, I think that was, in fact, just blind spam through a soft wall. Sandy Doe's made it into the building this time, going to be surviving a little bit longer. With those Talon shields, could be instrumental in how they get themselves into the site if they look to go for that plant attempt a second time now. The first minute gone. Jittery starting to pop the armory window, barricade rather. There is a player in there because the pre-fires have been coming out. It is going to be RP there as well. Jittery's considering it. He's considering going for the spam through the wall, but no. Just looking to bait things out. The nade play, the bank shot. Is it enough? No. Unfortunately, not quite close enough with the explosion there, and he goes down to Joe instead.
Wow, Joe right at the ready to back him on up as he falls down through the hatch. And he's holding on that other side of the site, up above rather, above the site, very importantly so. That eastern side is going to be crucial for them. They've got a double hold here within those archives, and if Sandy and the rest of the Monkey Hunters can't take this away, I don't see how they're going to be able to win this round.
Well, oh dear. Sorry, I thought Beat played me like a fool. I thought we'd frozen there for a second. I thought I was disconnected, but no. Beat was just messing with me, and right now he's dead. Unfortunately, as told, he does claim his life. 3 versus 5 to close out this round. Sandy in trouble. Sandy dead. RP claiming yet another scalp, and it's an absolute wipe. Rattler for 1 before he goes down to the impact at the hands of Tolji. But Sparko there with the AK-12 claims 1 back. The 1 versus 3, and they are actively hunting him. Gaming Gladiators with a 5-1 half.
What an end here for the Gaming Gladiators. A defender-sided map proving to be absolutely true so far in the first half, but the second part of the story ain't done just yet. Monkey Hunters just having such a huge problem to deal with when it comes to the Gaming Gladiators upper floor holds. It's been so difficult for them to dismantle, and even when they know where the black eyes are from the Valk, they're just able to play off of it here, the Gaming Gladiators on their defensive side, and make sure that that distraction is more than enough for them to have the advantage in terms of taking these gunfights. But Monkey Hunters, they're on the defense right now. They pull out the castle, which we haven't seen today, and so does the Frost. So you'd be surprised how effective
even
those
the
two could be.
Jaeger, which we haven't really seen today.
Oh yeah, we've been
the
seeing
Game
Wamai, if
Gladiators,
anything.
yeah, they were more Aruni Wamai than anything. We do see the IQ pick up for the attack of Gaming Gladiators, though. They pair it with the Lions, so they've got a lot of information potential. RP going to be bringing the sledge. I think, yeah, actually, no, he's, yeah, okay. Okay, RP is on his shenanigans again. He's got the glass in. He knows exactly where that frost mat is. Chaos is about to ensue.
Yeah. You look at this comp, what else?
Oh,
can you
they've got the
expect?
Monty, yeah, they've got the Monty as well.
Yeah,
So,
Monty, Lion, Glaz, they're about to have a fun time. Monty equipping those smokes as well, so you know that they're in for a real shakeup here. Monkey Hunters, not sure if they can expect this.
they know there's no one on site. They're going to go for a cheeky Monty smoke plant.
Yeah,
I can see it,
They-
yeah. All right.
They can push in through archives like it's nobody's business. That's for free.
Over, yeah, okay, so yeah. Smoke cover, backwards plant by Rix. Gaming Gladiators smash grab onto the site. Do they have anything to deny? Toxic cannons is off the mark. No nitro cells, no impacts. Plant will go down
Stuck.
with 10 players alive in the server. And you look at it, the Glaz cover. Rattler's the first to fall. Shots were connected though. Jittery's going for a defuse attempt. Sparko's down, Beats down. Jittery and Sandy to hold. Tolji cops a shot to the shoulder. Hogan's in from behind. It's going to be almost a flawless. No, it's not. Arpe shoots down his teammate. It enables the kill. Regardless, though. Oh, my. Okay, I don't know what happened to Monty. Oh, yeah, I can understand why Monty's shield just got flung to the wall. I would be upset if I was Tolji too.
Bringing it back to the olden days where it seems like the henchmen don't care about their folk, their own kin. Tolji, he goes out in the march here at the very least. Yes, a bit of blue on blue here, Panda, but it all comes down to the end-all be-all. And in this case, the end definitely justified the means. Gaming Gladiators take match point in just the oldest play in the book, but one that can be quite effective.
Nah, 100%. The only redeeming factor for Arpe there was the fact that Sandy got the kill onto Tolji and not the OTS kill. That could have resulted in some coarse words in the Southeast Asian representatives' comms, but not to be. They redeemed themselves. But 6-1, the scoreline currently in Gaming Gladiators. Obviously, after yesterday, I look at a deal out some punishment.
Oh yeah. We got this castle coming back on up. And you talked about it, the Gaming Gladiators. They do not want to go down early in this tournament. Trying to gain themselves a bit of respite through the night, yes, but only for vengeance back up in the morning. And that's what we're here for right now. They've taken such an incredible lead. Attacking side seems to yet have faltered, but I gotta believe the team, like Monkey Hunters, which just impressed us yesterday, is going to give us at least another round before going down in this map. Jittery taken down is not a great start for them. He's been quiet so far in this game.
I mean, look, you get the opportunity to go to a LAN, you get minimum $2,000 even bowing out in fourth. So I think for the Monkey Hunters, they are absolutely stoked with this opportunity. Win or lose, Beat in a lot of trouble. He's being heavily bullied right now. Nape on the hunt for one of his own. Pops the castle barricade, spots the tail end, backs himself off out of trouble. Swung on, wins the fight against Sandy. Nape not done just yet. Hoven hunting for a kill of his own. And it's stop go, red light, green light. Gaming Gladiators. It feels like toying with their food a little.
Yeah, I'm surprised how Beat isn't dead just yet. There have been so many small windows of opportunity for them. But they finally do. Talk about the devil. He comes up. Tolji finds the kill. And now it's all down here to Sparko with a mere UMP. The castle. He stands, but not for long. The Citadel goes down. And Gaming Gladiators, in swift fashion, take map number 1.
Yeah, absolutely dominant stuff. They were bitten yesterday. You could see it in their faces with how things played out. They weren't happy at all, and you can see behind them, they've got Coach Man there soon giving them the rundown of how things went, backing them, saying, look, this is what we want to be doing, knowing full well that they've got to go for that lower bracket run. And, well, they go in today, they swing hard. Unfortunately, the Monkey Hunters going to be copping a bit of punishment today.
To lose on map number 1 like that, okay, they get it. It was a pick here of the Gaming Gladiators in the first place, but now their own pick on Theme Park as we move into map number 2. It has to come in big for the Monkey Hunters. You talked about, obviously, you know, they're just enjoying their stay here, one of their, you know, most recent LAN appearances, and it's going to be a great opportunity for them, but I'm sure that they would want to even make a bigger case for themselves. We're going to have to find out for map number 2, but that border, barring the first round rather, where they just seemed surprised and not ready for what Monkey Hunters were about to throw them, it just seemed much more one-way fight than we were really expecting.
I mean, yes and no. I think yesterday Gaming Gladiators got dealt a pretty devastating blow at the hands of Scars. They were always going to be coming in swinging today, but unfortunately for the Monkey Hunters, yeah, I don't know if it was necessarily a case if they were caught out guard or they were just straight outclassed by Gaming, which, I mean, respectively, you got one team player get a tier 1 level for the majority of this year, and another that is sort of region locked in South Asia like the Monkey Hunters. There was probably going to be a bit of a ceiling in terms of that matchup. And look, I'm not saying they're out of this by any stretch of the imagination. There's a possibility we see this go to a decider, but map 1 was always going to be pretty brutal.
For sure. Problem is, especially though, when you are the underdog, you want to take that map number 1 away to try and set the pace for the rest of the series. Of course, it never secures a series to be won, but it's such a big map to take. That first map is always the first punch thrown, and you want to be doing that. But Gaming Gladiators, you can see them kind of, for lack of a better term, playing with their food here in some of these rounds, pulling out the secondaries, knowing that that's all they need to even win the fight. You know, some gunfights that I thought would be won here by the Monkey Hunters just seemingly either thrown away or taken away, stolen away by the Gaming Gladiators, and that really comes from not just the experience that we saw quite evident on map number 1, but also just the prowess that they have, you know, being able to have the, I guess, the tier 1 journey that they've had in this past year. So moving on in the series, the mental gonna have to be absolutely crucial here for the Monkey Hunters if they do wish to come back and push us to the decider.
I mean, you talk about the mental, I almost wonder how much of this can be sort of put down to maybe a little bit of starstruck. I mean, you look at the competition. Panthera, they're playing against the best teams out of Korea. Scars, they're playing, you know, against the best teams out of Japan. Gaming Gladiators, best teams APAC South. Monkey Hunters, this is the first opportunity, not only for them on LAN, but against a tier 1 team. So it's going to be huge. But right now, we're going to throw it to a break. When we come back, we're on to Theme Park to see if the Monkey Hunters LFO can take us to the decider. Be back soon.
Te veré en el infierno.
Desperado, why don't you come to your senses? Our gifts propelled us to hide from the surface over human history.
We've been forbearing for thousands of years. We're not gonna take it anymore!
A single spark can start a prairie fire.
Vamos! Akira! We chose dishonor, and we'll still have war.
leads us to victory.
Akira believed in you, Vic.
Feel your fate in what you cannot fear.
To sacrifice for those who dare. Defy the force of hate and all its plans. The course of fate lies in our hands.
As you wish.
No one can take us down.
Difficult challenge here, but no, the player looks the wrong way, grabs one, traded.
He can salvage it, Cairo. He got them on the back of the head.
Map 1, a bit of an absolute shutout there for the Monkey Hunters LFO, unfortunately, but Black and Blue, we head to a map that plays out kind of similarly in terms of its layout. It's one of the few two-story maps in the comp pool at the moment. Theme Park up next for the Monkey Hunters LFO, taking on the Game Gladiators. And yeah, we summed it up perfectly. You summed it up in spades before we went to the break. Game Gladiators felt like they were playing with their foot a little bit. Do you reckon now, though, Monkey Hunters LFO heading to their own map pick, that they come out swinging and maybe do a bit of damage?
I am hoping so, but as I talked about a while ago, yes, we look at, the history here of the Monkey Hunters. Last time we saw them play on Theme Park, they were able to take down Mercenaries in the South Asia regional qualifier for this tournament, but the history speaks for itself as well in the favor of Gaming Gladiators, especially in this series alone. You talked about how this is one of the only few maps that is that double layer, more horizontal spread type of feature, and we saw that be played into very great effect on Border. And as I talked about during, the pre-up going into the series, a map like Theme Park, it bodes really well for the play style of the Gaming Gladiators as well. They've had historically, honestly, I think the numbers don't even suggest how well they are on a team like Theme Park, because they're a team that really does bode off well of these type of two-layer, two-floor kind of maps that have a wide horizontal sprawling spread out, maps like Villa as well. They're really good at making sure the roam game is as pesky as can be, and that's what we saw come in on both ends of the floor here, in both the attack and defend for the Gaming Gladiators. So unfortunately, I'm just not too hopeful for the stakes here of Monkey Hunters to extend this in a decider, but I hope I'm proven wrong.
I mean, you talk about these horizontal spread two-story maps, and I get a little bit sad. I miss my coastline, man. When do we get it back in the comp pool? It was so much fun to watch. It might have been a nightmare to play, but it was so much fun to watch as a caster. But not right now, like you said, on to Theme Park. Odds definitely a little bit stacked against the Monkey Hunters LFO. Realistically, at this point, it's likely going to be the last map of the tournament. Maybe it's a case if you come into it, you just look to have a little bit of fun. But, I mean, look, getting to work with the ROG guys here at Masters in Thailand, being at a live event with all the awesome tech, all the awesome stuff going on live at the venue, it's a pretty awesome experience. I think, if nothing else, Monkey Hunters not going to walk away and, focus on the negative. They're going to walk away with this quite positive that they've had this opportunity. And speaking of, I mean, hashtag more opportunities for South Asia, because if they can come up to a LAN and show up like they have, what would happen if they got more opportunities internationally?
Oh, of course, like even just being able to participate in these type of tournaments, right, bring more eyes to the region and teams like them and what they can deliver. It's a huge plus, especially the experience of just being able to, fly abroad, play in a LAN, meet new people, meet new teams, and have experience even if only for a series playing against teams from other regions. That is invaluable, especially for teams like Monkey Hunters, teams from that SA region. And that's what they're really trying to, I guess, take away from this. But they want to take a bit more from that prize pool. The lion's share would be great, but I mean, at the very least, you go down fourth, you still come home with something. And that is all just of great value. Not just the experience, not just the prize money, but as well as the exposure to their team and to their region.
Hashtag get the Hunters international. We want to see them overseas playing in those opportunities. But right now, they're playing for their tournament life. Of course, down 1-0 in the series with Theme Park on the cards. You kind of want to see them revert back to what they were doing yesterday, especially on the defense. You look at Sandy on Clubhouse yesterday, off in strip for a good half a round, waiting for the pinch on in. I'm expecting some big stuff.
That Clubhouse was really the turning point for them, right? And look at Chalet as well, a map that when we were looking on their side, bringing that to the distance, that was really good from the Monkey Hunters, but it doesn't come to play, not here today, not versus the Gaming Glads at least. Oregon to be the decider if we ever do get to it. But map number 2, well, Theme Park. It's a carnival, yes, but as a Rosie spins, only one can prevail. And the Gaming Gladiators, they have the advantage coming into this.
Well, it looks like back-to-back attack start to the Monkey Hunters here. They will be kicking things off on with the blue, which, look, I'm not too upset about, but first ban goes the way of the Gaming Gladiators. It's going to be the Nomad, so that flank watch, they want to open it up and enable it for themselves in the first half here. And that, I mean, on a map like Theme Park, it's that flank potential, the roam game for the defense that can be quite scary if unscouted.
For sure. You see teams employ, operators like an Oryx, a Vigil here, and be quite effective late in those rounds and not taking off. So the attackers, you guys get a bit less roam game as well. Defensive side, Azami could very well be banned here. They could even go for a Kaid ban, knowing how the hatches are absolutely important in taking that throne room away. But the Valkyrie to be taken off course, I think is a smart pick here from the Monkey Hunters. We saw the Gaming Gladiators be such a nuisance with them on the Valk.
Yeah. Understandable. The mirror to follow it again leaves us with Kaid, but really kind of irrelevant given that Thatcher's in play. Maverick, they've got the tools to deal with it. Flores as well on this map being available is a rather interesting prospect, and the Monkey Hunters will have to work with. But it's been the one repeat thing that we've noticed. We noticed it yesterday, Lan and I noticed it here again today. Monkey Hunters absolutely froth the cosmetics, and they love to do up their player cards to put on a bit of a show.
Oh, of course. What is skill with no skins? What is swag?
Oh boy. Top right there, black and blue.
What you mean? Oh,
it's not every day you see the Brazilian defender coming in.
Okay, I see you. Ape, he's trying to have some fun with this. Yes, we are on Theme Park, but this is looking like a haunted house for the Monkey Hunters. A ghost, a surprise, a spook could come out from any corner. Interrogation, we might see one here today.
The last time I saw a Kev in comp play wasn't technically an official competition, but it was Direwolves against the old ANZ Fury roster, and they got the interrogation off a couple of rounds in a row. So we'll see if Harpe can find the same level of success. On the attack, nothing too crazy. The Dockerbee coming in for Rattler. So they are going to be trying to use those logic bombs to maybe scout out some off-site presence. But I mean, interesting that no commitment onto the Flores whatsoever.
Anything, right? Especially even in the old Theme Park. This is one of the few maps that we have kind of seen this Caveira come into play. But Joe, he gets taken off guard. And that drops him Lucy from playing into this round. Luckily, he's placed down most of his Banshees that won't come into too much effect. Toji somehow finding a trade here, removing that Gemini replicator from being used in this round. That's big. Now they have much less in terms of roam hunting and clearing.
Logic bomb did go out there, so I think they have an idea of at least the proximal positioning from where Toji is. Sandy in the lockers there is presence very nearby to him. How aware of that he is a different matter in its entirety. But right now, Monkey Hunters making an effort to get in to start opening up to the side. Rattler, what a kill onto Rix, and then onto the side. Exploding through, Sparko finds Tolji. And they might do it 2 maps in a row. Beat holding down Mouse 1 in a bit of trouble. Sparko's going to be on for the plant. Beat tucks himself in, pistol out because he's in a bit of trouble. Shots on, but Hoven finds Rattler. They claim beat back 2. Arpe almost finding the opportunity for an interrogation. Sandy in above finds Hoven. This is big stuff for the Monkey Hunters. They can claim around here, it would be huge. But look at it, crouching around the corner. You can't be peeking Sparko like that. And the Gaming Gladiators, I'm not sure. I think they lost. Yeah, okay, they did. Yeah, there we go. Oh, no. Oh, Rattler. Buddy, you can't be doing that to a tier 1 team.
Drop shotting from the hatch into blue, into the banana, and still gets him. Monkey Hunters. Opening pick coming to play, but this is the kill that really started off. Rattler taking him down. Just got everything going with Rix being taken off the board. Nitro cell removed from being played and denying the plant. That was huge here from Rattler. He certainly shook up the game's defense, and no more of that monkey business. No more conveyor to come on out here. We got them finally going with something proper.
Bandit coming through. Come on, Joe. I believe in you. You can do this. There we go. He got it in the end. It can be quite a tricky little jump up there. If you look at the side of the Monkey Hunters, pretty much exactly the same as that last round. In fact, almost entirely the same as the operator lineup. As we head to, well, it's Funk Daycare. They've got the tools to deal with this. Look, I'm intrigued. What do Gaming Gladiators do? Do they go for the full commit? Maybe expose a little bit of what they're going to be bringing into potentially tomorrow if they do make it through? Or do they just look to have a bit of fun with it?
2 very different options, but one with the same goal in mind. I mean, the Gaming Gladiators, we saw them try and have a bit more fun, bring some spice and entertainment, as they are well known to do, but in a tournament like this, the Monkey Hunters, you can't let these type of rounds go. And we saw it a while ago when the Gaming Gladiators, finally turned it up and started playing the way that they know they can. They were able to take it pretty much in a reverse sweep. The Monkey Hunters right now attacking side, difficult side to be playing off, but if they can get like 2 rounds here on their attack, they have a very good chance. If they get 1 more round, they have a very good chance of closing this out in the second half.
Well, unfortunately, Beat is going to be out for the count. Shots on. It's MK14 on MK14 violence, but neither of the 2 players connecting, unfortunately. Logic Bomb to go out. Just looking for the long angles. Jittery there as well. Monkey Hunters, I mean, they do have this unfortunate habit of crossing lines of fire. So they've multiple players watching the same line of sight, which can be a bit detrimental.
Flagging your teammate like that is just sometimes so dangerous to be. You might jump on the reaction if someone peeks, and that's how you can take one of your teammates down. But Ape holding down the line, making sure they can't simply escape there up towards the yellow stairs, walk out, making sure those rafters are held firmly in place. Sandy spots a foot out, but Tolji still wins it out. How does he do it from down below? Sparko trying to ignite them here in the round, but Joe takes him down. The DMR is coming big in the round for both sides. It's the Gaming Gladiators who stand atop it and take the round back.
Look, it's only 1-1. They lock out Bunk Daycare. Initiation and Office, it seems, is on the cards next. This one, it's such an interesting site in terms of attack. It could be one of the easiest sites to attack. It could be one of the hardest sites to attack. It really just comes down to the setup from the defense. And I mean, look, seeing what Gaming Gladiators are bringing to the play today, I imagine that there's a possibility that we see Monkey Hunters LFO get onto the... Okay. Apparently, Rix was doing it wrong. And Arpe let him know.
Yep, it was like, brother, we've been playing this game too long for you to make these mistakes. Initiation is where we're going to be going. The real question here that I'm wondering to see is if the Monkey Hunters take that arcade side to start things off, seemingly knowing it how there's a bit more of an extension that way, or if they plan to come in from that dragon, from that cash side, which as was standard for quite a while, as it suddenly started to become a bit more, I guess, out of place or out of color, out of the times, not the current trend, but still one that is quite effective if not enough utility has been placed towards her, especially if they can blitz that showers area with Judgery being on this Amaru quickly.
I mean, it's not like it's a completely out of left field pick. We do see it quite often in APAC South. It's used mostly on Oregon, and it's usually used to get tier 3 control up towards the tower. So there is a time and a place for Amaru, and I think a lot of APAC teams are sort of identifying that, but oh, this is different. All right, okay, Jittery, I am here for it. I am absolutely here for it. I want this to succeed. Someone pop this damn hatch and let him go.
Droning it out first, though, making sure that the life isn't given off.
Send it. Let's go, Jittery. Down, in. No one there, unfortunately.
Nope.
Never mind.
We're gonna run right through, but the laser gates don't even take him down. Sparko, first hand, Hoven and Ape, everybody crumbling here to the hands of the gaming gladiators, and just as swift as they tried to execute, they're taken down just as quick as well. What around here, the control room being so aptly named, where the gaming gladiators firmly hold the round.
Well, it's look, I was there for the attempt. I was there for it.
Never fault an honest try, for sure.
He committed. That's the main thing. Unfortunately, it didn't work because there was no one there, and then got swung on as he went to walk into the site. But you live and you learn.
Take what you can. Obviously, it doesn't work out once. You're not gonna try it again. At least that I hope, for their sake. But the difficult scenario for Monkey Hunters could be placed upon them if they continue to lose more rounds. Obviously, I said that they only need one more in this half. Go 2 to 4, come back in the second half. Definitely possible. But seeing as how gaming gladiators have been super just impressive on both ends so far in this series, attack and defend, that might not be the case. So Monkey Hunters try and gain even more rounds now. Nothing too spectacular about their composition they bring into this, but the Oryx plus that Warden to be coming out from gaming gladiators, I think is quite curious.
Oh dear. Look, if nothing else, there is look, they've got the takeaway here that, well, they did better than Very Next did in the Operations League. I mean, it's only one round, but still better than a 7-0. You walk away with the victories where you can. In fact, they do you know what? Do you know what, Blackhead? They are exactly the same score that Fury were able to achieve against them in Play Day 10 of the Operations League. So
that's something.
You take the victories where you take the victories where you can at this stage.
You take them where you can, right? Maybe you don't get the whole bag of loot, but you get a few candies here in between. And that might as well be what they take away from this. We know, obviously, for a team like Monkey Hunters, right? Less exposure, less experience in some of these tier 1 teams means that they gain even more from just being able to play in these matches, but obviously they would want to take home a bigger bag of the prize. It's gonna be difficult though, easier said than done, much more so. Sparko making sure their flanks are checked. Sandy actually has a pretty good cam here in the upper arcade. I'm not too sure if it spots exactly out where Joe is there, top of the arcade stairs, but they have some notion. Sandy getting caught off guard by these welcome mats. That's certainly a cold welcome here from the Frost and Rix.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but effective. So Rix is making sure it works. Jittery trying to go for the jiggle peak on land. It's a dangerous gambit, and he's just sitting there. Prone, hit on the stairs. So, I mean, look, there's still the contest coming through. Gaming Gladiators aren't going to shy away from this fight. Oh, Rex, come on, buddy. You got to win the gunfight. He's gone left, and Jittery says, "Nah, I want none of this."
Well, he'd be rightfully so, because he is in a very, very tough spot. Ape takes him down. takes some damage with that fight as well. The throne room being firmly sat on for the meantime by the Gaming Gladiators, but Ape, he is low. Single bullet will do him on in, and Sparko's trying to contest here. Oh no! They kind of mess up the breach. They can vault right through it, but that just makes things so much more difficult for him to enter with. Joe takes down Rattler. It's all on the beat. The rhythm, the rhyme here not going his way. He finds one, but then he's done. From the drums, he beats it. And that's it. Gaming Gladiators, they take the third. A third.
Again, look, at least it's not a flawless half, and Monkey Hunters justifiably going to call the tech pause right now. Gaming Gladiators have switched on the afterburners. They knew that after yesterday they needed to show some real initiative and intensity coming into Play Day 2. They've done exactly that. They're looking to beat up a little bit and get some momentum back after yesterday. And unfortunately, Monkey Hunters just not having the ability to play against teams of the killer of Gaming Gladiators on LAN means that they were likely to suffer anyway.
Speeding themselves into the win for this series. Gaming Gladiators just look so formidable. If you're on the opposing end here, if you're the Monkey Hunters, seems like they can't even find Ape. Has been such a menace on that roam game. It's right in their name. Gaming Glads, GG's. That's what they're trying to call here early.
Well, I did mention that there's a possibility that the Gaming Gladiators are going to be knocked out of 2 tournaments today. The Rainbow Six team is the only Gaming Gladiators roster currently still standing in Southeast Asia right now. Unfortunately, the other roster was knocked out by OG at the International. So, Gaming Gladiators R6 holding fast, whether their brother team could not.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
For sure, they're going to want to bring some glory to the old namesake. For their house, everything, honor. It means quite a lot. Gaming Gladiators here. They take this 4th round. They're on pace to close out this map in the second half on their attack. Playing towards a daycare, but I'm sure there's no child's play around. Monkey Hunters, they can go the more direct route throughout the arcade. But we've been seeing that upper arcade hold from the Gaming Gladiators be quite difficult. They go the other way though, come from the Dragon side. It's going to be a longer, more, I guess, well planned out clear, yes, but that also takes more time, which has been something Monkey Hunters will struggle with, and we've seen them struggle with in the past. So what are the options here? They've got the sledge, they've got the Doki, they can take their time on the roam clear and beat. He takes one off. That is huge. Now they can actually commit to a more thought, well prepared out clear.
You know, it's funny to me, Black and Blue. So I remember, you know, Theme Park first reintroduced to the comp pool all of 2 years ago, and watching North America play it in the NAL and seeing 9 rounds of Throne Armory played without a single victory. It was a rather interesting time. No one could win it. It was a brutal thing. 9 rounds where defenders could not win Throne Armory, and now we're here. And Theme Park has been flipped on its head and is well and truly a defender-sided affair, as you can see it playing out on your screen at the moment. But Monkey Hunters, I mean, look, it's a war of attrition. It was always going to be a war of attrition. It was going to be a battle from start to finish. Honestly, every round they take is huge.
I mean, there was a time where a Throne and Armory just were completely a foreign concept for a lot of teams to be able to take and hold. It's been one that has really shifted in the more recent half of the year, especially. Monkey Hunters, they're trying to get the benefits of that, at least on the attacking side, knowing that how this map has been a bit more skewed towards that defense. Trying to have a double-pronged attack. They have some presence here on the cache, but Sandy's waiting outside the arcade. Dealt with the laser gate. He can walk his way into the cafe. It's not going to be an easy turn of the Wisp, though. Nade on out. Deals with a shield. Actually, no. Eaten by the ADS on the other end. Second one eaten as well. They're not going to be able to deal with that. The trade goes either way, 3 for 3, so equal sides have a man count standing. But Rix quickly makes that to go their way. Monkey Hunters shredded apart, 1v2. But Rattler doesn't last for long. They strike, and the 4th round here taken by the Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, and once again, a case of their experience shining through. Been to, you know, a Rainbow Six major. They play at the highest level. They battle up against the likes of Elevate on an almost weekly basis. It was always going to be an uphill battle, but I mean, a team that has shown as much promise as the Monkey Hunters on LAN, it just makes you want to see more of it.
Oh, for sure. Lots of promise. And that's exactly what, you know, an organization might be looking for. So, you guys want the premier South American team you can find? Well, Monkey Hunters, they might just be your guys. A lot of this tournament is really kind of like an investment into the future, right? Adding to that portfolio of theirs, proving they have what it takes to be able to at least stand not too far behind the Tier 1 competition and the rest of APAC. That's a big thing for them, to be able to prove their worth and prove that they can deliver at least a bit more for any org that might have some interest in them. The Azami comes out here today for the first time. It was left open. I'm surprised it took us 6 rounds for them to pull it on out, but I wonder what type of hold they plan to have with this. Seems like they're trying to commit that Azami here on Joe a bit closer towards the arcade side.
We also see that Twitch coming out for Jittery. I'm here for the F2 gameplay on LAN. Ooh, cheeky shots from top arcade. Spooks Rattler a little bit. He backs himself in behind the table. Final round of the half. I mean, again, it hasn't really felt like it was a total shutout. Monkey Hunter's still getting shots off. It's not like there's, what, 3 kills between the 5 of them after 5 rounds. They are still finding opportunities.
Certainly is the case, but the opportunities that they are given, they're not always able to convert. That's been the problem here for the Monkey Hunters. We saw that happen a while ago when they were playing on Border. Freer kills that seemed like they had the advantage, but simply aren't won. Beat. He's found the position right now where exactly Tolji is. Tolji's able to escape somehow. They do take cafe control, so there's just a bit to come off of.
They're getting some damage out. Tolji is going to fall. Beat with that M762. Rings out, unfortunately, the trade back. The answer is Jittery. Beat doubles down for a second. Unfortunately, no withstand for him. Rattler removed from the equation. So we're in a 3 versus 3. Joe to fall. Sandy pushing deep through arcade. In fact, drops down bottom arcade. On the hunt to finish the kill. Shots through the wall. Will be there to finish. Hoven as well being tagged. This could be a second round on the cards for Monkey Hunters if they keep playing their cards right. Sparko and Sandy very healthy here.
They take the second round. This is going to be a pretty okay half, if anything, for the Monkey Hunters. 2-4, not a bad scoreline to end the first half of when you start in the attack. So, see how they continue on. Beat quite low. If the Gaming Gladiators are able to take down Sandy or Sparko, this is suddenly a much more winnable round, considering Beat can be quite low in that 2v2.
Okay, so Hoven is sitting in the middle of waiting on top of the chairs right now.
Oh. Okay.
I think he might have a keep barricade to cover him, but even still, that is a very exposed position. Drops down, Pink's coming through. They've got the info, but the Prisma catches them off guard. Rick's gonna clutch up for 3. And the Gaming Gladiators denied the 4-2. And Monkey Hunters, unfortunately, cannot claim themselves a second here on Theme Park as they head to the defense.
Wow. Lashadi securing it from that range there in the initiation. I mean, he was down half HP. Sparko, I believe, or was it Sandy? No, Sandy. But still, sequence there. Opportunities. You talked about this, Panda. We touched upon it. Opportunities. Monkey Hunters. They've been able to find them, but just aren't able to convert and aren't able to make the best out of it. 3v2 just taken down, dismantled without them even finding a single pick in return.
And I mean, you know, it also comes off the back of a week where Hoven was named one of the APAC South Players of the Week.
Oh, of course.
So he's a stunner in of himself. I mean, honestly, the craziest thing is this is quite a loud game for Rick so far. For the most part, he has been quite quiet this tournament. He is more of that backline player, not traditionally the one to step up and find all the kills. But, I mean, it's in the name. Richard Nixon. He's a bit of a wheeler and a dealer.
Well, the dealer of death, it seems. There's a discount on it today because he's been having himself an absolute
This
hell
is
of
what
a
you want to
game.
see. That's, oh no. Respect.
Oh my
I gotta respect that Sandy pulled it off yesterday on Clubhouse, sitting on the garage door prone. This time, unfortunately, his number was had. But you look at the lineup. Once again, RP bringing the OTS on the glass. My question is he ripping in sports mode?
That would be quite a thing to see. They bring out the Osa as well, so their window play is going to be absolutely detrimental to the defensive side. DMR here, the EBR coming up on Joe, so not ever more so. Is going to give him so much more difficulty in trying to contest held angles on the Monkey Hunter's side. Rix and the rest of the co, they're going to be trying to take this throne room from down on up. They have the Jackal to make sure that no footsteps go unchecked. And I just really see a difficult path here for Monkey Hunters in this round.
Yeah. Well, what could be the penultimate round of this matchup. And Gaming Gladiators are already deep inside the building, hunting. Told you might even just get straight into that dragon door if they let him. And I think they may. No, okay, he's going to play it smart. Keep an eye on towards control room. No, there we go. Okay, yeah, there he is. He's ready to go.
All right. Seems like they're about ready to get that big wall unopened. The back of the throne could be theirs. And the plant can be secured right on after if they have enough control vertically as well, which they seem to have. Drum room, though, that entire side firmly held in here by the Monkey Hunters. The maintenance is the important part. They can flush out the corner with the nades, but the close angle is what they have to worry about. If they can crawl themselves on in with like a smoke or something, that's going to be so difficult to take down the post. But Ape goes down. That's absolutely huge on the pick here by Rattler.
If he'd been ripping in sports mode, it might have been a different story. Rix finds Rattler before being traded out by Jittery Joe. Then again, there to trade. So just a 1-for-1-for-1. Unfortunately, oh no, the EMP hits Hogan in the back. And it's, oh no, Joe, team killed out. Told you, too greedy. They finish off Jittery and it's on to Sparko. The IGL for the team. He's walked his way through Connect. They can't find the angle. And Hoban, the MVP for Gaming Gladiators in the most recent week of APAC South. Player of the week, 1 of 3. Finds the closer. And, well, look, Blackett, likely there could only be one round remaining here.
Yeah. To have a double 7-1, never a good sight to see, but after Rattler found that pick, they had a real good chance of maybe coming back in the round from that 4-4. But the recovery here from Gaming Gladiators, when it comes down to it, is just a lot better. They know what to do in those situations, know how to regroup themselves and really recuperate any losses. We're going back down to the throne once more, potentially, and could be likely the last time we're going to see the Monkey Hunters here in this tournament, unless they can give us a few more. I want to believe that they can learn the lessons from that previous round, maybe put a bit more pressure there towards maintenance, but that's easier said than done, especially with how the control up above is just so easily accessible to the Gaming Gladiators. It's going to be very difficult
10 seconds left before insertion.
for them to take.
Well,
5 seconds left.
Monkey
before
Hunters
insertion.
now must steal themselves. So what will, or potentially will. Look, they're not out of it yet. It's not over. It's not over until it's 7-1. Or 7 whatever. But likely could be the final round. Sandy's hunting for it. He wants it so bad. Oh, shots onto Joe. Look, he connected. He attempted the spawn peak on the Gaming Gladiators and almost claimed the victor.
I can appreciate the attempt. Respect given. Has to be earned, though. Especially if they can take a round here against the Gaming Gladiators. That will definitely bolster their case. Joe, half HP from that bout. Luckily for them, doesn't go down. His logic bombs would have been such a big piece for them to utilize. especially knowing it how it's spread out and seeing it how it's spread out. Monkey Hunters are playing against defense right now.
Oh boy. Told you, top Dragon Stairs. Once again, they got some good positioning and jittery. First blood claimed. But right now, Arpe pushes in, and it's Sparko tucked into a corner for one. Can he find two? Not quite, unfortunately. Missed opportunity there. Swings on for a second. Joe falls. He's in trouble. He's being hunted. Needs to get the reload off. But you look at it, them Gladiators have learned their lesson. They said, hold on, this is just too much trouble. Let's get out of here. No, never mind, they haven't. That's a lie! A third for Sparko. Can he make it four? Unfortunately, no. But it is Hoven. Blacken, one more kill. And the Monkey Hunters have done one better than Fury in the Ops League.
Oh, exemplary play here coming in from Sparko, but Hoven, he's looking for a foot, but he finds a head. Sandy goes down. He's certainly not going to be happy from how that went. Rattler versus Hoven, 1v1. The Jackal here, going to find exactly where he is. That's the strength of it. He knows he's behind that throne. He's willing to take that case away. Nitro Cell, dodge. He knows the swing has to come in some time. Smoke on out. The ping comes as well. He finds him through the smoke. And in the 1v1, Hoven takes the series 2-0. As the double 7-1 map ends. Gaming Gladiators, they come out on top and move on further.
I mean, playing off the statistic odds, realistically, this is how it should have played out the entire time. But the Monkey Hunters, they take 2 rounds off the game, and Gladiators, in and of itself, that is an achievement in their first international appearance. It's, look, it is an experience I don't believe that they will ever forget. Unfortunately, though, they're the first team knocked out of the ROG Masters APAC 2022. And you can look, see the smile on their faces, getting to shake hands with a team like the Game and Gladiators. Humble in victory, humble in defeat. They will be moving on to round 2 of the Elam bracket to take on the loser of our next matchup for the day as well. But, I mean, look, absolute class on that stage. Nothing but class.
Of course, we are playing this for a lot of, reasons. For the prize pool, for the glory, yes, but also for the humble and humility factor that does come out of these type of competitions. And if you're a team like Monkey Hunters, you can definitely be going out of this tournament with your heads on up high. And they prove that they were able to at least, get some few rounds against some of the top teams like Scars yesterday, and prove that they are definitely worthy of being, the top team with South Asia. So the name is right there, LFO, Monkey Hunters. If you guys, any org watching this, are looking for a team from that region, then you can definitely be assured that they are a great team, a spectacular one that can bring a lot of entertainment and light to the region. So very, very much so congrats to the Gaming Gladiators. A valiant fight here being fought out by the Monkey Hunters, one they can be proud of at the very least, and take this experience with more home than just a prize pool.
Well, I mean, that's it. The first step, get them an org. Second step, get them into these opportunities internationally. And 3, I mean, probably get them some great gear like those ROG laptops that we have backing us in this competition. But I mean, you look at it, Gaming Gladiators had something to prove after yesterday. Let's be honest, let's keep it 100. They were embarrassed yesterday because we know for a fact that they can play better than they did. Unfortunately, it just did not come to bear on the server on LAN. So now coming into day 2, they have a chip on their shoulder. They have something to prove here. And unfortunately, it was the Monkey Hunters who had to go up against them first today. And I mean, honestly, whoever it was that was going to have to face off against them was probably going to get beaten up quite badly. But look, they carry on. Monkey Hunters, they walk away with some invaluable experience. But our next matchup, Black and Blue, is going to be a battle of the Tier 2 teams, the National League teams, and Scars and Panthera. And Game 1 was already a good bit of fun. Now, though, I think it's all cylinders firing back to the full seriousness of what competitive Siege can be.
Oh yeah, I agree. No shade to any of the teams that we saw here today in Monkey Hunters and Gaming Gladiators, but I was expecting Panthera and Scars to be the matchup that we're going to be, seeing to go closer, to maybe even go to that decider map, to go the full 3 rounds, which we have yet to see in this tournament so far, at least here in the top 4, right? As pretty much every series has ended 2-0, but we're going further, and the deeper we go into this tournament, the deeper we go into the brackets, the higher the level of competition that we're going to see, and that's what we expect. Nothing less and everything more. So right on up after the break, we're going to come up with Panthera versus Scars, qualifying teams here from Korea and Japan respectively. Which one will come out on top, Blue Panda? I think we're going to have to find out for ourselves. It's going to be close for sure.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited, but I mean, look, before we go to the break, we've got another one of our wonderful ROG questions. We'll get that one up on your screen. Name 3 of your favorite ROG brand ambassadors. And look, ROG, we, you know, me, Black and Blue Land, could be 3 of the best ROG brand ambassadors. Just saying, emails are open, you know how to hit us up, you got our details, and that would be a valid answer. Make sure you're using that hashtag ROG Masters APAC on the socials as well. Remember, we've got some goodies to give away. Those will be drawn next weekend, of course, so make sure you're getting involved because, I mean, it's free stuff. Who doesn't want free stuff? At the end of the day, it's free. You don't have to pay anything. It's just a bit of time. But right now, we are going to be throwing it to a break. When we come back, we got more siege action and potentially some extra spice coming in between our matches. We'll see you back soon.
It was the age of gamers. It was the age of oppressors. It was the epoch of utopia. It was the epoch of dystopia. It was the winter of silence. It was the spring of uprisings. We are unstoppable. We are all going directly to the Republic of Gamers.
Te veré en el infierno.
Desperado, why don't you come to your senses? Our gifts propelled us to hide from the surface over human history.
We've been forbearing for thousands of years. We're not gonna take it anymore!
A single spark can start a prairie fire.
Vamos! Akira! We chose dishonor, and we'll still have war.
Only if it leads us to victory.
Akira believed in you, Vic.
Feel your fate in what you cannot feel.
To sacrifice for those who dare. Defy the force of hate and all its plans. The course of fate lies in our hands.
Showtime. As you wish.
No one can take us down.
It was the age of gamers. It was the age of oppressors. It was the epoch of utopia. It was the epoch of dystopia. It was the winter of silence. It was the spring of uprisings. We are unstoppable. We are all going directly to the Republic of Gamers.
Te veré en el infierno.
Desperado, why don't you come to your senses? Our gifts propelled us to hide from the surface over human history.
We've been forbearing for thousands of years. We're not gonna take it anymore!
A single spark can start a prairie fire.
Vamos! Akira! We chose dishonor, and we'll still have war.
Only if it leads us to victory.
Akira believed in you, Vic.
Feel your fate in what you cannot feel.
To sacrifice for those who dare. Defy the force of hate and all its plans. The course of fate lies in our hands.
As you wish.
No one can take us down.
It was the age of gamers. It was the age of oppressors. It was the epoch of utopia. It was the epoch of dystopia. It was the winter of silence.
Difficult challenge here, but no, the player looks the wrong way, grabs one, traded instantly.
The young prodigy can salvage it, Cairo. He got them on the back of the head.
Coming back in the middle of the break, we have a bit of a surprise here. We've got some community games that are going to be going on at our LAN venue, Black and Blue. We have two very skilled teams looking to battle it out on the LAN stage. We've got Team Strix Scar 17 SE. Sounds a bit familiar there. Taking on Team Flow Z13. And I mean, look, I'm going to be honest. I'm backing Team Strix Scar 17 SE here. I think the powerhouse roster that they are, just, they're going to edge this one out easy.
Well, you look at the opposing end, right? You got the Flow Z713. It's all about mobility and flexibility. That's what they bring to the table, as is their namesake. So, I mean, we're going to have kind of a bit more light-hearted competition right now, right? It's obviously getting really tense. You got some of the best teams in APAC duking it on out, so we got these type of matches to at least give us a bit of brevity, right? Give us a bit of light here, because it's been a very, very tightly contested, I guess, tournament so far, with lots of stakes on the line. This one, we got a few different ones, so we're going to be pulling out, I guess, some random members that are from the crowd and gonna have us a really fun game.
Yeah, look, it's always a good bit of fun having these opportunities where the community can interact with an event like this. So, I'm expecting some shenanigans. I'm expecting to lean into a couple of less than conventional picks to give us a bit of an entertainment value here in this matchup on LAN too, no less. It's not an opportunity that everyday gamers get to experience. So 0 ping, it's gonna be a wild time.
Yeah, you'll just notice immediately when you're there, like the immediate difference in being on the LAN setting. Every single bullet connects, every single thing seems client-sided, and that would be absolutely just a bliss to play in. So for the players who are going to be pulled up on stage, an opportunity like no other for them to be playing here and to show what they've got to do and show what they've prepared to be able to do. We're going to tune into the LAN setting itself, and I'm expecting some very, very fun times.
Yeah, they our lovely local hosts going to be getting everything set up and ready, making sure that everyone knows what the go is as we get our two teams up on the stage. I mean, look, this is in Thailand, and we've got some very capable Thai teams, Blake. And I mean, what do you reckon? What are the odds that we see one of our Thai representatives show up and maybe take to the stage?
Yeah, who knows? You might just see some of the Thai hopefuls, show on up there. Some of the maybe Direwolves guys just come out of the blue. Who knows? Maybe you got some Fury coming up here. Who knows? But it could very well be that case, and that would be fun. Imagine you're pretty much just gonna have like a Thai show match, which is pretty much compromise of the Thai All-Stars in one day. That would be something to see.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. You always love these sort of matches where the stakes are absolutely zero. It's all for a good bit of fun. It allows you to be, I suppose, a little bit more flexible. That given there's no real repercussions for losing, you can go and I'm expecting something along the lines of those cab picks coming in a little bit less seriously. I want to see the blitz play. I want to see teams just embrace the chaos.
Oh yeah, I mean these type of matches, as you talked about, not as heavy of stakes to be placed upon either side, so I don't really recognize anybody just yet. If someone is there who is a professional player, but you have to guarantee that there has to be someone, right? There has to be some kid here who's absolutely on his mental, who's just some unknown champion level player. Yeah, the champion player, somehow unknown, but in the woodworks and in the crowd, ready.
It's because they're going to be a controller player, 100%. Some controller champion.
To play.
Yeah, look, we'll see. So it looks like on the left, Strix, Scar, 17 SE. On our right, we can see them now. It's the Z Flow, Flow Z13 crew. And a man in white there with party on his shirt. He's hoping to make sure that it is a bit of a party here, I would imagine. But I'm intrigued. I mean, what's your go-to pick, Blackhead? You played a bit of Rainbow Six Siege. Who's the operator that you're going comfort-wise?
If we're talking about the defensive side, I've always been a Vigil main. 1, because he looks edgy. 2, because the K1A is a beast, obviously. And 3 speed, how could you go wrong? You look at the man on the right side, you talked about this entire Flow Z13 squad, and they're looking to turn things up. So I'm expecting for them to really have a go at it. Let's pull out the Yings, let's pull out the Lions, and have something to have a show with.
Well, looks like there's maybe a bit of a ringer here for Team Strix Scar. On the far right, she looks like she could be a real threat in the server. And a bit of a Twitch partner shot. Maybe one of our local Twitch partners on stage from Thailand. He's got the Twitch merch, so possibly.
Yeah, he's decked out from head to toe, quite literally. It does seem to be the case. So, who knows? Maybe he's a pro gamer, Twitch partner, all the things in between. That would be certainly a definite difficult proposition if you're the opposing side, knowing that you've got some dude who games for a living on the opposing end, but I'm sure they're not going to be too dissuaded. Obviously, in a match like this, sometimes just who can gel together and who can have pop-off performances are what really matters. You know, you're playing for stakes that might not be as high, and you're having a bit of fun. You've all just maybe met for the first time here on stage in front of the crowd. That just gives more opportunity for hijinks to ensue.
I mean, our man in the middle there for Team Strict Scar, he looks like he's wearing a Formula 1 shirt, so he looks like our resident 3-speed main. So it'll be interesting to see. Honestly, I think that in the situation, how the strategy book is, of course, coming into this, I'm expecting a lot of Shift W play. But honestly, I want to see the Kali come out. I want to see a bit of a sniper rifle play. Surely we get those deep pocket picks.
I mean, it wouldn't be out of the question, especially considering where we are right now. I want to see that Kali. Yes, one of the things. Finka, let's bring her out. Let's have a party. On the defensive end, though, Caveira, you talked about that. Something that could be pulled out here. I'm betting an Oryx is probably going to be pulled out at some time sooner than later. Just a lot of roam, a lot of 3 speeds, probably, if anything. Or maybe they're going to pull out the opposite end. Maybe you're going to see like a Doc or something here with a Rook combined to it and just be that long range, I guess, annoying factor on the defensive end. And on the attack, well, who knows? There's lots to be pulled in store here. The Doki, Logic Bomb combos with everything in terms of the scans could be just absolutely detrimental.
That's not even. Who's bringing out the boss GA cog? That's the big question. Where are we? Who's the shotgun shenaniganizer? How deep into the cesspool do we end up with those, the M870 Jaegers or Supernova Echoes, Habana combos? I think there's a lot that could go down. Yeah, that's the one. The CQB Lion shotgun. Honestly, I'm expecting a bit of Rook play. I want to see the Doc Rook combo come out for the defense. Now that, we see the changes that have been made. 200 HP stim pistol shots. Withstand on the Rook armor. This could get quite scary.
Plus P90s on both of those operators. Who knows? Maybe we're going to have a fun time. But, well, actually, Doc, switch out for the shotty now. That'd be quite fun too to see, I guess, but how real will it matter in these type of tournaments, in these type of matches?
Actually, what do you reckon?
You actually might be surprised.
Do we get the Nomad circle up knife fight at any point?
Oh, you could be true, if you guys are unaware. Everybody stands in a circle, attacking side picks Nomad, air jab in the center, knocks everybody down. First one to get up goes and tries to get, well, the rest of them down.
It's just a colossal knife fight between the two teams, and it usually ends in chaos. My one claim to fame: killed a pro ANZ player during one of those for a charity match as Sledge with my hammer. It's where I peaked. I want to say it was Jack Daddy, formerly of Order Gaming, but they are no longer an organisation. They're no longer a Rainbow Six team either, so it was a while ago now. It's it. I disbanded the team. That's it. That's all it was.
That was the one. The final hammer to the nail in the coffin seems to be from the Sledge of Blue Panda.
Yeah, it is what it is. Someone had to do it, and it was me in the end. But we are just a bit of preemptive talk before we get into the match. So I'm sure there are probably more stakes than we've given it, but unfortunately, I struggle with English. I couldn't possibly understand Thai or anything else right now.
Yeah.
So they're running us through the action. I'm sure there's more information that could be coming, but who cares? It's a show match. It's a good bit of fun. That's what we're here for. Actually, that's the next big question. Who's the fuse main on the team, and which teammate is dying to the fuse pucks first?
Oh yeah, for sure. A shield fuse, by the way, of course. Nothing less. PMM in hand, and obviously every single charge that he can muster up to make things even more so interesting. So maybe we're gonna see a triple shield type thing. Who knows? Or even quadruple shield. You got the Osa, Monty, Blitz, then fuse shield. Things might just be in for a lot of barriers in between.
Surely we have recruit enabled. Like, why would you not?
Oh yeah, in a show match like this, undoubtedly. I'd want to see it.
I don't even know if recruit's still actually in the game. It's been so long since I've seen one.
Didn't they remove it?
I think they may have, which, if that's the case, I'm a little sad, because recruit shenanigans in casual was some of the most fun I think you could have in Rainbow Six. right now, they just get themselves in. You got to make sure, honestly, you get your sense right. Got to get your your screen ratio right. Make sure you got the right dimension, sensitivity, bindings. Because there's nothing worse than fat fingering the rolling binding and jumping out a window 3 stories up, and unfortunately getting downed.
Yep. Or suddenly you're on the rappel, you press the wrong button, you throw yourself into the room filled with defenders. That would be never a great case. Of course, they gotta get things fixed. They weren't able to, as they weren't exactly, lined up to compete. It's not like they have all their settings already at the ready, prepared, all their binds, all their sensitivities. So those type of things they're trying to figure out. It seems like our hosts are giving away merch. I'm not too sure if I want to call it, for I do not speak their language, but I'm sure our lovely hosts have something else to show us with it. So I think they're trying to give away to the crowd some goodies. That would be nice. I want to be there. I wish I'd be there.
I'm sure we can talk to ROG and get ourselves hooked up. But I mean, you make the comment, gamers not having everything set up ready to go. I'll tell a little story where we got some downtime. My cousin, who is from Scotland, my uncle moved over there to play sport, ended up getting married and having a family, came over to visit us. And while he was over here, he's a big Counter-Strike fan, loves his Counter-Strike. And while he was over here, he got a notepad document set up with all his specific Counter-Strike settings, emailed it to himself, so wherever he went, he could just boot up his email, pull out this file, and his settings would be all ready to go. So he's managed to circumvent the issue that these guys might be having.
Do you mean like a physical piece of notepad, or like
no,
notepad,
like a notepad document on the computer that he emailed to himself? So he just copied and pasted it all.
For a second, I thought he put it down in his journal or something and was bringing that around, but okay, worthwhile. I think, honestly, I would probably do that to myself. I'd like place it in a drive or message myself somewhere on my own, WhatsApp, and just be like, okay, this is how I'm gonna bring this around. But ingenious. If it works, it ain't dumb.
It did work, apparently. He sent me a video of him playing at an internet cafe further south from where we live. And everything was exactly the way I wanted it to, but you can looks like everyone is getting themselves into the lobby. May not have the time to warm up that they would have liked, though. Do you reckon, cold fingers, cold wrist, do you reckon that might be a deciding factor here in this matchup?
It could be the case, especially, as we're hovering around December. We're in the burn months right now, and in SCA, that's typically when the coldest of the weather and of the climate might be. So
wait, it's colder for you in December?
Yeah. When would it not be?
So here in New Zealand, December. So our Christmas period from sort of October through to like February is the hottest it gets.
What?
Yeah.
That's the okay. So,
no, hold up. Forget everything. I've just had confirmation. We're going to house here, black and blue.
Oh my goodness.
Forget the comp pool. It's house time. I'm excited. But yeah, no, it's reasonably warm here in New Zealand at the moment. I think we're averaging, sort of 22, 23 degrees Celsius every day. At the moment, it's 19 degrees in my office. So it's lovely and toasty.
Well, let me clarify it. In SCA, Southeast Asia, the only two climates you're ever going to have, the only two weather conditions you're ever going to have are rainy and not rainy. So that's basically it. Nothing else. And the rainy season, typically around those burn months, so cooler winds prevail. Have more storms, yes, but it's generally cooler. But what is cool, for a fact, is House. We're going to House. I think it's very apt. And there's no other map that I would want to see an exhibition like this take place in than the Gauntlet. The entire Coliseum, the stadium, that is House.
Honestly, I could have been down for a bit of stadium. I would have been happy to see a bit of stadium coming through. I always love stadium.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good bit of fun, but House, close second. And yeah, look at them, staring into the cameras, making sure they make the most out of this opportunity. Get the fans hyped up in the local arena. These unknowns. What's the bet? Like, we're gonna load into the server, and either someone is going to be a pro that we know by name but have never seen in person, or they're going to be running like, Spoit.Godsent or some other name referring to a pro player.
Probably like that, something like, TSM.Bolo running around here apparently in Thailand. Little did you know, ROG. But I'm expecting a close game, if anything. I'm expecting a back and forth, maybe somewhere around the 7-4 at the very least when this does on end. because these type of matches, they are completely just so difficult to guess which way it's gonna go. Every round is just completely anew. Like, there's nothing you can take from the previous round that you think will apply into the next round, that you think are going to be true once more, because they are just so big in contrasting ideas and how each round does typically go. So I'm expecting a bit of mayhem, if anything, in this game.
Oh, anything but mayhem should be banned. I'm sorry. It's just, if we're not seeing, you know, Amaru, Lion Finker, Dokubi rushes at least once or twice throughout each half, I'm going to be sorely disappointed. Oh, look, we could see a bit of T-hunting going on, and our old mate Twitch partner there is looking pretty crisp on his shots. He had the quick lean going as well, so he definitely looks like he knows what he's doing here coming into this. And you got to wonder, maybe Team Flow Z13 is bitten off more than they can chew.
Maybe, just maybe, they've somehow bumped into a unknown talent prowling, waiting at the seams, and it's his time center stage right here, right now in this exhibition between the two matches that we've got. Of course, guys, this is a mere match for fun, and so after this, we still have our next match of the day.
Same level of severity as the 6 Invitational Grand Finals.
This is all where it stands.
Yeah, you do or die. You're either sweating like there's no tomorrow, or you're going home head in hand.
There's much honor, much at stake here. It seems to be set by both teams, as established by my co-caster here, Blue Panda. They should be about on ready to get going very soon. But man, I'm just excited to how this is going to go. House. Remember, guys, this is the first map we ever saw, the first anything we ever saw for Rainbow Six Siege at the time. Very different game during its initial release on House. And we've seen such a big change in how House has been developed and how House now looks compared to that early pre-alpha look that we saw many moons ago. My oh my, how Rainbow Six has changed and how House has gone with it.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when that House rework came through all those years ago. I say all those years ago, it was within the last 2 and a bit years. But it's yeah, definitely an entirely different beast. The game itself is an entirely different beast. And you look back at the alpha footage and all the rest of it, and here we are all these years later. And I'm excited. I'm ready to see what these guys are going to be bringing. And girl, there you go. The one stand-in ringer for this Scars, strict Scar 17 roster. She's going to be the X Factor, we all know. Definitely has some ILG vibes. IGL vibes on her.
Could surprise you. Don't look her in the eyes. You might just find yourself a bit too, I guess, dumbfounded at just how well things might go their way here in the ROG Masters. This is the left side, right? So this is the Strict Scar 17 team, I believe. Yeah, we got Flo on the opposing side.
Oh no, so yeah, this is the Strict Scars. They just making sure that they've got everything ready. I mean, how tilting would it be on LAN and one button isn't right, or the sensitivity's wrong, or like it's even frustrating at home in my own setup when I've done something wrong. But on LAN, when you're playing, like I said, same level, 6 Invitational Grand Finals-esque coming into this matchup. It is do or die. Loser has to walk home. I'm kidding. I don't know what the stakes are. They're just playing for a bit of fun.
Loser kicked out of the venue. I'm kidding.
Nah, the loser has to go and shake the hand of the winner in shame.
Oh. Hands down, head down. And pride down as well. Well, sure. Whatever the result, Mr. Party Man over here is going to give us a blasted, splendid time.
A wonderful little production
keyboard tilt
notification. Yeah, we got some big tilt going on from the Party Man himself. He's honestly, he's almost facing backwards at this point.
He might as well sit
facing towards his teammate at this point.
Oh dear. I'm keen. I can't wait to get into it. This last minute settings changes. A couple of T-hunts going on there. Someone's loading into Chalet. Making sure that their reticles are all correct and everything.
We got some
Look at it.
gamers.
Vibes are high. Vibes are high. Ready to go. Obviously a bit of a laugh going on. The inside jokes, the camaraderie. You got to make sure that you're on the same level as a team. Last thing you want is to fall to infighting.
Wonder what they're talking about. Hey man, you want to rush this? Hey man, you want to pick Cav? I'm sure something to that line.
Actually, maybe it's, you know, hey, what's the plan for dinner afterwards?
Depends if we win or lose.
Yeah. True. Losers don't get to eat. You got to worry about your next matchup. And luckily, there's no elimination bracket to have to worry about.
Losers get convention food. Winners get buffet. Oh, that'd be worthwhile. This is not official, obviously.
Yeah,
guys,
actually, you know what? Here we go. Winner gets their Steam profile signed by Black and Blue. There it is. It's I know. It's not.
I think you meant the losers. The losers.
No, the winner.
Get their
They're playing for the opportunity for you to sign their Steam profiles.
Now the winners get Blue Panda's signature. The losers get mine. So you pick and choose.
So you're saying that they're going to throw now to try and get your signature?
Nah. Let's actually put some stakes into this. What could it be?
For dinner?
Oh, I'd want a steak. I have myself some pizza. Yes. When you order a pizza for yourself, you know that is truly what self-love is.
I don't even know what I'm doing for now. That's too much to think about right now. We've got some Rainbow Six to worry about. But either way, someone's going to be eaten up. Honestly, who's the Sweaty Ashman? That's the real question. There is at least one, if not two, Sweaty Ashmans on stage. I guarantee it.
Probably rocking the R4C as well, huh?
Oh, 100%. R4C angled grip.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Ain't that something?
R4C
it's definitely seen its
grip
heyday.
Iron sights. Yeah, that's the one.
It's definitely seen its heyday. But it can still shred, honestly. Get yourself in a good fight.
I mean, you look at that event that they ran. How many years? Like it was last year, wasn't it? With the back to the OG days where you're running the ACOG, the ACOG, classics, ACOG, R4C, and all those sweaty gamers that were there when that was a thing, who then retired after they took it away, coming back for their 1 week of Rainbow Six Siege action before the event ended.
Yeah, the ACOG MP7s, 416s, angled grips, and anything and everything. What more could you ask for? Obviously, these teams, they come into this expecting fun, hoping to have some fun, but they want a bit more. They expect
fun. All they're getting is pain, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, especially on the battered end of Party Man over there. I wouldn't want to be going up against him.
Oh really? Yeah, neither. It's honestly that Mr. Twitch partner, he looked like he was absolutely beaming in that T-hunt. So I reckon we've got some pocket skill here on stage in Thailand. The local crowd might have some secret gunners in the crew. They can't be too far away from getting into it. Look at them. Look at these guys. The Flow Z13 crew already talking strats. I know what that look is.
They've got an execute in mind. Let's see if they're able to pull it out and pull it off, more importantly. But beginner's luck is on all their sides. So really, it's on nobody's side.
Maybe it could be a case of if they don't know what we're if we don't know what we're doing, how can they know what we're doing? We've just heard confirmation. We'll be getting into game in just a second. There we go. Black and blue. The ROG Masters house debut. And they're even going to have a ban phase.
Wins. The house always wins. We have a ban phase, surprisingly enough. But, hey, I don't mind it. Are they not going to ban anybody?
Oh,
no.
Yeah, okay. Not surprised at all. Oh, who else? Do we get the Lion Band, maybe?
Probably. I'm guessing the same.
No, the Ying.
Ying.
Okay. That was the other
Okay.
direction I was going to go with it.
Makes sense. Jackal Ging, both being taken off the board, both quite deadly on a map like House. I was half expecting the Glads to be taken off as well, but maybe not here, not now. Following on up, you see a Valk. Some people still like playing Melusi on this map quite often, so that could come into play too. But it's Azami. They're actually trying.
Oh, I don't even think it's that. I think Azami is just that strong right now that she crosses the skill barrier. Not just effective in pro play, but all the way down to the casual
map.
community as well.
And every
So-
single map.
Oh, yeah. And, oh, the smoke!
Wow.
Oh! Filthy. Filthy stuff from Flow Z13.
What a ban here. Seemingly none of them want to employ that smoke. It can be very deadly. And denying those plants late into the round. But how late into the round will we actually go is what I wonder. Capkin looking to be flirted with here by Shinkin. I think he's going to lock it in. Caveira by Nice Cans. And you look here, coming in from the Strix side. You want to pull out that F2 on land, Panda.
I'm looking. Unfortunately, don't recognize any of these names. But I think I can work with them. Kavira in play, Spaz 15 as well. I'm expecting the interrogation to come through, surely.
Hopefully we see that. We weren't able to see that exact thing come out a while ago during the Gaming Gladiators versus Monkey Hunters game. That could be very different here right now. Not like House though, not maybe as widespread as some of the maps you've seen today. Multi-layered for sure, but the Caveira, how does it work? Does it?
I've noticed though, Diablog already taken some damage. I think that may have been a self-impact, and already, yeah, the Emporizer. He's looking like he knows exactly what he's doing, but Nice Cans in position in the music room. Wants to get the interior. Oh, there's one in the office too, it would seem. Just in around the corner. They should drone this one out, surely. But no, it looks like they may have gone a bit too far on this. It's done through call center. He has to know call center 02's flashed himself, but Shinkin catches out Emporizer from the office. It's all coming apart here. Flow Z13, just too adaptable on the fly. Shinkin with the impact, finds the kill. It's all coming apart here for Strict Scar 17. It might be the superior machine, but unfortunately it's not nearly as flexible or adaptable as the Flow Z13 is right now.
It's the Pokeballs here that find their mark, that find their prey. A third here from Shinkin. And he has just absolutely held down this single doorway all on his own. Nobody even close to taking him down. And what around here coming from Flows?
The Flow Z13, superior machine, being able to adapt on the fly, being able to transform between the laptop and tablet mode. So it's kind of understandable. But we head down to the dreaded basement, now blackened, and we do finally get the Rook into play for the first time this weekend, but the answer is there. Call center, looking to bring the fuse into play.
He's got the Panani as well. The fabled weapon for many a Rook warrior. But now we're going to see it come into real action. Thorn coming out as he talked about, but even coming to play. Can they even get deep enough for that to really be a factor in the end? The ace, I think, going to be swapped into by Pao. Doki stuck by Emporizer. And MGC as well is going to swap in this round. Strix weren't able to take their first. Okay, getting caught up in the fatal funnel. But now they want to blow things a bit wider open.
I mean, that's the thing. Superior tech is great and all, but at the end of the day, it comes down to how best you utilize it. And I'm excited. The M1014 there for Nice Cans with the cardiac sensor. Going to be able to scout this info early. No fuse, unfortunately. Picked off of in the end, but that Lion, Finker, Dockerby trio is going to be a pretty brutal one to face up against.
Oh yeah. You get caught in the wrong place, by that you are almost certainly dead. The only thing you can hope at that point is to maybe get a kill along with your own demise. Go down to Martyr, But Flow Z13, they're the ones who get picked this time. Gonza goes down. That's the thorn removed early. Good opening pick here from Powell on that AK-12. I bet he's feeling it on land, how great that weapon goes.
First kill for the Strict Scar team. Finally on the board. First round, maybe a bit of a charity round. Obviously, tax deductibility is great. But right now, player and music. Do they scout it out? And it was going to be Melatonin there. It goes toe-to-toe. Emporizer claims a second. The Strict Scar team finally warmed up. That SSD coming into play, and all of a sudden, they've got cam control too.
Now they have eyes everywhere. Oil Sherlin finds that pick on this Rook. Oh, okay. Nitro out, but it's the M10 that connects and gets the kill. Nice cans. Little did he know he was crossing right in front of him. Brought down to a 3v3.
Well, MGC prime just outside the bomb site right now. Once the call, the Razor Bloom will go off and detonate. Unfortunately, with that delayed fuse time, will be enough to allow him to get through. Melatonin in. Nice cans of trouble. And so is Oil Sherlin, who has taken a significant chunk of damage, and they're encroaching. Oil Sherlin with a P90 for 2 before going down, and it's Diablog to try and clutch this one back. P10 Roni in hand. Another Razor Bloom forces Power into danger zone. He's going to go for the plant attempt, but a shot through the soft wall would be enough to stop it. Rotating through, aggression, and there you go. Power dead. The punch from the Aruni sets up for the diffuse denial. And Black, and this is danger zone territory for Melatonin.
That was perfect there. Perfectly timed. Could tell the plant was trying to go down here within the car. Swings out on the opposing side of the wall, the opposing site. But now Melatonin, he wants to push this. The laser gate in front of him. He can tank it, but look at all that damage he takes through it. The Capcan traps there being absolutely just detrimental to his push. It didn't take much to be taken down with a Roni.
Look, nah, can we get the admins in? Diablog has a black ice P10 Roni. That's just an unfair advantage. Yeah, that's. I mean, look, that's basically +5 to aim assist, skill, coordination. It's like it's gamer steroids. It's not fair.
Yeah, the swag. We obviously know skins equals skill here, ladies and gents. So we might have to take a look another time again at that round. See if we continue it on. We're obviously having a bit of a jest here, but you get the idea.
Nah, I'm all for it. Diablog. Check him PC, definite cheater.
Self-impact.
Yeah, check him PC, cheating, confirmed. Everyone knows. You gotta give your opponent some sort of advantage, so he's just impacted to try and make the round more fair. The IQ was threatened there by Melatonin. Honestly, stop it. No, we don't need cookie cutter. Just bring out the fuse, bring out the armor. Just full send it.
5 seconds left.
Oh yeah, I'd want to see it. Have one hard breach and then the rest all catered around chaos. No, swap onto the thermite from the ace. They actually have quite a lot of tools on flushing out the defense here from Flow Z713. But we haven't really seen that be too big of a factor just yet. He's electrocating an unreinforced hatch.
Honestly, I think maybe Strict Scar are trying to think too hard about this. They're putting too much thought. They need to just take it. The same approach as a casual gamer. Just empty your mind, find your zen, and go for gold.
I agree. Could be a very different result after these few rounds if maybe that's what they employ, but they're going to want to try a more slightly methodical approach. In this case, Electro Claw denies that from being open for now. Gongsus somehow went down. I think that was, what, was that the drone hole nade or something?
There isn't a drone hole there though, that's the wild thing. And Pow, he's in the pickup! Is going to seal Can's doom. And this is the round that Strict Scar were looking for. One remaining, and it's a flawless. They get themselves back in, finally on the scoreboard. And it's not a complete shutout of the attack just yet.
I see. It was a vert down, but not out from up above. That's how he went down. But yeah, okay. Their approach, it works. It didn't even get too deep into it. Opens up the big garage wall. and simply clears out what's inside like fish in a barrel. So, Strict Scar answering back here on house, finally. Doesn't seem like they want to change up too much, aside from the twitch here from Emperizer, which we saw in that first round. Haven't since then. The Clash to come out here from Nice Cans.
Send it. I rate it. Love me a bit of Clash play. I still think the Strict Scar crew may be taking this one a little bit too seriously, and that's what's costing them these rounds. You need to embrace the chaos.
Well, chaotic as it may be, these teams seem to want to follow some kind of structure, but as you said, yeah, you gotta embrace that nature of these type of matches. Ones that are inherently just so, I guess, chaotic, for lack of a better term, but also just so, in a different way, formatted differently, and just structured in stark contrast to what you normally would see from a full competitive team. So when it comes to it, sometimes it matters how flexible each and individual player can be, yes, and how comfortable they are playing as a team, but we want to see some fun, and we obviously need to see the best from these
to the
two
full
players
send.
come out. Yeah.
If you're not holding Shift W the entire game, what's the point? That is the real question.
I am disappointed in the lack of 3 speeds we have seen so far.
Yeah. I mean, he's wearing a Formula 1 shirt. Oh man, from the Strict Scars. Honestly, there is far too much structure in the Strict Scars lineup. And Emperizer leading the charge as the Nomad. That's a bold call, given you are the flank watch for this team. If you go down, no more air jabs.
If he goes down, that's going to be a problem here. Knowing how FlowZ have been just completely on their trail, but no. Okay. Strict Scar looking to maybe get the second round here in a row. Diabolik, he's giving himself away, could still win this fight. Call center quite low on that Diana. Pulls out the pistol. Doesn't have much to connect with. Doesn't even hit much, if anything. Goes back for the reload, ducking behind the corner. But he's not going to stay alive for too long. Call center finally lets the bell ring. They're in a 3v, rather a 4v2 now.
Wow, oh, the Clash Shield. EMP, gonna disable it for a second. Gongs up, goes down. Power on the hunt. They're trying to bully poor Nice Cans here, but they can't get close enough. The Saria Gate gets disabled. Call center through. The 180 not gonna happen. And unfortunately, the Flow Z13 might have the superior adaptability, but it's quite evident, black and blue, that the Strict Scar is the superior machine right now.
Well oiled. They're seeming to look like here. Might not have started as hot, might not have the same acceleration as FlowZ has, but top speed looking to be even higher. Looking to be even more consistent. Ignore the 4v5 up top. They're playing a full 5v5 right now.
No, the game's predicted it. They're calling first blood going the way of Flow Z13.
Well, all according to the script. Thank you, Twitch Direct. Another classic.
Another banger. Another classic. But it seems that Flow may be leaning back into the sweaty side of things. Going back with what's conventional as the lineup for the most part is. No more M10-14 shenaniganry. And Strict's going to be bringing in the sweat once again. Unfortunate show matches. This is your chance to bring out your pocket picks and give them that opportunity to shine on a main stage.
For sure. You want to put your best foot forward. Make sure you take no steps back.
This is where you make those arguments for operator nerfs and buffs. You got to show that, you know, that your favorite operator needs a buff because they're, you know, they can do this. Well, that'd probably result in a nerf, but either way.
Oh, of course, yeah. This is the best case scenario, case study for any true balancing changes. And Emperizer, opening pick goes his way. Okay, very nice. I'm not too sure.
And gets the cams.
If they're gonna be able to hold up. Yeah.
Unfortunately, Diablog is in the back with the kayaks. Unfortunately, yeah, he's gonna be forced out. He's still got the pick. onto MGC, who is having a rather unfortunate match so far, going into the 5th round, 0-3 currently. But the
He was
rotation,
able to get good damage in call center too. At least.
yeah, chips away. Unfortunately, there's a Finker in place, so a lot of that's nullified. But I'm looking at nice cans here. I want the body check, the Rema dash into the kill, into the knife.
If someone's behind the wall, he could definitely do that. If he has a good read or good information, you can see him Hulk smashing him through it.
Just slowing it down. Melatonin is there, so has an idea of position. Oh no! Call center, call center. We'll get the shots off, and Power finds Sherilyn as well. It's on to Gongza. And the 1v4 scan comes out. First kill. Can it be a second? No. One unfortunate health point left. Backed into a corner. Shots on. Hits the headshot. The Emperor Riser is down. Shotgun opens the wall. Spots the kill. Denies the plant. Gongza going deep here for the Strix. For this Flow Z13. With 50 seconds remaining here, Blacken. This might have been exactly what's needed to deny the round.
He drops the diffuser, yes, but he's so low. If Melatonin swings this, he's almost assuredly secured the win. The timing goes his way too, as Melatonin, no sleepy head in sight, secures the round, pre-fires the angle. The spear, well, it gains them the proper pierce for this round.
I'm just saying.
They're taking the lead.
The ITA is a shotgun.
Apparently.
Like, at close range, those things are pretty deadly. No, you know what should have happened? Pocket Frostmat, just in the side of the door. Could have been the winner.
Yeah. Gongza, I don't know how he didn't read that.
Oh, here we go. This is what I'm looking for. Flow Z13. We've got the Rook once again, but we've got an Ella and a Thunderbird. This is the real game of ours.
Well, it's certainly
oh,
the
it's the
shakeup we were finally
FO12
expecting.
too. Let's go.
They're having a field time with them. With these shotguns, aren't they, here today? I mean, it's house, all close range. Why wouldn't you?
I'm still waiting for the boss GA cog.
10 seconds to
Yet to see a Doki or Vigil pick that out just yet.
If we don't get a boss GA cog by the end of this game, I will be talking to ROG, and these players won't be getting any goodies because it's a necessity. This is a primetime show match. If you don't have boss GA cog BM going on, no, I'm sorry, it's just not on.
Maybe we're gonna see it come from the Strict Scar side once they swap on over to the second half. It would be an absolute travesty not to otherwise.
Would be. You're also playing in front of the likes of the Gaming Gladiators. Come on, do it for the boys. They're not allowed to have fun on in an official match. They've got to take it seriously. Give the fun to them. Do it for the boys who have to play this game seriously. Oh, nice cans. Kona Station God. He almost lost his life there.
Does flush him out for a second. Allows him to open this on up, but those Grismots, they connect. Up close, though. The shotty way too deadly to try and take.
It's the FO12, the power of the Polish shotgun. And that's down as well. Oh, the swing! No, Shinken gets too keen. The Improviser will trade him back. Oil Sherilyn for one. Gongs are there too. The Strict Striker, that's the Strict Scar team in a bit of shambles here in the final round of the half. They've got the Rook armor there. Diabolog healthy as anything. Gongs are two. Has two pocket bandit batteries though. Not sure about the strategy behind that one, but look at it. You got a player on the diff right now. Emporizer should know that Gongza or I think it was Diabolog is there. No, Gongza. Okay, it was that MP7 that I heard.
Well, the spear is the only thing Oil Sharon's gonna hear before going down. Emporizer on those Roteros opens up the wall, gives him a bit more sidelines to fight with. But as they come into the garage here, who's going to get parked? In the corner, look at that Gongza. Very cheeky angle for him to be playing. up close and personal, and Melatonin caught between two lines. Crossfire connects, and they tie up the game at the half.
In the biz, we call that minced. Running the Black Ice Kickstar charm. I mean, you talk about Black Ice power. It's inherent. It's just a known factor in this game, Blacken. But Rockin kicks his charm as well. That's a blessing from the Siege Gods. There was no chance that they were going to be able to beat Dialogue out there.
It's a secret tech.
Attackers need to locate
The
and
Eldritch
defuse bombs.
Truth. Skins equals skill. And Black Ice, well, that delivers very nicely here so far. 3-3, tied up game, Panda. This is running close.
Might be tied up, but Nice Cans is giving us what we have been waiting for this entire time. The Blitz being hovered currently. No line thinker to back it up, though, unfortunately. So a little bit disappointed. There we go. Shinken tops on it. Knows exactly what the game plan is. Get the Twitch from Gongza to clear out some of that utility.
10 seconds to insertion.
This is big, especially with a Legion in play. You want to make sure that Nice Cans has a free run towards those poor, unwitting defenders.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Well, the Blitz, as you talked about, to come on in. No Monty, no. What does it say? Welcome all to
TGS 2022.
2022, rather.
The Thai games. Oh, pow! Indeed, it's in the name. Shinken, unfortunately, no more thinker. So Nice Cans a little bit in trouble now. We'll have to make do without the Adrenal Surge. Bleak times indeed.
I'm sure he doesn't mind. Yes, kind of sucks, but that Blitz will always be a juggernaut, barreling through whatever's in front of him, no matter what. No matter if he's 1 HP, no matter if he's far overextended. And when it does come for Nice Cans to strike, he has to strike hard. And the rest of his team's got to follow up.
Indeed. Cans here. Following Sherilyn. Trying to get themselves in. And it will be that charge towards the red stairs. Spots the EDDs, and that could have been catastrophic. Door clear. Door no longer stuck. And Nice Cans will carry on to clear this out.
Pushing up through it. Stairs is theirs. Empriser, look at him. Waiting all the way down below. Diablo seems to have some notion of it. Here comes out the goo mine, but he's turned himself around of it. He downs him too as well. Oh, he hasn't died yet. He couldn't get the melee. Could have spammed maybe his left click, but it doesn't come to pass. They come to his aid, and he gets taken down.
Crushing. Absolutely crushing that. Could have been it. But not to be. Where do we go from here? The gridlock, the Nook hovered. I'm still waiting. Where's the armor? There's the Ash, potentially. No. Far too serious.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Well,
I'm waiting. I want the Finker, Armoru, Lion, Dockerby Rush. It's got to happen at least once.
we still have yet to see the Ash, as you talked about, right? The Nook this time coming around though, so maybe that's going to be different. Going to bypass a lot of the utility being placed here by the Strict Scar side, but more importantly, hijinks and, well, surprises is what it does bring to the table.
Attackers
Indeed.
discovered the location of a bomb. 5 seconds to insertion.
Dealing with drones now at the moment, though. Trying to clear things up. We got not just the Razor Blooms, but the EDDs in play. And we have a Glaz from Shinken. I'm excited. Glaz, Osa, and the Nook into play.
Well, Glaz is actually quite terrifying when you're playing on house, especially on the floors up above. So many sight lines he just completely disables. Obviously, we all know about this. Play towards the treehouse, hold down the entirety of the top floor's main hallway, and just deny anybody from crossing in between. Because that.
There you go.
Yeah.
The power. Not in sports mode, unfortunately, but just as good, I suppose, with the scope. Gongs up. Drops call center. Well, Sherilyn being threatened from above. Cans not far behind. They've got the tools. They've got that early pick. And they're looking to extend and find that advantage to equalize at the moment.
Realizes the fake mirage that it is. Hologram. These two teams seem equally matched. This flows. Potentially could tie up the game here once more.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Can's just ducking out with the hell cloak, and Sherilyn the next to fall. Emprise are taking some big damage. Hits the 180. Nice Cans. Unfortunately, not nice shots. And chucks the Prisma down to try and bamboozle Flow Z13 right now, and we find ourselves in the 3-on-3.
Wait,
But the drone doesn't fall for the Prisma tricks.
How did those tripwires explode when Empriser walked through them?
They were being shot out.
Oh, they're
by
being
nice
shot
Cans.
out.
Yeah, it was just
That was the
timing.
damage done. I was wondering if there was a nade that went off and then set one off and just happened to tag him through close, but somehow hits the 180 shot within the pool table. A trick shot here connects. Empriser should be assuredly dead. This might be tournament mode, so they might not even know that he's down.
I would imagine so. That'll be the settings there. Emprise are finally finished. Shinken finds it. Gongza solo effort on the plant. MGC should have heard that has the impacts. Site is being contested, but Shinken not done in the turmoil. Gongza is going to secure that plant attempt. Pings out. Reload to come. MGC against his attacking counterpart. Shinken tanks it with the pistol. And Flow Z13 tied up once again.
Call that thing a pistol, to be fair, is a bit disingenuous. You can take someone down with 3 shots to the chest with it quite easily and quickly. But hey, they get the job done. 4-4. This is neck and neck. We have yet to see a team string more than, what, 2 rounds in a row? It's been a complete back and forth.
Yeah. It has been a close run thing.
Locate and defuse bombs.
Vigil in play, but not the boss ACOG, unfortunately. On the side of the attack, though, we do get the Chimera Duo at the very least. So we have the Finger and the Lion.
Located a bomb.
Now we just need an armor.
Well, I'm expecting the unexpected at this point. Throw away anything.
Clearly no Maverick players in the lobby.
Oh, for sure. Never mind that there's a bunch of electrocution going on. Why Maverick when you can Thatcher, they say. Got
I mean, to be fair,
secondary EMPs.
I understand that Maverick tricking can be a pretty hard thing to master.
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
Yes, drawing a
Oh
straight
yes, we get
horizontal
nice
line.
Cans
is
at least
difficult.
playing into the meme factor some more. CQB shotgun on the line, I love it.
I mean, if drawing a straight horizontal line is difficult, I'm not too hopeful for other aspects in life.
No, look,
Or
who
not
cares?
now.
If you can shoot, who needs the hard breach?
That's certainly true. Who needs hard breach when you got tons of soft breach, right? Put them together. Who knows what might work.
No, who needs hard breach when there's a perfectly good door 2 meters to your left?
Exactly, right? Especially if it's unlocked.
Oh
Laser
god,
gate.
this is
Oh no.
cursed.
The CQB living up to its name.
The
Taking things
CQB
up
with
close.
the Russian hollow sight too. Melatonin does not know what is inching towards him. EE1D scan. Nice scans, checks left. Checks right. No, Melatonin already aiming at head level. Whomps him out of existence.
What a slap. Up close as well with a DMR. Connects absolutely perfectly. Look at Shinken. He's crawled his way here to the B site. I don't even think they know that he's in garage. But nope, finally comes on in. Call center closes him down, telling him to pick up the phone. It's all here on the oil Sherilyn. He's got a big task in their hands to do. And goes down eventually. MGC connecting. What? I don't even know how to describe that round, Panda. Pandemonium.
Yeah. Ah, I was so gutted. Just Melatonin on land, different. It's a different beast. I think maybe that's the case. So used to playing online that you're not used to there being 0 reaction time. It's literally all 0 ping.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as
No
many
peeker's
bombs as they
advantage
can.
here for the latency. We have Empriser on the Vigil, but is he running the boss ACOG is what I wonder.
It was the
No.
K1A last round, but look at that.
K1A
Cans. Cans bringing the armory. We've got the line. We just need the Finker.
Oh, they
Almost there. Almost the trifecta.
could swap out the sledge, could swap out the
Camera feed up and running.
Flores, but not sure if it's gonna come.
I'll take that change.
Oh,
Sinking
For sure.
on the fuse.
worth. Hashtag worth. I'd
Alright,
say
okay.
so.
5 seconds
So it's not the Finker Lion combo. We've got an Osa, we've got a fuse, we've got an armory and a Lion.
Attackers are moving
I'll
to
take it.
defuse a bomb.
I will take it.
Kind of difficult to make the fuse work up top though.
No, it's not. You just put it on the barricade. It's easy.
It's all that simple.
That's what else is easy. Nice cans in with the Gara hook. He's got control of the showers, but he's also
no.
dead. Melatonin, too quick on the trigger. Not quite the right winner. Probably could have helped with the scan first.
Yeah, maybe that could have come first. A bit of a mix-up in which to prioritize and how things go. Goes ABC, friends, not CBA.
CBA is something else. So is
Oh, yeah.
CBF, but we don't talk about that right now because we can definitely be bothered. Diabolog, Melatonin, Avenged. That's not a peek you want to be taken into a Talon shield like that. That is a bold call. No, Shinken.
There you go.
The fuse
There's
charge
your-
denied.
There's your fuse charge on barrier. Proven.
Unfortunately, the window break was a bit of a giveaway.
Oh yeah. Empriser somehow got a knife. I think it must have been on a down.
I would
If
imagine
anything.
so. I'd hope so. I'm sure we'll get a replay. But Gong's up. In trouble. Upside down repel. This might be the strict scar. Taken map point. I mean, look. We knew that this was... Oh, no. Oh, yeah, look. There is nothing more terrifying than seeing someone running at you as you enter the Gemini. And unfortunately, that will probably haunt Diabolog's dreams.
It was kind of open while doing it too. Look at this. Look at the gall here for Empriser to just run on out in the 1v3. Make his presence known, yes. To also distract Gongza. And being able to do anything else. Hops back on in. That's another claymore to put. But I don't think he's going to find much there.
I have no idea what that means, but I can imagine it may be something along the lines of hurry up. It is still, I could be wildly off base with that. I have no idea what it means. Like I said, I
AFK?
barely speak English. We want you...
Fate.
They want to
On
shake
Gongza.
hands. I think they want to shake hands with Gongza right now. I think that's the call. That's my interpretation of what's been said. I don't think he wants to shake hands, not even remotely.
I think he wants to throw hands more likely.
Oh yeah, he
than
wants to
anything.
throw some hands. But I mean, the crazy thing is, he could get onto the site and go for a plant right now because there is, there is space.
He's got to remove the Talon though. It's in his way. He's an Osa, so it shouldn't be a problem. But time is ticking. Makes his way on in the pink.
10 seconds remaining.
Put the shield down. Put the shield down and go for the plant. No, it's too late. There we go. Shield down. This should be a plant attempt. It is going to be close. The run. They see the shield, and oh no, Gongs is about to be. Yeah. Oh no, MGC with the
stole
nitro takes out
stole it.
Empriser 2.
You're not gonna take it away from me. Nitro self through.
It was pre-placed the entire time.
no way.
It was
Was
from below.
it not thrown out? Was it not
No,
thrown
it was
out?
from below.
From below? Really? I thought I saw him check it out there in the last second as Empriser was climbing up on the bed. But maybe if you put the shield down earlier, things would have worked out his way. In the end, obviously, you're sticking the plant. No way for you to come off of it. And now we see the defensive side. Empriser back on that vigil. No boss G, unfortunately. But the Ash, it comes out for from oil.
Shinken as well on the glass. In the APC or APAC area, as we like to call it. APAC best pack, by the way. Everyone knows.
Yeah, only pack.
No, it's not the only pack, because NA's really good at pack too, but it's packing bags to go home.
Packing bags near airport. How many times will we send them home?
And so on. But right
I'm
now,
glad that the one thing the entire Siege world is unified in is trying to send NA home. By all means. At every line of
here
it.
we go. We have the Ash. Unfortunately, it's not the R4C. Mildly disappointed. Emprise is attempting a spawn peak, but it's not Old House, so you can't go for that anymore.
Plus, it ain't the boss G, so it doesn't count.
Exactly. What you can do is pop that wall with an impact, if you're really keen, and go for the run out there towards the front of the house and or ankle tap. Could this be the ankles? No. Unfortunately, there was a wall, in fact, between them. Deep nade from Shinken. Don't yet. Big damage on the power, but that's about it. Spots the head, the one tap. We'll call it a one tap. We'll be generous.
Yeah. One bullet takes him out. It's a one tap. All right, all right. No questions asked. Look at this. He's crawling down below, trying to see if he finds any ankles to tap away on. Yablog somehow pushed his way all up here towards Laundry. Catches out Melatonin, who doesn't even expect him to be within the map already.
Well, a much more comfortable round, it would seem, for Flow. Z13. Oh, Shinken. Oh, almost had to cut off there, but no. Not to be. Gongza getting deep in the source right now through the smoke. It's going to dissipate. There's one hard right at the door. MGC with a shotgun. Goes down to Sherilyn with that G36. Diablog down as well. Emporizer goes to the swing. Are they going to make a play? Emporizer secondary out. He's 14-7 right now. Big numbers coming out. I think it's going to be on Sherilyn and Shinken. No! Cans was already low. Not that hard to finish him off. Shinken down, and what do you know? The SMG-12, the clutch factor. And it is the Strix Scar 17 SE, the superior machine in all aspects. High specs across the board. And the party man and his team, unfortunately, couldn't bring it out.
He's got the larger engine. Much more firepower in their pocket, and they're able to win it out in the end, especially with Empriser, who has just been a complete, absolute unit in that defensive side. I believe he got like, what, 16 kills by the end of it?
16-7.
Absolutely dominant. 16-7. Amazing. Dominant performance, but the flexibility here cannot be denied of how the Flows were able to play in that game. So Flowzy, they go home here today, having to shake the hands begrudgingly of the Scar Strix team, but it was all in good fun and much jest.
Yeah, look, I mean, the superior machine that is the Strix Scar 17 SE, it was all a powerhouse unit. I mean, if you're running a 3080 Ti, of course you got the superior hardware, but we did get to see that malleability, the flexibility out of the Flow Z13, much like the machine itself, being able to transition between laptop and tablet mode. Big stuff. You can see it's all smiles across the board. They had themselves a good bit of fun. Unfortunately, we didn't get our wishes too. Well, actually, I suppose that's not entirely true. We got a bit of fun. We got a bit of the blitz. Unfortunately, it died almost immediately.
We got some Ash, yes. G36. We got some Vigil, yes. K1A, but we got some fun times, and that's all we could have asked for.
That's exactly it. Yeah, you love a good bit of fun, bit of community match up there on the stage, on LAN as well. An experience that not everyone gets to experience. So, yeah. Again, much like the Monkey Hunters, everyone had a good bit of fun, and they walk away with a bit more experience under the belt.
Of course, it's a experience that one could never really, belittle, and how, I guess, it really sticks with you. It's one of those core memories you'll never forget. I played at the Asus ROG stage in the exhibition match, and I won or /lost. And in this case, congrats to neither team for one getting picked and two for giving us, thank you, a great game.
Yeah, look, as someone who has played on LAN once before, it wasn't a serious competition. Plus, I was playing on controller, which I'm not naturally a controller player. It is very much a different experience. I also got bullied quite heavily by the Direwolves. Not the Rainbow Six roster, but one of the other Direwolves rosters. They were, look, they were not merciful. I got bullied quite hard, and they let me know about it.
ANZ squad first.
Yeah, this is the ANZ squad over here in New Zealand. They were here playing some good old Halo. Look, I mean, ROG, we talked about, that was one of our questions yesterday. Which game do you want to see at the ROG Masters? Maybe a bit of Halo, we'll see in the near future. But Look, yeah, they bullied me quite hard. And luckily, I don't have to worry about that anymore because I'm not there at LAN, and Gaming Gladiators don't get to bully me just on the timeline. There we go. We got both our teams on stage, having a bit of a chat with our local host. They put on a show. They had some good moments in that matchup. Some highlight clips to take away nonetheless.
Especially, you know, a player like what was his name?
Emporizer. I think he might be a Facebook
name?
streamer because he had FB at the end of his name.
Oh yeah, he did. So obviously he was kind of promoting something.
That or
there.
it could be First Blood. Like maybe it was a prediction.
It feels like an FB gaming page, right? Like a Facebook gaming page. Maybe we got the streamer on either side. Twitch partner on one end, FB gaming partner on the other. Who knows? Could certainly be the case. But in all ends, they're all partners to the same exact reason of why we're here, to celebrate some of the best teams in the APAC scene and to celebrate the ROG Masters tournament here for Rainbow Six Siege. These guys are an invaluable part of the entire day.
Not to mention part of the ecosystem down here in Southeast Asia as well. Seeing them put on a show like this in Thailand is really quite amazing. You love to see it. The local fans incredibly passionate about gaming down there. And look, unfortunately they don't have any local representation on the main stage, so they had to do it themselves.
And especially for, honestly, the country that they are is such an incredible one, not just in Rainbow Six Siege, but in esports in general, FPS esports in general, right? How they are just so consistent in producing top quality FPS teams. It's such a great thing to see for the region.
It's always fun watching Southeast Asian teams compete internationally, because you look at North America, you look at Europe, and they're like, yeah, there's this way to play the game, or there's this way to play the game, and then Southeast Asia teams come in and say, well, we play it this way, and then no one knows how to deal with it because they've never experienced it before.
Oh yeah, it's like, it makes you think of that stuff where it's like, this is too low ranked for me, but yet it works. This is entirely some onliner stuff, but yet it works even in LAN. So one could never wonder how it goes. They seem to get their prizes. I'm not sure what those are. Are they bags?
I want to say that they're mouse pads or laptop bags. One of them I thought for a moment was a doormat, but then I realized that it's quite small for a doormat. So I'm going to go with my original prediction, which was a laptop bag.
It seems like a laptop bag, like a big
A laptop bag that could fit one of, the ROG Strix Scar 17 SEs or a Flow C13.
The Flow C13.
It works. It just works. 1 + 1 = laptop bag.
Oh yeah. I mean, it looks to be the case. Flow 13, you can probably put in almost whatever bag would fit it anyways. Take it apart, keep it together. Who knows? Flexibility seems to be the key, but the bigger one that unlocks all the chains, in this case, is power. And that is what the Strix delivered. What a game from them, and really what a match we're able to see. I'm not too sure if we're going right into the next few games in a bit, but we still do have some games for you guys, obviously. We're here for the APAC finals of this whole thing. We're in day number 2 of 3. Tomorrow is going to be when the lower bracket final and the grand final is going to take place. We still got Scars versus Pantera after this.
Yeah, and while we waited to find out what is going on, we're going to start to a break. When we come back, we'll let you know what's happening and carry on with some more ROG Masters APAC action. See you soon.
Te veré en el infierno. Desperado, why don't you come to your senses? Our gifts propelled us to hide from the surface over human history.
We've been forbearing for thousands of years. We're not gonna take it anymore!
A single spark can start a prairie fire.
Vamos!
Akira! knows dishonor, and will still have war.
Only if it leads us to victory.
Akira believed in you, Vic.
Feel your fate in what you cannot feel.
To sacrifice for those who dare. By the force of hate and all its plans, the course of fate lies in our hands!
Showtime. As you wish.
No one can take us down!
It was the age of gamers. It was the age of oppressors. It was the epoch of utopia. It was the epoch of dystopia. It was the winter of silence. It was the spring of uprisings. We are unstoppable. We are all going directly to The Republic of Gamers.
Te veré en el infierno.
Desperado, why don't you come to your senses? Our gifts propelled us to hide from the surface over human history.
We've been forbearing for thousands of years. We're not gonna take it anymore!
A single spark can start a prairie fire.
Vamos! Akira! We chose dishonor, and we'll still have war.
Only if it leads us to victory.
Akira believed in you, Vic.
Feel your fate in what you cannot feel.
To sacrifice for those who dare. Defy the force of hate and all its plans. The course of fate lies in our hands.
Showtime. As you wish.
No one can take us down.
Difficult challenge here, but no, the player looks the wrong way, grabs one, traded instantly.
The young prodigy can salvage it, Cairo. He got them on the back of the head.
Well, black and blue, we're coming back in. We've got another community game, and it might be that chance for the Flow Z13 roster, newly formed after the break, to redeem themselves here. But look, again, in the face of such overwhelming power as the strict Scar 17 SE brings, can they do it?
Well, Flow Z13 to be exact. Only good for a single map, it seems. Let go by their org and picked up a new roster coming to this. So, with that said, they own a bit of vengeance to be delivered here. After seeing as how their fellow brethren lost the last game, they're looking to take it back and get pride back for the Z13 name.
I mean, with that speed of turnaround, you'd almost think that they were Surf Esports, but right now, the Clash, Osis, Shield ban, and Flow Z13 shaking up the meta with a no operator ban.
Well, ain't that something? Clash taking off, Orisa taking off, that's some shields, but Nook, Zero, Zophie, Mav, Fuse. Okay, I like it. Setting the pace early. The Fuse coming on out. Kanom Pan.
Well,
This happened to be the same Kanom.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
no. I believe the other one that you're referring to in Ops League is a different name. But we got the Rook. We've got the FMG9 smoke. Ashen has been shot
Attackers have discovered
with
the
that
location of a
Spaz
bomb.
15. And Shadow List, that's the real question. Has the CZ in hand, but is it just the CZ?
I mean, you say just the CZ, but is it ever really just the
seconds
CZ?
left.
You know what I'm saying? That thing can absolutely shred,
Attackers
It can,
objective is to defuse a bomb.
but it's not the Boss GA cog.
but it's not the Boss GA cog. Do they have a Boss GA cog? Did you pull out the Boss GA cog?
I don't know, I haven't seen yet.
Nah,
No,
it's
K1
K1A.
ain't. Boring, lame.
Rip.
Get him off the stage.
It doesn't count. At this point, you're expected to. Radom, he's on this Fuse, trying to cut whatever they may be from trying to deny this wall from being opened. Kaboom, kabam, pellets everywhere. Kanom's taking lots of damage, and Tree Farm, he finds the Ashen one.
Well, unfortunately, no Cav shenaniganry here in round one. But they're already pushing in towards the site. Tree Farm coming up from below, pushing up the main stairs, only to be punished by Nutsama. Shadow List as well, in a bit of trouble. Shots on. Raito Kami goes down, and Kanon for two with the P10 Ronia ball guns. Says sayonara to see you soon. And Armano Rin. And it's Framim left to go, and I think he ran out of mouse pad there.
Could be the case. Seems like he wanted to go further, but just lacked the X-axis that he needed. Flow Z13 though, they take the opening round. Maybe, just maybe, they're gonna get the shot at redemption.
Well, I mean, look, we've got a Frost in play. I want to see the Super 90. I want to see that nutty shotgun
Protect your bombs from
that
being
used to be
defused
so
by
busted
attackers.
coming to play. It's not going to happen. I'm here. I want the ACS 12. We got some great guns in play. Where's the M870? Commit. Are you smack talking my favorite gun, the biscuit tin launcher, the ACS 12?
5 seconds left before insertion.
Production, can we get another caster on? I'll do it myself if I have to.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
There is only one option. The ACS 12. It's a fully automatic 32 drum mag slug shotgun. Yeah, exactly. I can spawn people on Cafe with that thing. I have done it before.
By attackers.
Have inspired others to do it in official competition. Boring. Lame. You don't have, yeah, but you don't have the 2x scope on the older. Unfortunate time to pop the adrenal surge. Imagine if it still had it in pocket. And it's all coming apart here for the Strix Scar crew. Flow Z. Obviously the new roster pickup definitely working for them.
Okay, Kanom finds a pick. He's been having himself a much more fortunate game than some of his teammates so far, but it's all on Raito, who isn't in a great spot, unironically. Finds maybe the down, almost no Ashen one, still stays alive. Doesn't seem to be turned into embers just yet. Raito Kami, he's got a big task to do. Ashen one's just gonna peek on out from the outside and takes him down.
Yeah. that was always going to be a bit bleak. Being the last player alive on repel and no on quantity. And they deal with it appropriately. Flow Z13 go up 2-0 to start off the second attempt at house.
All right. Flow Z13 coming back for their former teammates, I guess former brethren. Weren't able to do much after gaining 4, but this is how the game started a while ago, right? Flow Z13 in the previous exhibition were able to take 2 to start off the game, then Strict Scar took 2 in return. From there on after, it was back and forth till it wasn't. So, Mirror coming on out. The Thorn as well in the rook.
We have the Ash and the Fuse back once again. We're still waiting for the dock. 200 health stim. That's kind of insane. Shouldn't be sneezed at.
10 seconds left.
Surely there is a point at which your heart explodes
5 seconds to
as
go.
a defender.
It's like taking way too much energy drinks in one sitting.
Getting hit by a Kona station and a dock stim at the same time.
Sudden surge of adrenaline and morphine all in one. Look at this. Attaching himself in this corner. How do you even swing there towards the A site? I don't know, but hey, good luck.
There we go. R4C action. He's in. Already in towards the site. Razor Bloom, I believe, going off behind him. There's no one near. No resistance.
Look at the recoil.
He's coming. You got it. There we go. Cam gone. Tree Fun down, unfortunately. Hey, no, I'm having a great game so far.
That is like the second time around in a row. Gone down first. Yeah, takes care of the black eye, rather the black mirror. Well, that vector is absolutely just so terrifying up close.
A little bit of struggle with that R4C recoil. Rato Kami as well struggling with the S2000, SC2000 I think it is.
You gotta pull down hard nowadays on that R4C. Oh, ADS. Swaps it out.
AK-12 as well, another phenomenal gun in the situation. Does connect the Selma. Spots the player back kayaks, and I'll see you soon. Takes K9 out, deals the first death to him, but Shadow goes to the swing, prone on the ground, finds the follow-up. And it's on to Amano Rin alone elsewhere up in the office to try and clutch this one up.
What an off angle there. Held by Shadowlist. Seemingly a bit too inconspicuous for them to even realize where he was. It's all now on Amano Rin. He's crawled his way down the kitchen stairs into the gym. It's a heavy weight he's got on his shoulders. Smashing that mirror. Just gives himself away. He's caught as well, not looking the right way as Shadowless comes through the connector. My oh my, may I say. Flow Z here, looking absolutely spectacular these opening rounds.
It's the power of that flexibility. Being able to adapt in the moment can be rather hard to overcome. Power is not everything. Precision also just as important. So right now a 3-0 start. A couple of picks being hovered elsewhere, and Shadow might bring the Kavira into play, and it will be.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Kavera, absolutely beautiful. With a pulse, even more so. So much annoyingness to come into play if it's a word. Mosquitoes, mice, sprawling about the house is going to be one that's going to be quite pesky for a team like Strix to dismantle. But you want to talk about bugs? Treefarm brings his own beehive into the fray.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, look, a little underwhelming. No, okay, yeah, Treefarm says no. Grim is not nearly worth it. Goes to the Lion instead. Rato Kami is going to bring out the fuse once again. And see you soon. Picks up the Ash, no longer from him, and it isn't going to be the R4C either.
A bomb has been located.
Well, he swapped on out to the G36. seeing as how the R4C was a bit too hot to handle a while ago, but not Sama. Taps away there with the MP5 on the Rook. Long range, no problem. None at all. 2x scope on the defenders. How can you go wrong?
Well, we'll see if it can go wrong at all. Not Sama there. Knows the window's gone. He's going to be holding down the angle. R4 with E1D. Two pucks going out as well. Fortunately, none of them going to connect, but I mean, losing the IQ early is a bit rough.
Oh, for sure. Not going to be great for their sake, especially trying to find some of the gadgets that might be in play, but not too many actually are going to be. It's not like there's a Valkyrie coming to play here just yet. Interrogation!
Oh, no.
Interrogation! It comes in. Shadowless is given free wall hacks.
And, well, Kadom's going to get team killed. Ashen one gets traded out. Karma is a right pain, and Nutsama goes to the send out. Raito is in trouble. Pickup will come, but look at that. Shadowless is on a mission. Shadow Step waiting for the opportunity. Wants to go full send outside. Shots are on. They know that he's on the window. You can see Shadowless just lurking over towards that door. But no, Raito's not having any of it. He's up on the roof.
Very small chance to come away with a round like this, especially when they know exactly where he's going to be. They know he's on the window. The cardiac sensor, too deadly. Oh no! Unlucky man! Well, he chose the right IGN for this case.
It was indeed unlucky man. Raito's still holding. Where is the Shadow?
Well,
the dark.
If
Come
he
on,
holds,
unlucky.
if he holds long enough, they might just take each other out and come down to a 1v1.
Surely. Come on, Shadow. Send it outside. He's got the spares there as well.
That might kill
Tucks a
him.
canister on the window.
Oh.
Not going to propagate through, unfortunately. He's going to land it on the windowsill. Come on. You can thread that needle, unlucky man.
Look at that recoil.
No, not quite deep enough, unfortunately. Shadow, come on. Out the window, full send. Get the run up. Out you go. No, he's going down to the basement. My guy,
Wants to
come
secure
on.
the round.
Come on. There we go. Unlucky finally hits the head.
There's no chance for Raito there. He vaults on in. He can get spammed through the wall right beside him. Very difficult to win that situation. Flo Z on pace to a potential flawless half.
Well, a truly unfortunate round. I think we had 2 team kills in that round.
Yeah, that was 2. Was the first one a confirmed team kill or was it a down?
Oh no, both of them were confirmed team kills. It came up in the kill feed.
Unlucky. Quite.
Indeed. No, still no boss G.
None yet. How could you have a show match? A meme match without one? Come on, guys. Where's the spirit? Where's the fun? You're up 4.
Oh look, there's nothing else. We got the interrogation here. You take again, like I said, you take the victories where you can.
10 seconds to go. 5 seconds left.
But right now, 2 rounds till the half, and Flo Z13 have a commanding lead.
Moving to defuse a bomb.
0-4. Looking for even more. Caveira wants on out. Shadowless. That's 1 interrogation today. Looking for a second. Got some questions asked. But Freefum, he's actually a pretty big problem for Caveira coming up against him. Or anyone for that fact.
The blitz cutting deep. In onto the site. No one there.
Uh-oh.
What's? Oh no! Oh no!
Oh, no!
Gaino hits
Why
the
would you
180. And Treefum goes down. Luckily, he's got teammates. And for me, we'll walk on and trade it back. Insanity.
Why would you flash? He was turned around and not close enough as well. Unfortunate. 4v4 now. The trade does come on in at the very least, but I see you. Definitely did. Through the smoke, through hell, through high water. Don't peek him. It's deadly.
Plant going down, but it's denied. Not Sama. You know, I'll see you soon. You got to stop moving. My guy, you gotta stop moving for it to register the scan.
Oh yeah. It's not like the olden days. It's not 2017 anymore.
Unlucky man, continuing to live up to the name. Can't quite thread this needle on the shots. No one has picked up the diffuser from me. Steps out too far, and that Sam will take him out from above. My guy.
Oh, okay.
My guy. There is a third angle above you. And Rhino Kami now knows this, given that 2 of his teammates have just died from that.
Seems
And
to have taken a
Shadowless
while.
alone on the hunt. The rest of his team tucked in the corners.
Didn't even realize the hole was there, it seemed, for them. Not until 2 picks were found. Unlucky man and Flo Z. They get the round once more, 5-0. The Blitz just
Bomb diffuser.
seemed to fizzle out.
Have recovered their
Instead of a lightning bolt, a crackle of thunder, we get
attackers recovered the
If he'd held that for
faint
like
spark.
has been dropped.
a second longer.
Oh yeah. If you waited for him to
It's,
turn around before popping the flash.
Could have been. What it could have been.
Attackers
Miraculous.
need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can. Attackers have
Right now, though.
the location of a bomb.
The Rook comes out once again, flying around to the half. Flow Z, 13, might take the flawless, and in that flawlessness, Shadowless might go deathless in the half too.
Well, deathless and restless, flawless, could be the answer here from Flo Z. As they're trying to seek revenge from the former Flo Z, for the former Flo Z team. We're going down to the basement
5 seconds to go.
where a third of our viewership lives. I'm kidding. That's just me.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
I wish we don't have a basement.
You have a roof.
Another one of those multi-story maps in Natsama. Rook doing Rook things.
Okay. Nice peek. Raito has been having himself a rough time, to say the very least. It's been See You Soon, who's been the top performer so far of Strict Scar. Natsama up above. The nuisance that he is, trying to be an even bigger one. And so is Kanom. The Blitz once more coming out from Trifam here. We haven't yet seen it be effective, Panda. Maybe third time's a charm.
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
But I mean, when it comes to flashes, they are more often most effective if you can hit them where it hurts in the retinas. So, attempt made. Amano, he's on the board! Everyone in the server has a kill. Goal achieved. I'll see you soon. Coming ripping down the kitchen stairs. Spots the mirror window and says, oh, I am probably in danger. And yeah, gets swung on hard by Shadow. He's now 7-0. Unlucky man, living up to the name, gets taken down by Tree Farm. And Amano Rin, 1 kill. All that was available. And it is down to Tree Farm. With the shield at hand, Shadow's in trouble. Shadow might go down. It's all coming apart at the seams for the Strict Scar team. Can he do it? Can Tree Farm clutch up? The flash in trouble. Backed up against the wall. Shadowless does the one thing in his power and says, you're not killing me. If I go down, it's by my own hand.
In his own terms. Certainly. The Warriors
Attackers
way.
have recovered their diffuser.
Chuck some impacts out. Does some good damage towards Trifum too. Which helps secure the chances of Ashen One here. A Nitro Cell, even if it doesn't collect cleanly, could take him on out. He's crawled back to the same corner. He could be blinded though, and that he is. This is them going to get the round. Yes, it is. Finally, Trifum and the rest here of the Scar Strict squad, they get the round. They don't let this go flawlessly.
Next, it'll be
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
these guys versus the Monkey Hunters. Both of their 1 round per map. But Shadow going out on his own terms. You got to respect that. Now that we do transition the half,
Attackers need to locate.
flipping
and
it on
defuse
over.
bombs.
Flo Z13 on the attack. Sen's being hovered at the moment, but on the defense, M870. Here we go for a meme, living up to the name.
Finally. More shotties, the better. That's what we want to see. None of this 416C business. No. I want every single player to have a shotgun. Attacker, defender. Can we get that for 1 round, please? Be nice.
I had that in a collegiate match in ANZ. It was great. It was insane on Villa.
I could imagine. Amano Rin on the Scorpion. I would have liked to see the Polish shoddy. Bam, bam, bam. Would have been nice, but hey, at the very least, we got frame meme on the Jaeger.
When do the attackers get themselves one of the Polish shotguns? Honestly, it's about time.
Oh, you're right. It's only on Ela.
Honestly, when do the attackers get their own ACS-12? It's not okay. They deserve it.
As a staunch believer in the ACS-12, I bet you would want that to happen. Do they need it? No. Do we want
I'm all about equal opportunity.
Oh, I agree. Even the ones that might not benefit the receiving party, they deserve it, at the very least.
Right now, the scan's coming out. I'm waiting for the green wall to come through for Shadow List. 7-1-0 at the minute. Only need 2 rounds to close this one out. Nutsama finds Framim, but it's the pistol only through that soft wall in the hatch.
For that.
Imagine bringing Airmate 70 and not using it.
Nope. He's got the Mark 12. He's got his pistol instead, so why bother, right? Kanom coming up here close. Oh, dangerous for him to try and contest just like that. Showing a bit of his shoulder. Luckily, he doesn't lose more.
Just jiggling around. It's on land, so the jiggle peak doesn't really work, believe it or not. It's a dangerous game to be playing with 0 latency because the latency might be low for you, but it's just as low for your opponent.
Oh, yeah. They see you in real time, practically.
Rodakami claims first blood in the round.
And here, as well. Within the car. Within this kids. Okay. Not the kids, but one of them.
That's in Oregon.
That's Oregon.
Right now, secondary hard breach, send wall should be coming out. Rodakami finds another one. Missed opportunity. The Shadow.
Eventually connects.
Absolute chaos. At least he finds himself in a great spot. The green wall comes out. He's trying to set himself up with blood. The angles, Mason, they're not working. There is someone right there. Rodakami's on the other side of your wall, my guy. And there we go. Unlucky man comes in for the swing. It's all chaos. And it's Amano Rin versus 2 with the Scorpion Evo to try and clutch up. The plot going down. Where is Amano Rin?
Doesn't even block the sideline directly in front of him. Amano can spam through the wall and maybe take him on down. It's a 1v2 still. He knows where Shadow is, but where is Unlucky Man? That's a bigger question. Comes out the impact EMP. Falls on back in front of the window. Shadowless perfectly keeping his teammate in check. The attacking round that goes here towards Plosy.
Not gonna lie, Amano Rin sounds like Star Wars character. I'm sure that show will be coming to Disney Plus sometime soon.
Oh yeah.
Flow Z13, look at the turnaround. Last series, much closer with the new edition. Taking a page out of the Surf Esports book, picking up a new roster has worked phenomenally. Unlike the real thing, but close enough.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Well, speaking of Disney Plus, it's coming out in my country like in 2 weeks from now, and I am excited because we haven't had it without having resort to other things. Moving on. Framing back on the Cav here once more. An operator who we have not seen taking much shyness to being brought out here today. Has appeared quite often. Maverick did actually come out from Natsama. And
honestly, I'm more of a fan of the Blackbeard, just saying.
I don't see. Oh well, he's swapping it out. I don't see a reason not to.
Oh, there we go! Ashen one, the hero we need! Finally, we get it, the Boss G.
On attack as well. Absolutely.
I rate it even more.
Even better. Not on the Vigil, no. Not to hold angles, nah. To peek with on the Doki.
Nah, see, that's what you do. So you set off the logic bomb, you then swing the angle and drop both barrels into the poor, unsuspecting pool around the corner.
Bam bam. With the ACOG as well. On a map like House. Spectacular.
At least we get
I
the
wanna see a kill.
representation of the Boss G ACOG fans.
That's not enough.
They're hunting for it.
I want to see a kill with it. I want them to actively enable more kills to come to Ashen 1.
Honestly, it should be 4 people droning just for Ashen right now.
Uh-huh. I agree.
I don't think that there is enough being done currently to enable Ashen's ability to pop off with this spectacular piece of weaponry.
They could... A bunch of them could help.
Buddy, my guy, you didn't shoot the first one.
Yeah, he
Shadow.
whipped the end stair one.
He just acted like nothing happened. Did he?
It's 'cause,
I don't even know if he got it that time.
On tournament mode, you don't have like the XP notifier that you destroyed it.
Yeah,
so
but
they probably
1
thought,
second it's there, 1 second it's not. It's not that hard. Oh, Kainom! Gets aggressed on by Frameen. Not to be. Come on, Ashen. Ashen is the one we care about. Where are you? Where is the Boss G? And who is going to fall prey to it? First, of course, Shadow. Secondary hard breach gadget. The ping's coming out from the E1Ds. They're all mobile, all moving. I see you soon. That wasn't a Boss G shot, unfortunately. Unlucky goes down. Kainom finishes up. I'll see you soon. Oh, see you soon. Ashen letting the team down. Come on.
Step up.
There's
You
only
gotta
3 of them
contribute.
left, Ashen.
You have
You
to
can't
find one
walk
of them.
off stage without getting a kill. Natsama innovating with the Maverick through the floor.
Wow.
Trying to set up angles. Unfortunately, it's not working. Shadow. Rodakami, there's 2 left. Come on.
Don't take it.
11,
Don't
1
take
and
it.
1. Ashen, get involved.
He's upstairs. The fighting's happening downstairs.
Why are
but
you
he's
on
upstairs.
cams? What are you doing, my guy? Come on.
The Boss G hasn't really showed up here yet. Not yet now.
Oh, 1 shot out.
no,
Kainom.
that was it.
Kainom steals it away. And then you have it, Flow Z13 with
Takes
the
it for
pickup
himself.
of the new roster. Takes it to 1-1.
Takes it for himself. Well, I'm not too sure if we're gonna have a tiebreaker between this series of the Strix versus Flow Z, but it's certainly an improvement that they've shown here coming up into this match compared to the previous roster. Harsh reality, yes. Changed within the map, yes. After 1 game, certainly, but you cannot deny the results, even though we don't get the ones we were hoping for.
Yeah, Liz wanted Ashen. Come on, my guy. You're running the Boss G. You gotta be connecting those shots. There's no support when it comes to the final round of House. It is everyone in it for themselves, hunting for kills, out there looking for the clips, the montages. But unfortunately, missed opportunity. And it seems that again, power may be great, and specs might be good and all, but it's about adaptability in the moment. And Flow Z13 show up.
Exactly. A while ago, the hot hands, fast and strong power that we saw from the Strix squad, well, certainly enough to overthrow this Flex Z13 group. But as the game progresses, map number 2, new roster, Flex is into everything, adjustments to be made, and adaptability. Flex Z, almost, I say almost take this flawlessly. Go and win it 7-1. Boss G to be pulled out, yes. Doesn't find a kill, no. But all
Too
is
little,
good.
too late, unfortunately. But it just goes to show, you know, it was a great showcase of just how good our ROG laptops are, of course. One goes the way of the Strix Scar, one goes the way of the Flow Z13.
Certainly. Ladies and gentlemen, friends far and wide, no matter where you are, we've got some great stuff for you guys here today. We've talked about some of our hardware, the ROG Flow Z13 down below. You guys should make sure to check that because you've got some of the latest 12th gen Intel Core processors
got a 3050 Ti in the darn thing too as well. So it is a really great laptop to have for flexibility. They win the map after that, but obviously the Strix is one hell of a beast as well, if you guys want to check into that.
Yeah, definitely will be looking out for one myself. But I mean, look, you love to see the local crowd getting involved, showing what they're capable of. And old Shadowlist ending the match 11-1-1. So
Wow.
putting up some big numbers, maybe. I mean, Shadowlist.gg when?
Who knows? Could be joining this roster, right? I mean, if he's from Thailand, then you could see them, maybe, in the next APAC South. Who knows? Next season, they make things farther enough. This tournament could be where he starts his career.
And you can see our two teams on the stage once again with our local hosts. You're getting their goodies for stepping up and playing on the main stage in Thailand. I'm still not sure. I'm convinced it has to be a mouse pad, right? Surely. Or is it a shirt? This looks like it might be shirts.
No, it's a laptop. It's a laptop case. I can
nice.
see. I am 100% sure now. It's like a big envelope with a zipper on top. And there's a... Yeah, I saw like the tag on it. Cool. Very nice.
That's why we have you black and blue, you eyes of a hawk. Bring
Got
all
4
that
of them.
extra info.
I've got 4 of them. Might as well put my 75 grade glasses to use. No, 100. Right now.
And the boot. And there you go. They'll, not quite sure. Look, understandable. First time on a land stage, you're not quite sure what to do with yourself, and they make their way off. They've had a bit of fun. It's a bag and shit. So we're both right. There we go. Awesome. You gotta love the support.
Only one team gets the shirts.
Well, I mean, you'd imagine the winners.
Yeah, I would assume so.
You either go big or you go home shirtless, apparently. But look, if nothing else, it's some goodies. You had a bit of fun on stage, and you had a bit of fun along the way. Got to flex your skills in front of the local crowd.
Of course, get yourself some brownie points. If you had a date, come to the event, then you can show them this is what you're signing up for. The biggest gamer G in the land. One that can perform in a tournament setting and drop 11-1.
That's it. You want to show it. You want to show it big. You love to see it. Getting involved at these local events as well, having the opportunity to just see not just your favorite players in person, but getting the opportunity to enjoy the specs that are, we've been talking about all weekend. G machines that they've got on venue, using the screens. Honestly, those screens just phenomenal. I wish I had one right now. The LEDs on the back, the RGB, everyone knows RGB plus 5T accuracy, just like skins equals skills, so does RGB.
Well, of course, guys, you need the swag to up your game as well, and you need the great hardware to be able to perform to your fullest extent. So check out our laptops, the ROG Strix Scar 17 SE, once again down below, and of course the Flow Z13. Both great laptops for any uses you might need. Flexibility and adaptability goes one way, but processing power and just raw speed is what you've got going the opposite end as well. You guys are obviously watching the ROG Masters APAC, which is sponsored by Intel, but we've got so much more in store for you. We've got still, let's not forget, a full best of 3 to come up between the upper bracket finals, if anything, here from the Scars squad and Panthera, which is supposed to come soon after a short break in a bit, Panther.
Yeah, so right now we're going to throw it over. We've got some local stuff happening with us. We're going to take it nice and chill, go get ourselves sorted, dinner, drink, make sure that we're all ready to go for that absolute heater of a series. Up for the break though, Panthera versus Scars, a battle of Korea versus Japan in the upper bracket final. We'll see you soon.
te veré en el infierno.
Desperado, why don't you come to your senses? Our gifts propelled us to hide from the surface over human history.
We've been forbearing for thousands of years. We're not gonna take it anymore!
A single spark can start a prairie fire.
Vamos! Akira! We chose dishonor, and we'll still have war.
Only if it leads us to victory.
Akira believed in you, Vic.
Feel your fate in what you cannot feel.
To sacrifice for those who dare. Defy the force of hate and all its plans. The course of fate lies in our hands.
Showtime. As you wish.
No one can take us down.
It was the age of gamers. It was the age of oppressors. It was the epoch of utopia. It was the epoch of dystopia. It was the winter of silence. It was the spring of uprisings. We are unstoppable. We are all going directly to the Republic of Gamers.
Te veré en el infierno.
Desperado, why don't you come to your senses?
นะคะก็คือว่าเราจะมาแจกของ
ของรางวั
ล
ลจากที่ทุกคนได้prediction ในบล็อกไปตั้งแต่แรกว่าทุกคนเนี่ยเชียร์ทีมไหนกันไป
ใช่ค่ะ เพราะว่าคู่แรกนะคะที่เราแข่งไปเมื่อเช้าเนี่ยเป็นไกมินแกเดเตอร์นะคะ
ใช่
ที่เป็น
ค่ะ
ฝ่ายชนะทีมจากอินเดียไปนั่นก็คือฮันเตอร์
มังกี้ฮันเตอร์จากประเทศอินเดียนั่นเองค่ะ ด้วยสกอร์2-0นั่นเองค่ะ
ใช่แล้วค่ะ เพราะฉะนั้นใครทายไกมินนะคะ ก็อยู่แถวนี้ได้เลย เพราะว่าเราจะแจกเสื้อทั้งหมด 3 ตัวตอนนี้เลยค่ะ
ถึงเราจะจับรางวัล prediction บล็อกไปแล้วเนี่ย แต่ว่ายังมีอีกหนึ่งกิจกรรม ใครที่สนใจเนี่ย มารับชมที่หน้าเวทีได้เลย รอรับของรางวัลไปพร้อมๆกันกับเราได้นะคะ
ใช่แล้วค่ะ เพราะว่าตอนเย็นนะคะ หลังจากจบคู่ที่ 2 แล้วเนี่ย เราก็จะแจกกระเป๋านะคะจาก ROG ไปค่ะ
โอเค จะเริ่มจับแล้วนะทุกคน
3 คนเท่านั้น เอาจริง ๆ คนถ่ายเยอะเหมือนกันนะเนี่ย
มาแล้วคนแรก
คนแรกนะคะ คุณ
พาลินลังปะลิน
พระลินลัง 098492 ตืดนะคะ ก็เดี๋ยวอยู่ไหมเอ่ย คุณพระลินลัง
อยู่ไหมคะคุณพาลินลัง
ถ้าไม่อยู่เดี๋ยวเราจะให้ทีมงานเป็นฝ่ายโทร
ได้
หา
เลยค่ะ
เนาะใช่ไหมคะ เดี๋ยวน้องโทรให้นะคะ
คนต่อไป ใครจะเป็นผู้โชคดีกันต่อไปกันนะ
บอกเลยว่าการทายผลก็ไม่ยากเนาะคือแค่ไปด้านขวาของเวทีของเพื่อนๆนะคะ ก็สามารถจะทายกันได้เลยนะคะ มีบัตรให้ทายฟรีนะ
ผู้โชคดีคนต่อไปมาแล้วนะคะ คุณภาคินพดุงศักดิ์อยู่ไหมคะ
คุณพาคินพดุงศักดิ์อยู่ไหมเอ่ย
096959ตื้ออยู่ไหมคะ คุณภาคินพดุงศักดิ์ถ้าไม่อยู่เดี๋ยวทีมงานจะติดต่อกลับไปอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะคะ
ใช่แล้วค่ะ แต่ว่าอาจจะออกไปกินข้าวหรือว่าอาจจะออกไปดื่มน้ำอะไรอย่างเงี้ยก็เข้าใจได้เดี๋ยวเราโทรหานะคะคนสุดท้ายนะคะของรอบนี้เนี่ยก็มาจับกันเลย ใครจะได้เสื้อจาก ROG ไปนะคะ
คนสุดท้ายมาแล้ว อ่านไม่ออกพี่จิ๋วช่วยน้องหน่อย
คุณธนพลยังอยู่นายธนพลยังอยู่หรือเปล่า
ไม่เป็นไรเดี๋ยวเราบอกเบอร์ก็ได้098 2609อยู่ไหมคะ
ไม่อยู่เหมือนกัน
ไม่อยู่เดี๋ยวทีมงานจะติดต่อกลับไปอีกรอบนึง
ใช่แล้วค่ะก็ยังไม่หมดนะคะนอกจากนี้เนี่ยเราก็จะยังมีทีมต่อไปเนาะที่เขาจะขึ้นมาแข่งขันนะคะนั่นก็คือทีมจากเกาหลีใต้แล้วก็จากญี่ปุ่นนะคะสกาซีแล้วก็
เพนเทล่าจากประเทศเกาหลีค่ะ
ใช่ค่ะ
คุณผู้ชมเนี่ยสามารถ prediction box ที่อยู่ทางด้านขวาของมือคุณได้นะคะ prediction เชียร์ทีมไหนรักทีมไหนเชียร์ทีมนั้นหรือจะลงทั้ง2ทีมก็ได้นะ
ใช่ค่ะแต่ตอนนี้นะคะเดี๋ยวเราจะเข้าสู่อีกกิจกรรมหนึ่งที่เชื่อว่าหลายๆคนที่เคยเล่น R6 เนี่ย Rainbow Six เนี่ยต้องทายได้แน่นอน
ต้องคุ้นเคยกันเป็นอย่างดีกับการทายเงาตัวละครจากเกม Rainbow Six Siege กิจกรรมดีๆที่บูธ ROG ของเรานะคะใครสนใจเข้ามาจับจองด้านหน้าเวทีได้เลยนะคะ
ใช่แล้วค่ะเดี๋ยวเราจะเริ่มกันเลยไหม
ได้ค่ะเริ่มเลยละกัน
อยากรู้ว่ามีใครเคยเล่น R6 บ้าง
มีใครเคยเล่นRainbow Sixมาก่อนไหมคะมีไหมคะเห็นยกมือกันแล้ว
ทายเงานะแล้วเดี๋ยวเราให้รางวัลแน่นอนนะคะไม่รู้ว่าทีมงานพร้อมหรือยังกับการเปิดเงา
ทีมงานเตรียมของรางวัลมาให้เรียบร้อยแล้วทีมงานโชว์ดูด้วยอันนี้ของดีใครสนใจเข้าร่วมกิจกรรมอย่าลืมมาจับจองกันได้ที่ด้านหน้าเวทีนะคะมีกิจกรรมตลอดทั้งงานเลยแล้วก็หากใครที่ไม่ได้มางานนะคะสามารถรับชมการถ่ายทอดสดได้ที่ช่องทาง Facebook ASUS Republic of Gamer นะคะ YouTube ROG Thailand และ Facebook ESL Thailand หรือว่าโคสตรีมชวิสไวเปอร์เดมอนจากพี่เอ๋ยนั่นเองค่ะ
ใช่แล้วค่ะตอนนี้นะคะเราจะทำการแข่งขันเกมไม่พอนะคะเราก็จะแจกนี่ด้วยนะคะเป็น ROG Mechanical Sculpture นะคะสามารถเอาไปต่อแล้วก็ตั้งโชว์สวยๆได้เลยบอกเลยนะว่าสวยมากเอาจริงๆของจริงสวยมากนะคะ
จริงมาแล้ว
เราจะแจก
ให้ดูด้วย
ใช่ค่ะเราจะแจกทั้งหมด10รางวัลนะคะสำหรับการเล่นเกมนี้
เยอะมากนะ10รางวัล
ให้ทาย10ตัวนั่นแหละ
โอ้โห10ตัวนี่ทีมงานก็ต้องลุ้นอีกทีว่าจะเป็นตัวละครไหน
ใช่ค่ะเพราะฉะนั้นเดี๋ยวเรามาเริ่มกันเลยนะข้อแรกนะคะตัวแรกเดี๋ยวขอภาพมาเลยทีมงานขึ้นภาพให้เลยนะคะใครตอบได้ขึ้นมาบนเวทีคนแรกเราจะให้ตอบตัวแรก
มีใครรู้ไหมคะว่าโอเปอเรเตอร์ตัวนี้ชื่ออะไร
ขึ้นมาเลยลูกขึ้นมา
เลยผู้โชคดีคนนี้มาแล้ว
อุ้ยเขายกมือไวมากเลยนะบอกตรงๆชื่ออะไรคะ
ชื่อนายครับ
น้องนายนะคะน้องนายตอบว่
าวาคิลี่ครับ
เป็นคำตอบที่ถูกต้องนะคะยินดีด้วยนะคะ
ถูกต้องนะคะก็เดี๋ยวรับจากทีมงานได้เลยนะคะขอบคุณมากเลยค่ะตอบอย่างรวดเร็วไม่มีลังเลเราก็แจกไปแบบไม่มีลังเลเหมือนกันนะคะจริงๆแล้วเรายังมีอีก9ตัวนะคะใครที่ผ่านไปผ่านมาก็ยกมือเราวิ่งขึ้นมาได้เลยนะต่อไปค่ะตัวที่2โอเปอเรเตอร์
ต่อไป
พอไม่เอ่ยตัวที่2นะคะ
ถ้าไม่มีใครรู้เราสามารถให้เซิร์ชหาอากูได้อากูคือคำตอบทุกอย่าง
นี่คือใบ้เหรอ
ใบ้สุดๆแล้ว
เดี๋ยวมาดูตัวต่อไปกันดีกว่าค่ะเงาของใครอันนี้คือเงาของใคร
รู้เราได้ผู้โชคดีคนต่อไปแล้วนะคะคนที่2ของเรา เย็นนะคะ
พี่ช่วยสะดุดความโชคดีอ่ะน้องอะไรคะ
ชื่อนะครับ
น้องณตอบว่าเป็นเงาของ
วาเดนครับ
เป็นคำตอบที่ถูกต้องนะคะ ยินดีกับของรางวัลด้วยนะคะ
ตอบอย่างรวดเร็วเหมือนกันเห็นปุ๊บปั๊บยกมืออะไรอย่างเงี้ยก็รับของไปเลยนะคะ เป็น Mechanical Sculpture จาก ROG ค่ะ
ถ้าเป็นเงาที่ยากหน่อย จะบอกว่าทีมงานก็ตอบไม่ได้เหมือนกันนะคะ ต้องรอทางหลังบ้านมาบอกอีกทีเช่นกัน
ใช่ไหมคือเมื่อกี้เป็นข้อที่ยากไหมคะ น้องกัน
ยากไหม
น้องกันว่ายากไหม
ไม่ยากสำหรับคนที่เล่นเรนโบว์ซิกมาก่อนอยู่แล้ว
อ๋อ ไม่ยากนะ
แต่เราไปตัวโอเปอเรเตอร์ที่ 3 กันเลย ทายเงาเหมือนเดิมค่ะเสิร์ชหา Google ได้นะ
ใช่ เราก็จะเล่นกันอย่างเงี้ยแหละ ไปเรื่อยๆนะคะถ้าครบทั้งหมด 10 ข้อก็มาได้เลยนะคะ
อันนี้ทีมงานก็
อ่ะ
ตอบ
เดิน
ไม่ได้
ขึ้น
เหมือ
มาน
กัน
แล้
แต่
ว
คุ้น
เป็นยังไงวันนี้มีน้องแมวเหมียวของเรา ขึ้นมาชื่ออะไรคะ
แซคครับ
มั่นใจไหม
มั่นใจ
ตอบผิดรู้หรือเปล่าว่าพี่จะปรับเงิน พี่ล้อเล่น
ๆอย่าเพิ่งไปไหน อย่าเพิ่งไปไหน รับของรางวัลก่อน
อย่าเพิ่งไปไหนนะคะ ตอบว่า
เมสโตครับ
เป็นคำตอบที่ถูกต้องนะคะ
ถูกต้องนะคะอ่ะ
ยินดีกับของรางวัลด้วยนะคะ
ค่ะ รับของรางวัลกับทีมงานด้านล่างได้เลยนะคะ
โอ้ยอาจจะยังเบสิกอยู่ ทีมงานก็ตอบได้เหมือนกัน
ผ่านไปแล้ว4ไหม
4 คนหรือเปล่าคะทีมงาน4
ผ่านไปแล้ว
คน
4แบบเร็วมากเลย ในฐานะที่พี่รู้มาว่าน้องกันเนี่ยเป็นผู้เล่นอาซิกที่ก็โหดอยู่ พี่ได้ยินมาจากพี่จอว่าก็ไม่อยากจะเจอน้องกันเลยอะไรอย่างเงี้
ว่าย ไปค่ะพี่จิ๋ว
น้องกันมีตัวที่ชอบเล่นบ่อยไหมคะ
มีค่ะ มีในดวงใจเลยต้องเล่นประจำ
ตัวอะไร
ถ้าฝั่ง a อ t a c ก็จะเป็นทวิชนะคะแต่ถ้าฝั่ง Defense เนาะจะเป็นตัวอาลีบายค่ะ
อุ้ยอันนี้คือตัวโปรด
ตัวโปรดที่เวลาเล่นทีไรก็จะมีแต่แบบผู้เล่นฝั่งตรงข้ามแบนเสมอ
เราก็จะไม่ค่อยได้เล่นเนาะ
ใช่ค่ะ
ก็ใครอย่าลืมนะคะ เดินผ่านไปผ่านมาสามารถมาจับจองที่นั่งกันได้นะคะ เพราะว่าเดี๋ยวเราจะมีการโชว์แมตช์ของทีมจากต่างประเทศนะคะ ไม่ว่าจะเป็นเกาหลีใต้หรือว่าประเทศญี่ปุ่นนะคะ เพื่อชิงเงินรางวัลในเกมนี้ หรือว่ารายการนี้เนี่ยมากถึงมากกว่า1,500,000 บาท
ใช่
เล
แล้
ยว ค่ะ
ค่ะ
ก็เดี๋ยวเรามาดู
เราไปดูตัวต่อไปกันเนาะตัวที่ 5
ตัวที่ 5
ยังอยู่ในกิจกรรมเดิมก็คือทายเงานะคะ ใครที่สนใจกิจกรรม
ใครทายได้นะคะ
เข้
ขึ้นมาได้เลยอ่ะ
มาโอเปอเรเตอร์ตัวนี้ง่ายมาก
จะบอกว่า
ไวมาก
แปลว่าคำถามเราไม่ยากเลย
จริง
นะ ถ้าดูจากการแบบยกมือได้เร็วขนาดนี้นะคะ ชื่ออะไรเอ่ย
ชื่อปักครับ
น้องปั๊บ
ปักใส่อะ
ปลั๊กปลั๊กน้องปลั๊กไฟ น้องปลั๊กไฟมั่นใจไหม
มั่นใจครับ
มั่นใจมากเพราะว่ายกขึ้นมาแบบเร็วเลย เล่นอาซิกมานานเท่าไหร่ละ
อะไรนะครับ
เล่นอาซิกมานานเท่าไหร่ละ
2 ปีครับ
2 ปีอุ้ย
ถือว่าเป็นนานมากผู้เล่นที่ยาวนานมาก
ใช่แล้วก็ถือว่าเป็นคนที่มีเพื่อนนะ ถ้าไม่มีเพื่อนเล่นยากอยู่ แปลว่ามีเพื่อน
โอเค
อ่ะน้องปลั๊กตอบว่า
ไออาน่าครับ
เป็นคำ
เป็
ต
น
อบ
ยังไงคะ
ที่
พี่กัน
ถูกต้องนะคะ
ถูกต้องนะคะ
ไม่มีใครตอบผิดสักคนเลย
มั่นใจมากนะคะ
ง่ายไปหรือเปล่าของทายเงาของเราเนี่ย
เรียกว่าไม่ง่ายแล้วก็ไม่ยากจนเกินไป คือ
ทุกคน
สำหรับคน
สามารถตอบได้
ที่แบบเล่น Rainbow Six เนี่ยก็สามารถที่จะตอบได้อย่างแน่นอนนะคะ สิ่งที่เราแจกตอนนี้นะคะ นั่นก็คือ ROG Mechanical Sculpture นะคะ ก็สามารถเอากลับไปต่อที่บ้านได้เลยนะคะ ตอนนี้เหลืออีก 5 ชิ้น 5 รางวัลนะคะ ที่เราจะมาให้เพื่อนๆได้ทายตัวละครจากเงา
ใช่แล้วค่ะไปงั้นเราไปเริ่มตัวละครนี้ 6 กันเลยดีกว่าค่ะ
ตัวต่อไปนะคะ
มีใครรู้ไหมคะว่าตัวโอเปอเรเตอร์ตัวนี้คืออะไร โอเคค่ะ คุณหน้านะคะคนนี้
มาแล้ว
ส
มา
สดี
แล้ว
นะคะ ชื่ออะไรคะ แนะนำตัวหน่อย
ชื่อปันค่ะ
ทายว่าเป็นตัวโอเปอเรเตอร์ตัวไหนใน Rainbow Six
ฟอเรสค่ะ
มั่นใจในคำตอบนะ เป็นคำตอบที่ถูกต้องนะคะ
โอ้
สาวสวยของเรา
ตอบเร็วมากคือ
เล่น
แบบ
Rainbow Six ไหมคะ
เล่นมา
รู้สึกยังไงบ้างกับการที่มากัน
มาไม่
ไม่ทันค่ะรถติด
มาไม่ทันค่ะรถติดแล้วตอนเย็นเนี่ยที่จะมีแมตช์แบบแมตช์สำคัญระหว่างเกาหลีใต้กับญี่ปุ่นเราจะรอดูไหม
รอดูค่ะ
ส่วนตัวเชียร์ทีมอะไรคะ
เชียร์ทีมญี่ปุ่นค่ะ
ส
ทีม
กา
สกา
ซี
ซีอย่าลืมไปลง prediction บอกนะเพื่อรุนรับของรางวัล
ใช่แล้วค่ะขอบคุณมากเลยนะคะขอบคุณค่ะเชียร์ทีมไหนนะคะไม่ว่าจะเป็นสกาซีนะคะหรือว่าจะเป็นแพนเทราเนี่ยก็สามารถที่จะไปรับบัตรเพื่อทายผลการแข่งขันได้นะคะ แล้วก็ตัวต่อไปไหม
ตัวที่ 7 แล้วหรือเปล่าพี่จิ๋ว
ตัวที่ 7 แล้วอ่ะอุ๊ย
ใช่ไหม
มันง่ายเกินไปหรือเปล่านะ
จะเป็นตัวอะไรนะ
งั้นทีมงานขอภาพเลยค่ะ
เอ้ยอันนี้ ตัวเด็ดเลยตัวเด็ดเลยอันนี้
ตอบได้
Operator
ต้องวิ่งมา เราจะนับคนวิ่งมาคนแรกเท่านั้นนะคะ
สวัสดีนะคะผู้โชคดีคนที่ 7
ตัวที่ 7 แล้วชื่ออะไรคะ
ชื่อชาติครับ
คุณชาญนะ มั่นใจไหมเอ่ย คือเห็นแล้วตอบได้เลยเหรอ
ครับ
ครับ
มั่นใจในคำตอบว่า
ครับเลยอ่ะ
แสดงว่าง่ายจริง
ค่ะ คุณชาญตอบว่า
อารุณีครับ
ๆ เป็นคำตอบที่ถูกต้องนะคะ แต่ต้องบอกก่อนว่า
ถูก
อา
เล
รุ
ย
ณีเนี่ยเป็นโอเปอเรเตอร์จากประเทศไทยของเรานั่นเองค่ะ
โอ้สุดยอดนะคะ ก็รับไปเลยนะคะ ด้านล่างเวทีนะคะกับทีม
ยิน
งาน
ดีกับ
ค่ะ
ผู้โชคดีด้วยนะคะ
ขอบคุณมากเลยนะคะ ต้องบอกก่อนว่าโอเปอเรเตอร์ของประเทศไทยก็มี แล้วจะอยากประกาศนิดนึงนะคะว่าใครที่เล่น Rainbow Six อยู่แล้วเนี่ยต้องไม่พลาดกับงานวันพรุ่งนี้ เพราะว่าอะไรน้อง
เพ
กัน
ราะว่าพรุ่งเนี่ยเราจะมีทีมเด็ดทั้ง 2 ทีมมาเลย ไม่ว่าจะเป็น Elevate และ Fully ทั้ง 2 ทีมเนี่ยได้ไปเหยียบเวทีต่างประเทศมากันทั้งคู่แล้ว
ใช่แล้ว
มาแจก
ค่ะ
ลายเซ็นหรือว่ามาให้พบปะแฟนๆ กันได้ดูนะคะ
ใช่แล้วค่ะ ก็จะมาทำกิจกรรมกับบูธ ROG Master ของเรานะคะ
ใช่แล้ว
พรุ่งนี้ก็ใครที่มาวันนี้แล้วก็มาอีกสักวันหนึ่งมาเป็นกำลังใจให้เราแล้วก็ทีมที่พวกคุณเชียร์กันเนาะ
ใช่แล้วค่ะ
ค่ะเพราะฉะนั้นขอตัวต่อไปเลยเนาะ
ตัวที่
ใคร
8 แล้วหรือเปล่าคะพี่จิ๋ว
อันนี้น่าจะตัวที่ 9ไหมคะ น่าจะตัวที่ 9 แล้วนะ
โอเค โอ้โห ทีมงานไม่รู้แฮะอันนี้
มีใครตอบได้ไหม ตอบได้หรือเปล่าตอบได้มาเลยค่ะ เกมนี้เป็นเกมของคนที่ยกมือแล้ววิ่ง
ยกมือไวมากแสดงว่าทุกคนรู้กันอยู่แล้ว
ยกมือไวมาก
แต่อันนี้ทีมงานพิธีกรก็ไม่มั่นใจเหมือนกันว่าเป็นตัวโอเปอเรเตอร์ตัวไหนนะคะ ต้องขอจัดทีมงานอีกรอบ
ได้เลยค่ะ ชื่ออะไรคะ
ชื่อมินครับ
มินครับ
คุณมินนะคะ คุณมินมั่นใจไหม เพราะว่ามั่นใจนิดนึงเพราะว่าน้องกันบอกว่าอุ๊ยอันนี้ก็ไม่มั่นใจเหมือนกัน
ใช่
ค่ะ
พิธีกรไม่มั่นใจในตัวนี้
คุณมินตอบว่า
แพชเชอร์ครับ
แทชเชอร์
แพชเชอร์เป็นเป็นคำตอบที่ถูกต้องนะคะ
เป็นคำตอบที่ถูกต้องค่ะ
ยินดีด้วย
ขอบ
นะคะ
คุณ
รับของ
นะคะ
รางวัล
เดี๋ยว
ทาง
รับ
ด้าน
รางวัล
ซ้าย
ด้านล่าง
เวที
ได้เลย เหลือรางวัลสุดท้าย
รางวัลสุดท้ายใครจะเป็นคนได้ไป
ค่ะ ใครที่เดินผ่านไปผ่านมาอยู่ตรงนี้นะคะ คือตอนนี้เนี่ยเรากำลังให้ทายตัวละครในเกม Rainbow Six นะคะ
ใช่แล้ว
จากเงาอยู่ ซึ่งเราจะแจก Mechanical Sculpture นะคะ ให้ไปต่อแล้วก็เอาไปวางตั้งโชว์สวยๆที่บ้านเนาะ ใครที่อยากได้นะคะ ก็รอดูโอเปอเรเตอร์ตัวต่อไปได้เลย
ตัวสุดท้ายเนาะ
ใช่ค่ะ
ตัวย
ก
สุด
มื
ท้าย
อ
ใครจะเป็นคนได้ไป
ใช่ค่ะ ยกมือแล้ววิ่งขึ้นมาได้เลยนะคะ
มีคนรู้ไหมคะว่าตัวโอเปอเรเตอร์ตัวนี้คือตัวอะไรอ้าว
อันนี้คือยกไปด้วยวิ่งไปด้วยชื่ออะไรคะ
ชื่ออิมครับ อิม
คุณอิมคือแบบรู้เลยเหรอ แล้วก็วิ่งมาเลย
อันนี้เพื่อนกระซิบบอกใบปะคะเนี่ย
เพื่อนผลัก
อ๋อโอเคค่ะ
คุณอิมตอบว่า
อีลาบ
เป็นคำตอบที่ถูกต้องนะคะ
โอ้เร็วสุดยอดเลยนะคะ ขอบคุณนะคะ รับของรางวัลจากทีมงานได้เลย คือมาขึ้นมาตอบ1คนแต่ด้านล่างน่าจะมีอยู่ประมาณ5คน
กองเชียร์หรือเปล่าอาจจะเป็น
กองเชียร์กองเรียกเชียร์บ้างเรียกเชียร์ก็ไม่ได้นะ เพราะเมื่อกี้จูเห็นเขาแบบผลัก
แย่งกันได้ขอ
ตาง มเพื่อนรักนะคะ ก็เอากลับไปต่อกันได้นะคะ แต่ว่าของรางวัลของเราเนี่ยยังไม่หมดเท่านี้นะคะ เพราะว่าหลังจากจบการแข่งขันทุกรอบเนี่ยเราก็จะมีทั้งแจกเสื้อนะคะ แจกตัวสครับเจอร์นะคะ แล้วก็ใครที่แบบรอลุ้นลัคกี้ดรอสุดท้ายนะคะสำหรับคนที่ทายถูกไปเนี่ยว่าทีมไหนจะเป็นทีมชนะ ก็จะได้รับกระเป๋าแล็ปท็อปจากทาง ROG ด้วยค่ะ
แต่ไม่ว่าจะตอบถูกหรือตอบผิดเนี่ย ก็สามารถลุ้นรับลัคกี้ดอได้เช่นกันนะคะ
ใช่ค่ะตอนนี้น่าจะต้องถึงเวลาพักแล้วนะคะ อีกหนึ่งอีกหนึ่งแปลว่าจุนับผิดนะคะ อีกหนึ่งตัวละกันค่ะใครตอบได้เอามาสิ
มีใครตอบได้ไหมคะ
นี่เดินมาแล้วเชิญ
คนสุดท้ายที่จะได้ของรางวัลไป
เราก็นึกว่าครบแล้วสุดท้ายท้ายสุดจริงๆของรอบนี้นะคะ คุณอะไรเอ่ย
พอชครับ
คุณพอชเล่นอาซิกอยู่แล้วไหม
เล่นครับเล่นบริสครับ
ชอบตัวบลิชแล้วตัวนี้ล่ะคะชื่ออะไร
ฟิลส์ครับ
ฟิลส์
มั่นใจในคำตอบไหมคะมั่นใจเป็นคำตอบที่ถูกต้องนะคะ
ฟิลส์โอเคค่ะขอบคุณนะคะถูกต้องค่ะก็รับของจากทีมงานไปเลยเมื่อกี้ไม่ได้ยินฟิลส์ตัวนี้น้องกันเคยเล่นไหม
เคยค่ะแต่ว่าจะไม่ค่อยพกโล่เท่าไหร่เล่นหยิบปืนมากกว่าโล่
นะก็จบไปแล้วนะคะเป็นการทายตัวละครจากเงานะคะในเกม R6 หรือว่า Rainbow Six นั่นเองซึ่งตอนนี้นะคะเพื่อนๆแล้วก็ทุกคนที่อยู่ในงานนะคะกำลังอยู่กับเรานะคะในรายการ ROG Masters Asia Pacific 2022 นะคะในรอบ Grand Finals เพื่อชิงเงินรางวัลรวมมูลค่ากว่า 1,500,000 บาทนะคะหรือว่า 40,000 US ดอลลาร์นั่นเองค่ะซึ่งตอนนี้นะคะคือมี4ทีมที่เขากำลังแข่งกันอยู่นะคะเพื่อชิงเงินรางวัลสูงสุดตอนนี้เนี่ยก็ได้มา4ประเทศเนาะอาจจะไม่มีประเทศไทยของเรานะคะแต่ว่าก็สามารถจะเชียร์พวกเขาได้
ใช่แล้ว
มีทีมอะไรบ้างคะ
มีทีมไกมินกราเดียเตอร์จากประเทศอินโดนีเซียนะคะเพนเทล่าจากประเทศเกาหลีสกาจีจากประเทศญี่ปุ่นและมังกี้ฮันเตอร์จากประเทศอินเดียนั่นเองค่ะ
ใช่ค่ะก็เรียกได้ว่าทุกแมตช์ของการแข่งขันเนี่ยก็ดุเดือดแล้วก็เรียกว่าเชื่อเฉือนกันจริงๆนะคะคือพวกเขาแบบพี่เห็นเขาตั้งใจแบบตั้งใจสุดๆไปเลย
พี่จิ๋วต้องไปลองเล่นดูแล้วสนุกจริงเกม
พี่ก็อยากจะเล่นตอนนี้ก็คือแบบทำการเขาเรียกว่าอะไรศึกษาให้แฟนสอนอยู่
ต้องลองไปสตรีมบ้าง
เดี๋ยวก็อาจจะไปพูดเป็นเสียงเดียวกันเหมือนกับจอร์จว่าไม่อยากเจอน้องกัน
โอเค
นะคะก็ทั้งหมดนี้นะคะจะเป็นกิจกรรมที่บูธของเราส่วนใครที่อยากจะดูแมตช์การแข่งขันนะคะหรือว่าอยากจะมานั่งรอเนี่ยก็สามารถมานั่งรอได้นะคะที่หน้าบูธของเราหรือว่าตรงนี้ได้เลยและในระหว่างการแข่งขันแมตช์ต่อไปนะคะอย่าลืมมา prediction นะคะว่าทีมไหนจะเป็นทีมผู้ชนะแล้วเดี๋ยวเราจะมีกิจกรรมและของรางวัลแจกเรื่อยๆอย่างแน่นอนนะคะ
เดี๋ยวทางพิธีกรเนี่ยจะเดินเอากล่องเนี่ยแล้วก็ไปหาทุกท่านให้ได้ลง prediction บอกกันทุกคนจะได้ของรางวัลกันไปนะคะ
ใช่ค่ะเพราะฉะนั้นตอนนี้เดี๋ยวเรา2คนขอตัวไปพักกันก่อนนะคะเดี๋ยวกลับมาเจอกันในรอบหน้าว่าทีมไหนจะมาแข่งกันอีกค่ะ
Te veré en el infierno.
Desperado, why don't you come to your senses? Our gifts propelled us to hide from the surface over human history.
We've been forbearing for thousands of years. We're not gonna take it anymore!
A single spark can start a prairie fire.
Vamos! Akira! We chose dishonor, and we'll still have war.
Only if it leads us to victory.
Akira believes in you, Vic. Feel your fate in what you cannot feel.
To sacrifice for those who dare. By the force of hate and all its plans, the course of fate lies in our hands.
Showtime. As you wish.
one can take us down!
It was the age of gamers. It was the age of oppressors. It was the epoch of utopia. It was the epoch of dystopia. It was the winter of silence. It was the spring of uprisings. We are unstoppable. We are all going directly to the Republic of Gamers. Why don't you come to your senses? Our gifts propelled us to hide from the surface over human history.
We've been forbearing for thousands of years. We're not gonna take it anymore!
A single spark can start a prairie fire.
Vamos! Akira! We chose dishonor, and we'll still have war.
Only if it leads us to victory.
Akira believed in you, Vic.
Feel your fate in what you cannot feel.
To sacrifice for those who dare. Defy the force of hate and all its plans. The course of fate lies in our hands.
Showtime. As you wish.
No one can take us down.
It was the age of gamers. It was the age of oppressors. It was the epoch of utopia. It was the epoch of dystopia. It was the winter of silence. It was the spring of uprisings. We are unstoppable. We are all going directly to the Republic of Gamers.
Te veré en el infierno.
Desperado, why don't you come to your senses? Our gifts propelled us to hide from the surface over human history.
We've been forbearing for thousands of years. We're not gonna take it anymore!
A single spark can start a prairie fire.
Vamos! Akira! We chose dishonor, and we'll still have war.
Only if it leads us to victory.
Akira believed in you, Vic.
Feel your fate in what you cannot feel.
To sacrifice for those who dare. Defy the force of hate and all its plans. The course of fate lies in our hands.
Showtime. As you wish.
No one can take us down.
It was the age of gamers. It was the age of oppressors. It was the epoch of utopia. It was the epoch of dystopia. It was the winter of silence. It was the spring of uprisings. We are unstoppable. We are all going directly to the Republic of Gamers.
Te veré en el infierno.
Desperado, why don't you come to your senses? Our gifts propelled us to hide from the surface over human history.
We've been forbearing for thousands of years. We're not gonna take it anymore!
A single spark can start a prairie fire.
Vamos! Akira! We chose dishonor, and we'll still have war.
Only if it leads us to victory.
Akira believed in you, Vic.
Feel your fate in what you cannot feel.
To sacrifice for those who dare. Defy the force of hate and all its plans. The course of fate lies in our hands.
Showtime. As you wish.
No one can take us down.
It was the age of gamers. It was the age of oppressors. It was the epoch of utopia. It was the epoch of dystopia. It was the winter of silence. It was the spring of uprisings. We are unstoppable. We are all going directly to the Republic of Gamers. Desperado, why don't you come to your senses? Our gifts propelled us to hide from the surface over human history.
We've been forbearing for thousands of years. We're not gonna take it anymore!
A single spark can start a prairie fire.
Vamos! Akira! We chose dishonor, and we'll still have war.
Only if it leads us to victory.
Akira believed in you, Vic.
Feel your fate in what you cannot feel.
To sacrifice for those who dare. Defy the force of hate and all its plans. The course of fate lies in our hands.
Showtime. As you wish.
No one can take us down.
It was the age of gamers. It was the age of oppressors. It was the epoch of utopia. It was the epoch of dystopia. It was the winter of silence. It was the spring of uprisings. We are unstoppable. We are all going directly to the Republic of Gamers.
Te veré en el infierno.
Desperado, why don't you come to your senses? Our gifts propelled us to hide from the surface over human history.
We've been forbearing for thousands of years. We're not gonna take it anymore!
A single spark can start a prairie fire.
Vamos! Akira! We chose dishonor, and we'll still have war.
Only if it leads us to victory.
Akira believed in you, Vic.
Feel your fate in what you cannot feel.
To sacrifice for those who dare. Defy the force of hate and all its plans. The course of fate lies in our hands.
Showtime. As you wish.
No one can take us down.
It was the age of gamers. It was the age of oppressors. It was the epoch of utopia. It was the epoch of dystopia. It was the winter of silence. It was the spring of uprisings. We are unstoppable. We are all going directly to the Republic of Gamers.
Difficult challenge here, but no, the player looks the wrong way, grabs one, traded instantly.
The young prodigy can salvage it, Cairo. He got them on the back of the head.
It's been a long day already, but we find ourselves starting to make our way into that upper bracket final black and blue. We've already sent one team home, unfortunately. Now, though, it's time to find our first grand finalist. Panthera will be taking on Scars, vying for that spot.
We've seen some hijinks during the exhibition matches in between as well, but we're back to the main event of the evening. Of course, two upper teams in the upper bracket who have certainly made a case to be the top two teams favored to win this entire tournament, considering how they pretty much swept the opposition on their opening play day yesterday. Scars versus Panthera, and in such incredible fashion they did. So now I think we're going to get ourselves into a much more starkly contrasted situation where these teams I'm expecting to go the distance for.
Yeah, look, I think we might just get our first three mapper this weekend, of course, between the two teams. In saying that, though, you'd have to admit Panthera probably had the harder road to get to that upper bracket final. Monkey Hunters took them a little bit deeper in their two maps that they did play, whereas Scars, it was a pretty clean run through. But, I mean, look, this is a battle of APAC North. Japan versus Korea, two very, very dominant countries when it comes to Rainbow Six Siege and APAC as a whole. So I'm expecting some big stuff out of both teams.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Scars, right? They finished top in their group in the Japan League, and it just is a great showing that we have pretty much the creme of the crop for both real regions here, competing here in the ROG Masters APAC. Of course, land setting, not something you're not used to anyways, so there isn't too much in that factor, but there definitely is pressure to be able to take home the bag here, especially when you're going up against, you know, representatives from different regions. We had SCA and SA play a while ago, SCA coming out on top. We're going to find out which Northern APAC region is going to qualify and make themselves into the grand finals here today.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. And you can see, you know, our hosts back on stage at the LAN, venue as well, getting ready to welcome our two teams out onto the stage. I mean, It's great. I love watching some APAC Siege, and specifically APAC North as well. They're an incredibly drilled region. They stick to their guns when they approach the game, and it's one of those, very, very level-headed, very, very rock solid. We can see on our screen, Scars. They were kind of scary yesterday. They were dominant, and Washui, you just saw on your screen there, was an absolute force to be reckoned with, whether it was on the defense or the attack. He would single-handedly decide a lot of the momentum of the matches that we saw yesterday.
I mean, arguably, APAC North, a bit more structured, at least closer to how the rest of the world sees the game, as compared to, you look at APAC South and how SEA teams like to play a bit off the books, but that's exactly what you might type of need in these kind of tournaments.
ทีมนี้นะคะ
Looking
ขอ
here,
แก้ไขนิดนึง
first
เนาะ
and
มาจากประเทศญี่ปุ่น
foremost, they
นะคะ
need no introduction, but we're going to give it to them anyways. These guys have proven themselves to be one of the best teams you are going to find in the entirety of the region. And they have just been so deadly. Scars looking like an absolute monster throughout their run. And, well, look at Panthera. Those guys as well on the other end of the floor have also been so terrifyingly so.
You love it. S is up in chat as well, I'm sure. And we turn our heads to Korea, of course, for Panthera. And I mean, you talk about these two teams coming into it, black and blue, and you look at it. These are two of the best teams from their respective countries in this region outside of Tier 1. And, I mean, Scars finished top of the Japanese competition this year. Not a Tier 1 team yet. They haven't had the chance to compete in APAC North. Same with the likes of Panthera. Maybe not quite on the same cusp as Scars, but I'd argue in that same bracket.
Yeah, they're about there, right?
ขอเสียงปรบมือ
Top of the T2 scene have yet to really get themselves into, where the other representatives from the region like DWG would be, but they're vying for that spot. And a lot of the teams, like for Gaming Gladiators, for example, the representatives of SEA here, they were once at that spot too. They're playing the Operation Leagues, trying to get themselves qualified into the APAC South, and they finally get there through that hard work. And so these two teams, they are one of the best, I guess, case studies for each region, for Japan and Korea respectively, on teams that are at the cusp of breaking through into that top T1 scene. And look at the side of obviously Panthera here, who they're not I guess sitting at the top in terms of number 1 in standings, but they definitely have the capabilities of doing so. Always a team that you'd see end up perennially like top 5 right in the Korean Open, and that's something you cannot scoff at.
Yeah, look, you see them all huddled up, ready to go. And the camaraderie of these rosters, and I mean, these guys, I think you put it as simply as you can, thick as thieves. They will back each other until the round is over and the game is won. And on top of that, the discipline, all the rest of it, I'm excited. I'm very excited to see what this matchup will bring. Both teams knocked out Tier 1 competitors from APAC North to get this spot here on land. So they have definitely earned it.
They're definitely no real slouch in that regard, right? No matter if they might not have the same notoriety, especially their Panthera compared to Scars, it's going to be a very, very far cry to count them out of this tournament, especially with their opening performances yesterday during Playday number 1 of our final stages. So, Panthera, here representing Korea, always a team that has been formidable. We did see them lastly play during the Korean Open at the very least, up against Sandbox. Didn't go their way, but you look at their qualifiers and they were able to take out big names, take out names like Talon, for example, to qualify in here. And that is just, I guess, a huge, real accomplishment for a team like them to put themselves in that discussion. Now they're going up against Scars, who have done the same.
Yeah, exactly. But their opponents looked absolutely mental yesterday. The Scars, Pion, Res, Tayo, Lua, and Washui were just on another level. Dominant from start to finish. And look, I'll be perfectly honest. Gaming Gladiators got manhandled in their matchup.
Dismantled, really diminished the recent Berlin representatives, and just seemed like a stark cut above their competition in that one. So if they can carry that momentum here, it's going to be difficult, but if they can carry that momentum versus this Panthera squad, they could be the favorites to win this entire thing.
Yeah, I'm expecting something big coming into this matchup. Of course, both teams, crack gunners, ace strategists. They have exactly everything they need in their toolkit to bring some real heat siege today. I'm excited. Honestly, I really want to know where we're going to be going to battle this one out. The BUC Panthera on your screen. Vamos, JLT Ryder, Shu, and Ran. And look, they were pushed a little bit more by the Monkey Hunters, but I don't think that is necessarily representative of what we can expect in this matchup. I think this is going to be a different beast in its entirety.
Oh yeah. Simply put, you know, these teams, they're a bit more accustomed to playing the teams from their own region naturally, so the playstyles of either, I think, aren't going to be as stark of a matchup as what we saw yesterday. South Asia going up against Korea and Japan going up against Southeast Asia, so things are going to be a lot more closer, a lot more reminiscent of what they're used to, and that kind of familiarity will prevail, at least for I think the more experienced team here in Scars. But still, you want to see what exactly Panthera can bring to the table. We have seen just in the past, obviously, Japan be such a huge region for Rainbow Six Siege, the absolute boom and how it went viral there. But Korea, they're the region that has stepped up more in as of the recent times in the past year or so, and further than that. But we're going now to the map Veto's Cafe to be played off here. We have yet to see either of these two teams play Cafe here in the playoffs, in the group stages. Clubhouse right on after, which we did see Panthera beat Monkey Hunters on yesterday.
Yeah, I'm all for this map, Veto. We're going, you know, sort of back to basics, back to the OG maps in the comp pool. Cafe Dostoevsky allows for a lot of aggression. You look at the, you know, this is the battle of the North. Two North APAC teams looking to duke it out here on LAN, on Cafe. That is going to be an absolute hit. Then we, of course, we go back to the staples of competitive Siege in Clubhouse and potentially Oregon if we need it as well. So you're looking into this teams, these teams in particular, will have strats already sorted for the likes of Cafe. Look, again, this is going to be big. I'm expecting the aggression that we saw out of Scars to come through today. I'm expecting spawn picks. I'm expecting runouts. I'm expecting heavy hits onto site. So there's a lot that should be coming our way.
All that I can expect here, Blue Panda, is the unexpected. And of course, some great Rainbow Six Siege, because OG, you talked about it. OG maps is what we're going to circle back to. And in that case, lines will be drawn. I think there's a pretty good case to see who stands on the bigger share at the end. Cafe, a map that we have seen give us some of the absolutely best games of Siege. Actually, all of these maps that we see have given us so many historical moments. And I think it's going to be a great way to decide. A great, I guess, trifecta. A great chalice to decide who's going to go to that grand final slot first.
Yeah, most definitely. Cafe. Look, the one thing I'm super excited about is that we can all but guarantee that Amira is going to be coming. Sorry, not Amira, an Armoru will be coming through. Because I doubt she's going to be banned as we look to jump on into it. B&B. We're going to Cafe. We're going to Russia. We're going to Cafe Dostoevsky for a cheeky scone and a cuppa. And maybe, just maybe, some 5-on-5 Siege action.
Finally, right? We're not expecting a Boss G to come out anytime soon. Not this time around, no. We're in for the real action. True stakes on the line. Scars vs Panthera to start things off. Blue Panda, let's bring this one home because it's the final series of the night. Opening ban here, though, to get things started. Flores, not too unexpected. A lot of that top floor, actually the entirety of this map, a lot of the site holds are incredibly influenced by things like deployable shields. Of course, that's true for most maps, but this one especially so. The floors to be taken off makes sense.
Not to mention the fact that you can also use his Rotera drone as a bit of a tactical nuke through that skylight.
Oh, very much so.
It can be very dangerous holding the top floor site with Flores in play, but there you go. We followed up with a Nook, and it's, again, the 3-tier map like Cafe Dostoevsky, especially if it's a bar cocktail hold. You send the Nook in down on the first floor, that can be pretty problematic. Azami as well, take that away. You don't want the cocktail lounge being reinforced with the Cuba barricades. So far, it is as you would expect by the books. But it's weird, you know, like a year ago the Vans would have been vastly different. You look in Thatcher, probably an ace if you had to call it, but I mean, times have changed.
Times are changing, and just like everything going away, a Warden, times have certainly changed here. For him to be taken on off, he's very strong on that kitchen hold. We've seen so many plays pulled off because of that Warden, giving them much more effectivity, and especially once they come towards the cocktail side, when Cigar has been taken away from them, the Ying being active here kind of makes this much more terrifying to not have a Warden in case, you know, that potential does come to it.
Attackers need to locate and
Exactly it. As we jump on in, I can only imagine with that ban, I think Pantera have an idea of what they want to do when they head over to the attack, and I imagine it's probably going to have something to do with the Ying. But right now we see the defense kicking off third floor. You look at it, the Italian duo, Maestro and Alibi, going to be in play. No Whammy, no Jaeger though on this defensive setup, which means Pixel could be, well, quite easily dealt with.
The only real way they have to deny any sort of, you know, throwable utility is going to be those laser gates, which I don't think is going to be enough, to be quite frank with you. A lot of holding this site up above comes down to having that pixel control somewhat in your way. They have the deployable shield here to try and supplement the fact that they don't have an Azami to play with, but still, no Amai, no Jaeger. This makes me worry for Pantera in the round.
I mean, in saying that, you look at the windows that are prepped, they've got the Valkyrie as well for extra info. In fact, they got 2, 3, 4, if you want to be pedantic about it, information gathering operators right now. And Rand is looking to get as aggressive as possible. He is about to full send it. No, never mind. It looks like we might have a call. No? Are we too late in the round to have a rehost called, aren't we?
What happened?
I don't know. There was talk of a bug.
No.
No, we bug rehost in chat, but we're that deep into the round, I don't think there is a possibility for a rehost. So they're all sort of standing around wondering what's going on.
It was just about the 30-second mark, so I'm not too sure. No one's taken damage yet either. But it seems like they're continuing to play on, so nothing to be changed as of the moment yet. We're going to continue with this round and play it like it is and as it is. So, attacking side, no real swap after the pick here from Scars. They don't even, you know, try and exercise the right to swap onto a different operator.
Alright, no, maybe.
Oh.
Just maybe, from the looks of it.
Yeah.
I think we are going to be having a rehost coming through. Unfortunate, not quite the way you'd want to start a map off. Yes, the Scar's having some minor issues there. I mean, it's the last thing you want. You're playing for that spot in the grand final. I mean, minimum, you win this, you're walking away with $5,000. So that's a pretty big deal.
Certainly, you'd want to shoot for more, as high as you can go. But yeah, exactly right. There's a lot on the line, but it could take him a lot. Even if they go down here today, a bit of a anticlimactic start, okay. Not exactly the crescendo for an intro, but one that is ultimately necessary so we can get things underway in the most amicable and fair fashion. Bear with us.
So, rehost is confirmed. We'll be getting that one sorted, but it'll be same site, same operator, same bands, so nothing really going to change other than, I mean, how they get themselves set up, and even then I doubt there's going to be too much significant change anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But given what we saw, there was, like I said, a distinct lack of denial. There was no breach denial, there was no utility denial other than that Aruni, and a lot of it was more focused on information gathering, being able to play off-site, setting up for aggression on the defense.
That type of situation, that type of intent seems to be what exactly the Pantera defending side want to employ here, right? You see so much information gathering tools that it almost seems like they want to divert any utility that might be thrown against them or at them in terms of, you know, throwables, nades, anything like that, by gaining information that's about to happen in the first place. You got those evil eyes to stay away from it. You got the black eyes as well. Lots really bearing down on you, being watched at every turn, every corner. It seems what they want to do. And we talked about how, you know, or at least I touched upon where that pixel hold really helped with the Mai, with the Jaeger to really support it, especially if you're going to have to give it up eventually. But maybe they're planning to not even give it up in the first place. And
seeing as how they've got, the laser gate over there on towards the Christmas as well, seems to be that they really want to make sure that it's an anchor position that they can hold on to. But I'm just curious if it's going to work, because it's a very difficult position to try and hold first and foremost, and really try and have as a powerful anchor spot for the defenders if they want to go to it. It's so easily influenced by the outside.
Yeah, I mean, the indication would be that if you're not going to be holding Pixel with all that utility denial, that there would be some aggressive presence over towards the piano stage, maybe. But I mean, we did see that a little from Ran. He was holding that position, looking for maybe a jump out attempt onto Scars if they were to go under the rappel. Which, I mean, that's the standard way that you look to attack Cafe Dostoevsky. So maybe it was just something that was planned, unfortunately halted by the bug or rehost or whatever that happened. Well, obviously it is a rehost, but look, unfortunately for us and the viewers at home, we weren't revealed too much in the grand scheme.
Perhaps it could be the case if they stick with the same composition as well. That would certainly be. I think they are required to, right, at that point, or I'm not too sure. Never mind. Don't take that as fact. I could be wrong about this ruling. So, as of the moment, at least it will give them a bit more time to kind of settle into the game. Of course, I bet they were eager to get things started, as are we. But nature of the beast, you gotta rehost anytime there's some sort of issue like this to maintain the highest level of fair play and competitive integrity for both sides. But yeah, Scars here. Even though both of these teams won 2-0 Panda on their opening day, it didn't seem equal.
Yeah, it was two very different 2-0s. I mean, Scars breezed through their matchup. It's the only way to describe a game, and almost rolled over, in all honesty, whereas Monkey Hunters definitely pushed Panthera. So, I mean, if you're looking at the numbers purely, that would indicate that maybe this is a little bit more of a one-sided affair than we think, give it credit for. But again, I think Panthera versus Scars could likely be one of our closest matchups of the weekend. So once we do get into it, it's good limit testing, I think, for both teams going into Championship Sunday.
Bit of a pause, short understatement, but really some brevity for these teams before things start to get way too intense. Cafe is a map that I've rarely seen not go just absolutely bonkers in how it turns out, and absolutely insane in how it unfolds going throughout the map. Of course, you guys are watching the ROG Masters APAC, sponsored by Intel. We've got so many good stuff for you guys here this entire weekend. There's I think we got like some giveaways and some laptops. You guys
I think we've given away a couple of laptops plus some goodies as well. And a lot of it is tied to those questions that we've been running with. We've had one today already. We had a couple yesterday. So make sure you're getting on them when they do appear. Using that hashtag ROG Masters APAC for your shot. Remember, we'll be drawing those all next weekend, the 30th of October. Sorry, mate. Scottish cousins rubbing off on me a little bit. Every time we get on a call with them, they've just got very, very thick Scottish accents. And then there's my uncle, who sounds very, very, very Kiwi.
Does it ever tempt you into having to chug something down? It's like, oh, it's putting you in the mood. I feel like whenever I hear a Scottish person, it makes me just in the mood for a fun party time.
Yeah, nothing like a good old pint of Guinness.
Oh, for sure. In this case, if there was a record to be broken, it would be the patience of both teams. We've been waiting.
That's going to be the big thing. They are going to have to be on top of the mental, trying not to tilt going into a match that has yet to start. Which, I mean, look, it would be, I imagine, fraying the nerves just a little bit. You've been sitting here ready to get into your matchup. Saw some photos, they've been around. I saw Gaming Gladiators getting a photo with, I believe, Reaps from the Dire Wolves as well.
Yeah.
So I wonder if he's in the venue. That might be an old photo, but Didn't look like it. And
Must be around town. I don't doubt.
Why not? Come hang with the crew. Meet your APAC South brethren. And I did notice Scars, Panther. I think it was Scars. Yeah, went for lunch earlier today. So they're obviously hanging out together, hanging at the venue, making sure that they enjoy themselves in Thailand.
I mean, you're at this big convention. How couldn't you? Right? The community's there. Fun times are there. Thailand's a great place to be in.
Wouldn't know, never been. Maybe ROG should hook it up.
Oh, that would be wonderful, wouldn't it?
Next year, surely.
SCA represent.
You love it. Looks like we are. I mean, we're seeing some movement, some heavy focus there on our screens. So I wonder if we might not be too far away from getting back into it. So the players, yeah, confirmation, lobby is up, players are getting in, so we should be running it through in just a moment. But I'm intrigued. You know, we see Thatcher let through. Not often that we see him let through in that manner, but the Ying as well. The Ying not banned out with Warden banned out. I'm expecting there to be some very, very white screens at some point throughout this match.
Look at all these pink mice. I love it.
It's the...
I'm not going to say the name, as we shouldn't. But I appreciate the, I guess...
I like that one there on the end. That one looks cool.
Yes.
You love the personalized mice. Yeah, there we go. What a shot.
Perfect. Of course.
But I do have to say, not enough RGB on it.
I guess. Does your mouse have RGB on it?
No, it doesn't actually. it's just like one of those pink ones.
Mine actually, oh really? Mine actually does. And it's similar to that other one with holes, but I keep it at the dimmest color possible. Dimmest brightness. We're going into it. Seemingly looking so like Panthera, we're rocking the Talon player cards.
Why not? Gotta rep your fellow APAC North teams. I know in APAC South we quite often see teams repping the guns of other teams in the competition and other player cards. So it's about solidarity at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, half of the Operation League is rocking the Elevate banners, so like, what else is there to say? We're going into map number 1 here, round number 1, finally continuing on. Any changes in comp? No, that is not the case. So still,
we are seeing a much more
remain.
proactive approach, though. They are actively getting themselves set up in this defense.
Oh yeah,
standing around wondering what was happening. So that's good. Gives you an indication that we will be playing this one out.
Certainly not a bad thing. Everybody's been waiting for here today. For this upper bracket final, really, if anything. Drone on out. Has to be careful here on the VIP. If he goes all the way down white stairs, could get caught out. I'm not too sure if he realizes the drone is there. At the very least, has a hunch. It's a bit too hot to handle.
Yeah, last thing you want to get is caught out early. And Washui on the Zofia to kick this thing off. Dangerous. We saw what he was able to do on the Ying yesterday on Oregon. Now without a Warden ban, with Warden banned out, and clear signs that they aren't playing too heavily into that utility denial of the Jaeger Wemai, I could expect them to jump onto it again.
Well, they still have the Nomad, which is going to really help the case out once they start working on the spread wall, which they already have kind of gotten started too. But ran so much damage here trying to contest the White Hall window. They still have control of that. It's going to be difficult for the rotate to come in.
Most definitely. He's going to have to play carefully with the remainder of his life right now. But once again, no breach denial. Limited to no utility denial. So backstock will be going open. They do get the Saria Gate off the door as well. Push on through the rotate into Christmas. So they've taken some great ground with over a minute to remaining.
Did he fire 4 pellets into that by accident? Seems like he was switching quickly. Hit the pin. Only needs 2, but okay. DMR connects. Finds the EBR here. JLT opens things up. Rek has already crawled his way here into the washrooms, but Ryder on the ready, pushing himself deeper into the white halls and takes one down. They go and find 2 picks early here, Panther. Not even early, later into the round. And Lua follows up as well.
Brand the only loss so far, and he was already tagged with a headshot from Ryder. And he is definitely going to be one of the ones to keep an eye on in this matchup. Shu just further into the bin. Pion, what a headshot to take him back. But Ryder, exciting, dynamic out of this Panthera roster, will take some very aggressive angles and run with it. Pion, position would have been revealed by the Banshee just there, but crawls the way through. Ryder takes a third. And rocking that Sonic's gun skin is obviously the answer. Big damage.
The just all-encompassing nature of how much information gathering tools they had in that round allowed Panthera to pretty much pick and choose when they want their fights to come. They knew, okay, these are the open lanes, these are the ones that are being clogged and where scars are about to push through. All I had to do was lightly push angles, more hold some of the others. They won them. So things going their way here to start things off. From all the way up top, we go down below into the kitchen.
Standard trajectory. Most teams will follow this route. You go third floor first and then second traditionally. Although there are those that like to shake it up and go to reading room fireplace for a bit of extra fun early on. But it makes a lot of sense. We see the Vigil coming in as well. So you see the Vigil Mozzie Mute combo. This is indicating a deep second floor roam. They're going to be heading upstairs all the way up towards Christmas. They're going to be playing off of that misinformation, and I expect Ryder to be a real nuisance.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse.
Oh, absolutely. We've already seen him be a big problem on that Melusi a while ago here, holding up the cocktail, but now on the Vigil, whenever you see a Vigil pick come out here, and especially in the competitive setting, it just pretty much goes to say that that player is trying to say, let me put some weight on my shoulders and let me deliver, let me make a play. That's what he wants to do here, waste time and hopefully take a few down here.
But you look at the attacking lineup, the Yin coming into play without a ward, and Saskar's identified that they've also paired it with the Capitao and the Jackal. So not only have you got 6 smokes in the 2 bolts and the 4 smoke grenades, you got the asphyxiating bolts, you got the Candelas. And on top of that, you got Reese. He's going to be able to scan out some of these players with that PDW high-capacity magazine. This is a threatening Scars lineup.
Oh, for sure. But Rek, the Vigil noise, it doesn't matter. He still takes him down with that aforementioned PD dub. Flushing him on out. Rand's been taken out for the count.
Not the biggest loss at the end of the day. Obviously, it's a Melusi. That utility would already be out and on the field. Could have been far worse. The likes of a Mozzie going through, but Reese's not done. Looking to flush out the player that was in dining. Not 2 seconds to go. Shots on. Ryder has to back himself away from what would have been an execution situation. Tayo on the back, but JLT, another standout player for this Panthera roster, claims the life of the MVP for Scars yesterday in Washui. And unfortunately, the pinch doesn't work either.
Well, he's luckily ready for the punish when he does swing back around. 3v3, things have settled. They're looking to go and finally catapult onto the site, and that they do. Lua opens up here. Weapon in hand, Shu takes him down quick on the trade. That Banshee's going to be a problem once he comes around the corner. Pion finds out first hand, but he still wins the fight versus Shu. It's all on the Ryder right now in the Vigil. 1v2. Pion, very low in HP. He gets taken down too. 1v1 now.
Impact are playing off the pings, misinformation game. I mean, right now, this is big. Tayo has to go for a plant attempt, given the time that he's got, and he's going to do it. Stick it earlier rather than later. Drone's cleared out, and it will be pull off the plant. heads up 1 versus 1 between Ryder and Tayo. And it's a swing. Tayo wins it. And it's the audacity coming out of Scars that picks them up the victory in the round.
Wow. Scars. That just seemed shaky there for a while. And when they would finally gain the advantage, like here early on, just the recovery potential from Panthera, so formidable. Able to bring things down, average out the man count 3-3. It goes in their way, 2v1, and still gets equalized. So this is a really close game, and the score up top on the board suggests and infers exactly that.
Well, either way, we head to the second floor in the 3rd round, following that standard trajectory once again. And this is where things can get a bit funky. Attacking teams, especially in APAC, do like to go for that rush and through the tree door, through pillars. But it is about that 3rd floor hold ultimately. And I can see already, Panthera have kitted up for that. They're going to be holding from the top floor, but Ryder is running the M870 currently.
Okay. Unironically, this isn't the exhibition match. Don't forget, we're actually in the game. We have seen some players like to run it on the bandit, but like a bandit, she steals one away.
I don't know if it was me that lagged out or you that lagged out. Either way, we're here, we're in it. Ryder also running the M870 on this Jaeger. A bold call. Interesting. But the first blood claim for Panthera, that's going to be big.
It's a big pick for them to find. Yeah, Gemini taken out. Yana can no longer be used. Be much more impactful taking her out than maybe even someone like Sledge. Although he does have those nades to be effective. So does Rek. It's a big pick for them to find. But moving on forward, at least they've got this IQ to try and filter out and fumigate what is remaining here on the map in terms of utility for Panthera. They have a big task to do. They're going to have to take away this cocktail and then try and take the reading down below. It's not going to be easy at all with the time remaining.
Yeah. Already they are trying to clear across halfway through the round, but they have yet to get in above the site. They're going to start popping these walls with the breach charges. Ryder goes down. Soaked is ran. They somehow make it work. Don't know if that was through the flash or not. Either way, it comes out big.
It seemed like
it's Scars takes some dominant ground, but you look at the health bars. This is still workable territory for Panthera.
For sure. Blasio, not much left in the tank, but he's still ready to keep going. They've taken the top floor control. Big step to trying to get this reading plant going. Now, going to be much more difficult for Panthera to deny that the vert has been taken away from them. Data. He's going to be trying to turn that vert around in their case. They can keep on trying to play and open up these holes for about 10 more or 15 more seconds before they have to finally go for an execute, but that's still going to be difficult. Nitro cells no longer in the hands of Panthera, but they still have the sight lines all the way from the mining to try and contest with, and within the fireplace as well. Plant going down right now. Lua not going to be denied. This reading plant should go down safely. Panthera, they get the pick.
Just as the plant goes down safely doesn't mean they're going to get away safely. Lua in a bit of trouble. Back to 3 vs 3. As the kill was found, Vamos not contending or even considering that there was a player outside that pillar's door. JLT will equalize, bring it back to the 2 vs 2. Can't find the angle. Lua brings it down to the 2 vs 1. Playing around the white stairs. JLT's got limited time to work with. They obviously have an idea of his positioning. Must have been drone or some other air jab goes out, and they've got the coverage they need. This will likely end up being a Scars round as another air jab goes through. I don't think he can get there in time, and JLT falls to Lua. And a surprisingly unfortunate round. I mean, they just were able to stake onto the site and start getting that plant down. Despite losing Washui and I believe it was Tayo as well, they still make it work.
That top cocktail hold going down just absolutely destroyed their defense in such swift fashion as well. Ryder goes down in the round. So does following suit Ron there.
and everything was really banking on that cocktail hold to work out so they can deny the plant down below. But they weren't able to waste enough time, as once the fighting began, it ended as quickly as it started. Panthera struggling so far. They're in that hold, but now they're going up towards the top floor. The only site that they've been able to win, actually.
This time around, no Valkyrie. Instead, it is going to be that Whamite for Ran in play. So a little bit maybe more priority towards Pixel. Either way, for the most part, Scar's quite happy with the roster that they're running. While Ashui going to be back on the Zofia here.
10 seconds to go.
And look, I mean, yesterday, phenomenal day for him. Today, a little bit quieter start. Maybe, though, I can expect him to shot a little bit later on in the
Attackers are
series.
heading out to defuse a bomb.
We got the Malusi back up once more. Yeah, you're right. Vamos has been having himself a quieter day. So has Ran. Yet to really find themselves get going in this series so far. Panthera down. Only a single round. They're going to really blissfully wish for them to start showing up here so far. It's only 4 rounds in, so definitely not a terrible day just yet, but one they don't want to let the trend continue towards.
Now, once again, the Italian duo on the side of the defense, Alibi and Maestro. Coming to play. Alibi seeing a huge amount of play at the moment. Maestro still reasonably niche in the grand scheme, but look at this, drone's already out onto Piano, onto Christmas Tree, looking for info. Why should we looking for a window to rappel onto at the minute? Does he go cocktail? Doesn't look like it. Instead, looking like he might head towards that white stairs window. You look at the rappel positioning from Scars though. They're trying to clear things. Why should he's doing work right now. He's getting some distance.
Certainly trying to build that gap and get himself to a more favorable position. Why so? We saw him do lots of damage when playing towards this window a while ago. And taking down a lot of health there from Vamos with a Shu on the Valk. Now they have these Umai magnets to try and make this push on towards Pixel a lot more difficult. Forces and flushes him out of the corner even though the shield still stands.
Probably one of the more passive rounds we've had this tournament, I think, so far. All 10 players still alive with just over a minute to play. I say that we have had a round where all 10 players were alive as the plant went down, but even still. Very limited shots fired so far, even. Most of them just pre-fire attempts more than anything. You look at it, Panthera give up Pixel. Hand it over to Scars rather uncontested. They've got the avenue in towards the site. They've got angles, crossfires, but no one really contesting. Willing to let Scars push rather freely, and there we go. Tayo kicks it off with a kill onto Shu. And this could be where things start to crumble for Panthera if they're not careful. They need to adjust and adapt.
Oh, but what a peek here from White. Wreck, he finds a double on the trade-off. Data U, the last one left alive. It's all in the JNT. He finds one. EBR being put to work. Has to find the second follow-up. Yes, he does. Finds the second. Now in a 1v2. They're split up. Playing the window is going to be difficult to dismantle, though. Full HP on either side. Wasio. He has a great spot to punish JLT once he pushes on in. He finds the head anyways! And almost gets the fourth! What an attempt! But ultimately, the attacking side takes it.
JLT was hitting the demon hours yesterday with some big kills in their matchup, but unfortunately, Scars looking like a bit of a force to be reckoned with. I mean, to be fair, this Cafe, at the moment, I think it does lean a little bit more towards the attacking side, just with the options that are available. Being able to attack repick into a site, having pretty clear ideas of where the sites are going to be on the map. And Panthera justifiably calling a timeout here. Want to make sure that they have the best tools in hand to adjust and bring this one back in the remainder of the half.
Well, ain't that something? Scars are proven to be one of the teams to beat here in the tournament, and that they're continuing the trend of attacking side looking quite clean so far. Only the opening round is a single one they have lost. And Cafe proving to be a great first opening map for them. We've seen them be really good on their executes, even when it goes, down to the late round, to the late clock. Able to pick and choose their fights and make the right decisions when it comes down to it. It's been really what Panthera has been struggling to keep up with. Just the on-the-fly nature that Scars are good at making work.
Yeah. Indeed. I mean, it's kind of crazy. You look at it. The top two teams here from the Japanese qualifier, it was Scars and Reject. Reject being an APAC North team, and Scars were able to take them out. You look at the other side, Panthera arguably had a little bit of a harder road, given that not only did they have to battle up against Talon in their semi-final, they then had to beat Spear Gaming as well. So you'd imagine that they probably had a bit of a harder road to get here, but Scars taking a dominant lead so far.
Sometimes it's about the destination, Panda. Not just, it seems, the journey. Because Scars, they don't mind if an easier route means a championship bout. 3-1 here for Scars, looking to gain a fourth. To get 4 rounds on Cafe's attack is going to be a great thing for them to achieve here, especially to open things up. Capital seeing play first time around. I missed it. What site are we supposed to be on? Are we going up top?
I think this is first floor. No, second floor.
Oh, yeah.
No? No, it is third floor. Never mind.
It is
It's
third.
just the angle. Yeah, it looks a bit odd, the angle.
Yeah, we're
But
playing
either
the
way.
bar. Shots up.
Oh, Reese, he's pushed in from the second floor. JLT just skirts away. That could have been disastrous.
Oh.
And Shu comes in, capitalizes on the reload. And Panthera take a lead here in the fifth.
It's a great punish from him. Knowing to get the catch out. Just finding proper timing, great instincts. Vamos gets taken down here by Lua. Still has lots of utility to work with, so has to be careful not to go down early. They're going to need every single piece for this puzzle. Day to you, perfect catch out here within the reading. Nade going to be prepped, doesn't connect though, but he had the right idea. Ran taken down to half HP from that. That was dangerous from him. Wasio as well up top doing some great work. Ryder has a lot here to do considering he's the only player with a nitro cell and as well as full HP left remaining.
I thought it was Wasio originally as well, but apparently I asked the org on Twitter and they said it's Washui. Because I always get names wrong, so I wanted to make sure they're right. It's also Tayo. The Da, I believe, is a bit extra. And Washui, look at him go. Finds 4 in that round. His teammate dead on the ground, just carries on. He's got a job to do. No time for revives. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
But what a half so far. 4-1 currently, with the possibility of even more. This could be a 5-1 going the way of Scars. That's brutal.
Merely says, hey, it's fine. Only a flesh wound. Dust it off. Get back up. How do you say it? Washui?
Washui. So Washui.
Okay, that makes sense.
The one is an I, apparently.
Oh. Washui.
Yeah.
Nice. In retrospect, knowing that they are a Japanese team, that makes sense. High on here.
I mean, to be fair, we, as professional casters, had been calling Arpe 8 for 2 stages before Daughter on Air decided to message him and ask. And
oh, yeah. We've seen more atrocious mistakes happen, but none of them intentional. So, the teams, honestly, if anything, I see the fans get more flustered about it. Like the homegrown local fans over any actual player does. So.
Yeah, how dare you disrespect our boy?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Straight up.
You know, Spawn Pika 39.
It's Spawn Peak 39. Get that wrong.
Oh, look at it. It's another famous Scars rush onto the site right now. Straight into the first floor, but unfortunately straight into the meat grinder. Tayo claims first blood. Ran there is going to find the answer back. Washui dead, unfortunately, but Reese, he's hitting some banger shots with the spear. They're not done, and they somehow come out on top despite the rush not working. Lure back up, and we are in a 3 versus 4. There are 2 nitro cells, and that EE1D will be going out. Ryder, though, does have the ability to circumvent that information gathering tool.
Adrenal Surge
gives Lua just a bit more juice to continue in the round 4v3. By all accounts, that rush was successful. They gain early control of Bakery without much real problem, and they win out in the trade game 4v3, so not bad at all by any means. But Ryder wants to make sure that that does not remain true for too long. Data down below doing absolutely monumental work in crawling his way into the site. They've taken half of the site for their own regard. And now the difficult spot here from JLT, but he still comes out on top. 1v2, Pion left alone. They know he's here on the main, trying to come from the coach side. And Small Bakery now, because of this cam, going to make things more difficult. Still has got some time to work with Panda, but his work cut out against for him.
Not the worst recoup from Panthera, but there's an MK14 in the hands of Pion. And that's a deadly weapon, even at the best of times, and especially in a game where headshots more often than not dictate the pace. That's a shoulder, that's a gun barrel he knows. And I think Ryder knows that he knows right now. But he's not going to force the issue. Knows full well that JLT will be there to support him. A little pop through. Gonna cheeky go for the smoke coverage. Will he jump through the window or send it into the site? It's gonna be a send around the bomb chassis. Looking for the angle. Shots on from JLT, but Ryder backs himself with the K1A. And it's an answer back. 4-2 in the end of the half. Panthera, they start solidly, they close solidly.
Smoke just barely gives him away. Could have maybe switched to the SMG-12. I don't know, Bolt. I'm not in the position to be saying how things should go. Just what? In that case, it gave him away.
Yeah, I don't. Did it? Either way, I think it might have been a case of not having the right secondary in that situation. It almost had to be the MK14, but you look at it, Black, and it's not just a clash for Scars. It is a super shorty clash.
Oh wow. Not the SMG, no. Not the more favored choice, typically by most players, no. Super shot clash. As if you needed more help on the
now, I told you about, you know, sledgehammering a former Order Gaming player in a charity match. There was one other match where I really got to shine. This year's Meme Invitational, playing against Shate on 200 ping as Super Shorty Clash. I killed him twice. I take it. I am here. I am here for the Pion Super Shorty Clash.
Blue Panda, the champion of Super Shorty Clashes everywhere. One to be aspired and inspired by. Well, with your successes, Blue Panda,
I mean, we lost every single map that we played, but I killed Shate, so we take it.
Well, with your successes still, what do you think, and how do you think this is supposed to go and be played out by Pion?
I mean, realistically, Pion, he should not be using that super shorty at all. There should be no situation where he needs to pull that out other than to, you know, help edit the site. Realistically, if his team are capable enough, they should be playing off his shoulder around that electric shield, and that should be the round all but over for Scars, especially on this first full site. They've taken out JLT early, and that is one of the biggest tools that they had in pocket to try and deal with this clash. The other one they have is Shu on the butt. They need to clear out the roof above, be able to play the vert angles and threaten that way, because otherwise they're probably going to be in a world of hurt trying to deal with this shield slowdown.
Well, to be fair, it's not like they had much in terms of tools for landscaping. Yeah, the Rooney's there, but how long does that really take, I guess? One could argue just go with a different comp. Bashoy gets a kill here. Did I pronounce that wrong again?
No, you got it. You got it on that one.
All right, nice. I'll take it.
But they've lost another key member, Ryder, so their two primary entries plus utility clearers out. Not that I think there would have been that much to clear in the end, other than maybe the Saria gates and yeah, no deployable shields, so maybe the bulletproof cameras at a stretch. But right now, I mean, look, they've got the guns to do it. It is effectively a 3 versus 4.5, given that Pion has had this super shorty out far more times and far more freely than he should have.
It's not like he's been able to do much terrifying work with it just yet. Iron sights, okay. Interesting choice.
Oh yeah, no, so I can't remember which update it was, it wasn't the last big update, but it was the one before. For some reason, with that update, it just stripped all the attachments from the Bearing 9. So everyone that plays the Barter is just running Iron Sight's Bearing 9 for some reason.
You're right. I completely forgot about that bug. Bug? Who knows? Feature for some, maybe. Shoo. He finds a kill here within a small bakery window, I believe, which turns Rek's attention towards it. Has to be very careful, and that's how you play off the clash. You use that stun, you use the taser attached to the shield to be a bigger nuisance to swing off of, but over eagerness, the round is done. They know it is. Scars, they bring this to their 5th round.
I mean, that's the thing. A clash is never the real threat. I mean, it can be.
It can be.
But realistically, in this level of comp siege, the clash is never the real threat. It's whoever's playing behind it or to the side of it, looking to use it as a distraction. And wow, Tayo, what a kill with that Vector and has the Goyo. And with that, I mean, Scars secure themselves 3-round lead. We head to Fireplace Mining next. We are going mining and dining.
Curious choice. For some teams, the worst site here on this map. For most, if anything. Maybe that's the point, right? The clash,
I mean,
they
to
don't
be
really
fair,
expect...
you look at it, you look at what Shoe's hovering. I think this is why they banned the Warden.
That does make sense. I mean,
because
we saw
maybe
it.
propensity
It was...
from APAC North teams to go to the site, bringing the Ying and being able to play around the smokes.
We have seen teams be successful playing the Ying on here, and that Warden being the last ban, they knew that the Ying was coming to play. They knew that that was a possibility, and now they pull it out.
Yeah, maybe Scars being read here a little bit by Panthera. And they do change off it in the end, so ultimately it won't really change much. But again, we are still going to mining and dining, and that's a choice that Scars actively made in this matchup. So they have a plan to try and deal with whatever Panthera throw at them.
What I'm worried for in Scars' regard is Yosa here, coming from Panthera.
Scars go? Isn't he the one from Pirates of the Caribbean?
Yes, yes he is. Must also be one of those characters from Vikings as well. But yeah, a lot of the site directly influenced by the outside. So many windows to play off of, so many talent shields to place. Panthera, they open up with a pick here. JLT, that's a great one to find Washoy. The Womai being taken off is a big pick. The longer he's in the game, the longer he's in the round, the better he becomes. In this case, it isn't too long.
I mean, apt that it was Zofia to take him out. Two must be mortal enemies in the canon, because obviously they are counter to each other. Right now, Ran, good ground being taken with the Talon Shield. Shoot! No, siege timing at its finest, claims JLT as well. And if they're not careful, they could bleed more. We can see top red stairs as well, playing around Talon Shield. Surely there's a swing. Yeah, right there to capitalize on the distraction factor of that shield. Ironically playing out of the Osa rather than a Monty or a Blitz, and there we go, they find Tayo as well. So this top floor hold being dismantled systematically.
I guess the point is here, as Lua's the last one left alive, full toxic bait still. If it was a Monty, you would know that he's not going to shoot back at you anytime around, as compared to an Osa might just swap to a primary and do some damage. Be a bit more, I guess, of a nuisance that way, a bit more distracting than a Monty that most teams are kind of already used to having to ignore, looking for the other problem. Okay, barely makes it through, squeezes through the hole, rotates on towards the train. It's gonna be difficult though. He finds a pick. Great, perfect rotation. Now in a 1v2, possibly to win this.
I'm questioning. Ran took some big damage there, and it was from an explosion, so it definitely wasn't at the hands of Lua. I wonder if maybe it was a breaching charge from Rioter that took out a good third of his health and enabled Lua to go for that. 1 versus 2, 30 seconds remaining. They've got to force Lua! What a headshot, and Ryder's down. It's on Vamos, who has the single kill so far. AK-12, 20 seconds, and this mining and dining site hold has been effective. Out of the Scars, the push has to come through. This could spell map point. Toxic canisters, it's baited out Lua. A sliver of health playing behind the shield. Vamos doesn't have time. He's got to force the issue here. The shield's going to go down. He's got to hit the shot. Lure! What a clutch from the Scars to secure map point.
What a play coming from Lua. Perfectly isolating every single fight, dodging and weaving like a well-trained boxer, and he hits him on the chin. You see him rotate from that reading as he's made presence there directly into the train. Finds one, finds the follow-up. Incredible shot he lands, by the way, in the first place on Ryder in this 1v2. Barely takes much in return. Comes back out to the shield. That was just perfectly in place. And a sight that you commonly see avoided by most teams. It's embraced by Scars' defense.
Scars went 7-3, 7-3 yesterday against Game and Gladiators. They are up 6-2 currently against Panthera. And with the momentum there, the likelihood of this map being closed out within the next round quite high. And Washui embracing our community match from earlier, taking some inspiration. The Kavira in play here.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Is he running the SMG or the SPAS?
5 seconds.
So I'm wondering.
As if he used either of those guns. It's about Louison, and that's it.
Attackers are moving to defuse the bomb.
Only Louison. Especially the 90 damage days. That was crazy. But those days have gone and passed. Still, formidable weapon in the hands of a formidable player. Let's see if Washui can get much value out of it.
It's the SMG.
Oh, yeah, you are right.
I mean, realistically, though, the fact that it's like a one-shot headshot down with the pistol kind of, you know, nullifies the both her primary weapons. Can you see, though, what Washui's plan is? Where does he choose to aggress off of this Kavira?
One would typically assume that Cav would want to be more effective later on in the round, try and hide as much as he can. Take a pick once the execute is about to start going underway, maybe, or catch off any roam clears. But obviously, we've seen some players like to do the opposite.
Well, we've seen one in Terra today on the main stage. Will we get to see another? They are pushing into Cigar, so they're looking to try and get that top-down control onto Dining and, well, Fireplace and Reading. Oh, what a shot from Ryder, though. Lua goes down. He won't be able to clutch it up again. And now they start pushing in the Ying there as well, but Washui looking to push up red stairs from behind. The silent step active. Anticipates potential play outside. He's going to jump out, clears the Claymore, gets back in, but all the while his team is in shambles, being cleared out. Him and Tayo to try and clutch up. Tayo shooting. Will get the down with the pistol secondary. Washui as well. The interrogation onto Ryder. Scars have pulled it off, and they've got all the info they need with a minute remaining.
For the first time here in the ROG APAC, interrogation answers all questions. They now have complete information for a few seconds on where Panthera was. But that could dissipate in a quick moment. Oh my goodness,
God!
What a flick here from Data U. A triple for him. And this round has been turned around. 1v2. Not unwinnable by JLT. He's got the health advantage. He's got the firepower advantage. He's got some utility to work off as well with those lifelines. But he's going to need to find a raft to get him back into the round. If he can make this a 1v1 and isolate these fights, it's doable. But time is ticking quickly. He finds Data U. It's up to Washio now. We've seen his amazing stretches here in this round. But can he deliver magic once more?
The big problem, no diffuser in hand. JLT's going to have to get to it. There is an impact in play. The drop down, he's going to have to force himself onto the site. Ping's coming through. They know where Washui is. 3 seconds left. He's got to swing pre-fire. And JLT clutches it back up. The emotional roller coaster of a round. If not for that ping, I think that likely would have been a Scars round and the map would have been over.
That single ping from the drone right behind him. He didn't even realize Iwashio there was a drone there at the bottom of the red in the hallway. Could have been an incredible sequence for them to win a round off of. Certainly highlight worthy still, but imagine if they came off the round with that win.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
I mean, the interrogation almost single-handedly dismantled that round for Panthera. And Washui had absolutely no right to be the one to pull it off, but he did. Honestly, heartbreaking that he couldn't clutch up the round off the interrogation, but JLT, sharp, stands up when his team needs him the most. And from there, we've got 3 rounds to potentially push for overtime. Only 1 needed, though, for the Scars to take us to map 2.
10 seconds left.
Certainly, even though he wasn't able to clutch that round, no blame can be placed upon him. I heard a sound as if someone disconnected. I'm not sure if that happened. I hope not. Oh, the return.
It wasn't a black eye cam, because there are some of the audio cues in Siege that, if layered over each other, do sound a bit like the disconnect sound. I've had it a couple of times, but no, from the looks of it, we're all in. We're all good. Pion back on the Super Shorty Clash.
I think the idea here from the Super Shorty Clash, as we saw a while ago, and as we were talking about this, you're not even, you don't, and you shouldn't be planning to necessarily fight in most cases as a Clash anyways. You want to enable the rest of your team to win those gunfights. And so they're like, oh, why not just have her have the Super Shorty? Since our comp, we need someone to help with the landscaping aspect. That's what she brings. Utility. She is literally just utility right now.
That's exactly it. Oh boy. This round is going to be decisive, and Panthera are going to have to play this one clinically if they want the chance to, well, carry on. Ryder already standing at 2nd floor. They've got the info, clearing out these black eye cams if they can find them. But it is without an echo, not echo, IQ, close enough. In play, which does make it potentially just a little bit harder.
Potato, doesn't matter. They have the tools to make it work on out. And good heads up from them. An intuition to know where exactly those cams could be placed. It's a great recognition here from the team. They've taken most of this top 4 control. If I'm not mistaken, every single player here from the Scars' defense is down below. Nobody able to really extend further up anymore. So they're going to be trapped within really a tube of their own making. But Washio, he's crawled his way up here on the museum entrance. Falls back up this time towards the top floor. And he's going to be a big nuisance that Panthera are going to have to deal with.
Cover me, reloading.
Indeed. That player advantage just is showing exponentially more when there is a clash in play. Make that a significant disadvantage as Lua gets himself involved. Traded back by Ran in the end with the Lion DMR, but maybe a case of too little too late. Vamos and Ran are going to have to push. Dig deep. Dig the deepest I think we've ever seen them dig to try and bring this one back. With 28 seconds remaining, I don't like the odds of the clutch coming through. There's so much utility to burn, limited. Yeah, we see Varmas having to commit. Oh, it was Ran. Sorry, having to commit the drone to clear out the Saria gate. With 14 seconds left, they've got to force it. They've got to get in. Varmas has been isolated. The shield, the shot coming through. He's shot from above. Scars dominate map 1. And black and blue. It is going to go the way of the Japan team. They go up in the series in this winners final by 1 map.
As soon as you saw Lua find those 2 kills there from the VIP with, what, 35 seconds remaining, you knew their work was cut out for them. Even if they found a pick, as you said, too little, too late, and there just simply wasn't enough to be done. The odds stacked ever so against them in that case. Utility, so much. You had the Goyo canisters, the laser gates from the Aruni, the Clash there to just be an absolute nuisance. And obviously the roam up top from the Valk was just going to be a big problem as the round continued forward. So the writing was on the wall, and that we do see. Cafe taken by Scars.
Yeah, I mean, they just understood exactly what they needed to do coming into the map. They isolated different fights favorably. But also, Panthera did let them get away with a lot more than they should have. I mean, you look at some of these fights, you look at that clutch from Lua. There was no reason that he should have been able to isolate 3 individual fights around the bomb site and take them the way that he did. So, look, Panthera, they got to come into map 2. They got to change things up just a little bit, and hopefully they've identified these little lapses that allowed Scars to walk away with such a convincing victory. Because if not, they could be going down to face the Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah. The age-old adage, give them an inch, they can take a mile. That's exactly what Scars did. Every opportunity presented to them, at least a far majority of them, they were able to convert in these moments. They gave the Lua, you know, those 3 1v1s, and that's just something he's very capable of winning. But not just him, you know, even though he was able to come big in that previous round where he was on the Jaeger, the rest of the team, like Washoy, he came in big. Data had some really big rounds as well in the first half to keep him in the conversation during their attacking side. And Scars just really great on both ends of the floor. Defense, yes, we expect that, but our attacking side was so good as well. And that is, I think, what really helped them secure this game.
Yeah, I mean, it was impressive stuff. Scars looking good. Honestly, I get that distinct feeling that we may not get a map 3. This may not be as close as we thought it was. Obviously, there seems to be some significant difference between Japan and Korea at the moment. But in saying that, the onus now placed on the shoulders of Panthera. They're the ones that now need to show up and say that, look, that was just a single map. This is a best of 3 series. We've still got 1 to go and we can bring this back.
Of course, they can't let things just go idly by. But you guys cannot let the times go idly by, because of course we've got some great stuff for you guys. The ROG Strix Scar 17 SE, you guys should be aware of it, powered by the latest generation Intel Core processors and the Flex Z13 as well. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, map number 2 shall be underway.
In el infierno.
Desperado, why don't you come to your senses? Our gifts propelled us to hide from the surface over human history.
We've been forbearing for thousands of years. We're not gonna take it anymore!
A single spark can start a prairie fire.
Vamos! Akira! We chose dishonor, and we'll still have war.
Only if it leads us to victory.
Akira believed in you, Vic.
Feel your fate in what you cannot feel.
To sacrifice for those who dare. defy the force of hate and all its plans. The course of fate lies in our hands.
Difficult challenge here, but no, the player looks the wrong way, grabs one, traded instantly.
The young prodigy can salvage it, Cairo. He got them on the back of the head.
Map 1, dominant from start to finish there from the Scars. Unfortunately, Panthera couldn't quite step up to the plate against their Japanese opponents, but Black and Blue, we've got another map to go at the very minimum. We head back to basics with a bit of Clubhouse, and I mean, this should be, again, a map that is in every single team's competitive map pool. Realistically, would be one of the best chances, I think, for Panthera to take us to our decider.
Yeah, of course, and especially seeing as how this was a map that they were able to beat, you know, Monkey Hunters on as well. When we saw them play yesterday, they did on Chalet, they did the same on Clubhouse. Although one could argue one was more convincing than the other, still, at the very least, also gives Scars, I guess, late and recent information on how they like to play their Clubhouse, right? So that can definitely be used against them. They have that information now, the VOD to review throughout the day, and that's why they leave it open here for the ban. So when I'm looking at Scars coming from Cafe, just how ready they were for so many different scenarios and situations, it makes me just, frankly, I guess, wonder if the retaliation, if the comeback, if the recuperation can come in here for Panthera.
Yeah, hopefully they can dig deep and pick up the win here. But look, believe it or not, you guys at home in Twitch chat can pick up a win as well. Make sure you answer this question and use the hashtag ROG Masters APAC. Who is your favorite character in the ROG saga? Look, that's a tough one. There are some big characters in the cinematics. And look, I think Akira is my go-to. I want someone to believe in me like Akira does. Akira believes in things
I believe
like
in you.
no one else.
You got this, Panda. Against all odds. Number one.
That's it. Well, from the looks of it, we're straight on into the action here. Straight into map 2. And the vetoes are already getting underway. No time to waste. I would imagine maybe these guys have got a bit of a plan what they want to do to close out the evening as well. Maybe go get some, I don't know, is there like, I would imagine there's like a Thai equivalent of Korean barbecue, which seems to be the go-to for the Rainbow Six community.
It probably is just Korean barbecue, right? Like, of course, although when you're there, you'd want to get the local cuisine. There's obviously lots of amazing food.
Apparently there is Thai barbecue.
Oh, I mean, I feel like every country has some sort of barbecue, right? Has some variation of barbecue. You cannot live throughout the ages, throughout the centuries, without having some sort of barbecue derived.
Well, I know Australian barbecue is just a barbecue outside, usually with sausages.
A bobby.
But right now, Hibana, Maverick, and Azami, followed up by Arcade. Understandable given Maverick being banned off the board. But I mean, you look, Thatcher in play, Nook's in play, Valkyrie, Mira are in play. There is a lot open. I mean, look, Black, it's one of those questions, you know, are we getting to that point in Rainbow Six Siege where Ubisoft has to incorporate another round of bans?
One would wonder, right? There's so many options right now to deal with tools that we have more than one way of countering, and it does beg the question. Yeah, does that mean we get 4 bans now on each side? It means a total of
what they could do. So you get your standard 2 bans, 1 attack, 1 defense, and then you get 2 extra bans. And if both teams ban the same operator, then the operator's banned. If not, no one's banned.
Oh, that's innovative. That's a good idea.
That would be interesting. You'd come into a map with 0 hard breaches because for some reason you all decided to ban them out.
That would be cool.
10 seconds to go.
I mean, of course, at that point you'd see if they've been banning hard breachers. So if nobody wants to play hard breach, then might as well by unanimous decision only,
Attackers
though.
are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse.
Yeah. Nice
Well,
to see.
Clubhouse.
2023 could be a different year. Who knows?
Who knows? We got free ideas here from Mr. Blue Panda himself. Yubi, if you guys are watching, we got some great ideas.
Well, hopefully Panthera have some good ideas coming into this in the attack as well. The Monty in play for Shu, which you didn't really touch on. They pair it with the Dokubi. So they've got info, they've got that front line, obviously in a basement attack. It makes a lot of sense. But from what I saw, Dirt Tunnel was not reinforced.
Might be a position they're willing to give up, at least shallowly. And when you get deeper into the dirt, they could have more in store to keep that in place. Maybe a canister here from the Goyo proxy alarm to give them that idea. Obviously, the Monty is going to be a big force here to really strong arm their way into the site. But I think that's what they're banking on. Mute Jammer is taking off here within the Master. Allows them to further gain control of the top floor, which they have in spades. No real deep roam I'm seeing here from Scars at all.
Yeah, no. Looks like for the most part it is somewhat of a hunker down bunker strategy. You got the Jaeger, you got the Goyo, and the Wemai as well. So there's a lot of utility burn going to be in play, not to mention denial in the form of the mute and the smoke. So there is a lot that will still need to be worked through if they want to get onto the site.
Yeah, they've taken a decent amount of time off of the clock. Just making sure that the top two floors are much more clear. You don't have to worry about that, obviously. The strip is something that we've seen so many late game roams come into. If they haven't been droned adequately, and be a problem. They've taken hatch control. Moto hatch should open up as the bar. Kitchen is the only one they have yet to really deal with, so Arsenal still a safe place to play for the meantime. But not for long.
Well, this is where things get dicey going into that final 15. You've got to make a play, of course. If you get caught out here, you find yourself at the bin. It can be a bit of a meat grinder, so they're going to have to clear out some of this utility. Open up those walls. If they want to get onto church and get that diffuser down. Shots on from Ryder, but he's going to take some serious punishment there. Holds on for now the impact EMP in the hands of Ran. He's going to toss it to the wall. They're going to try and get church open, but the Vulcan canisters are such a powerful piece of utility to deny this push on in. And with 15 left, something has got to give, and unfortunately it may be Panthera if they're not careful, because right now, too much to do. 10 seconds left, 10 players were alive now, just the 8, 2 dead from Panthera immediately as they drop through the hatches, rotating in, knowing full well that Moto's a contesting point. Vamos for one, Ran for one, but no time left. Black and blue, there were 6 players alive at the time of the round ending.
They just, by the time they were able to get themselves within a position to maybe go for an execute, they had so much utility still left unburnt on that defensive side. And quite literally the Goyo canisters blocking off that Moto time and time again. And when it goes down, the Toxic Bathes, they swap on out. And that's the risk you run when playing against a composition that wants to bunker down within the site, and they've wasted enough time upstairs. And to be frank, to be fair as well, they didn't even do much to waste time upstairs. They put a bunch of wooden barricades, and that threw Panthera off of the room clear, and made them waste so much time on their own without much risk.
I mean, that's it. We hit though the CCTV now. From the looks of it, Panthera might just stick out this Monty pick. But I mean, the glaring oversight in that round was well and truly time management. They did not manage the clock at all well.
10 seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds left.
That's a big enemy. Really, the 6th player here against you is that clock, is the hourglass. And as the sands go the other way, drop down, so there's the chances of the attacking team to win out these type of rounds, those type of rounds at the very least. Monty coming back here, going to be important for them to try and take Garage with that Monty, if that's the option they're going to go for. Otherwise, they can maybe try and break up this big wall, as they should anyways. But that Monty is going to be absolutely influential in their Garage attempt.
I mean, the wild thing is they've got a bandit trick in play, which we've been seeing more and more often now that you can put them on the same wall. So that is right now currently Pion's job in CCTV, and they haven't really got a dedicated way to get with it. They've got the impact EMPs in the hands of Ran, but that is still, I mean, you've got to time it perfectly, play around the bandit batteries, and with a kilometer race like that, the Legion gone, there's a little bit more security in them being able to push in below and threaten.
Perfect scan there You saw the drone preemptively clearing for him as well, just to make sure they had accurate information. The rafter is now being held by Ryder. They have an idea. It is being occupied by Washoy, I believe. So he's going to have a lot to do to try and fend them off. It's Lua who's taking that damage, actually. That's what I was expecting. That typically you would have the Lumai be playing there on rafters instead of the Melusi.
Yeah, it is a standard hold for most teams at the moment, but no. The bandit batteries, the nade that comes through from below. GLT trying to enable. Washui does go down, caught out by Ryder. They are investing to try and deny this push up rafters. They should be able to clear up the bandit batteries. Barma should be able to make this happen. Pion pushes back down. Will sacrifice. Does he get the battery up? He's got to switch it over now, but no, too little too late, unfortunately. So CCTV breach will be open. Player advantage there for Panthera. They've got the Monty up to the rafters, and those canisters have already been committed. Lua falls. This could have been. This is a colossal misplay from Scars, wasting all of Tayu's utility on denying the Monty.
Oh, but what a shot from Data U! He goes down eventually, yes. But not without taking 2 down with him. The trade coming on in. Pion. And 1v2. Still has a Nitro cell in hand, mind you. So this is not out of the question. As soon as he crosses here, can maybe find the head of Ran.
15 seconds left.
There's the Nitro cell. So JLT does commit for it. Oh, how does he get out of that? Ran commits, JLT on the plant. If he could thread the needle with a Nitro, but no, Ran is just too quick on the trigger. Hits the headshot. And Panthera claim a round for themselves. Much more concise. Much better approach than their initial onto Clubhouse, and they tie the score up heading into the third.
DMR Lion too.
It seems to be the staple at the moment. I'm seeing very few people run the VO5. We saw it in that last map, but even still, it has been the minority in recent competition.
Oh yeah, people have. Players have certainly kind of flexed into playing that more and preferred that. We're going to bar. Imagine saying that about a year ago or two. We're going to bar.
The teams that went to bar before the Clubhouse changes were trolling. They were the teams that were either expecting to 7-0 or be 7-0. So, look, it's a bold new world here, Black and Blue and Rainbow Six Siege in 2022.
Clearly, Clash of Worlds for sure. Changing times. I've simply outgrown old ideas. There's an Evil Eye. Didn't even recognize that there was a Maestro coming to play in this round. The Oryx as well coming into it. Castle. This is one of few ways to, especially even before the changes to Clubhouse's bar, one of the few ways that people were able to make and teams were able to make bar even playable in the first place. With having that Castle. Now that it's obviously seen a bit more changes, a bit more buffed slightly. It's not as terrible as it used to be, not nearly. At least the Castle definitely helps them really lock in a lot of more playable positions, especially if they have an Azami. Obviously, that's been taken out for this this bout.
It's just absurd to me. You know, Black and Blue, we're coming into this round 3. Ran has yet to die, and they are 1-1 in the score. That first round was just so absurd, and Ran makes it a full 500. And they get the info, yeah, there's no better tricking from Washui now. Ran, oh, hits the dirt, sees the player towards Lounge, and it's funneled into Pion. And this is an absolute flood into the building, a crumbling of Scars. Panthera, dominant, as Ryder claims yet another victim. And it is down to Tayo to try and clutch up with... I mean, he's got the gun, he talked about it, the old 5.56. The bullet hose is there for him. He claims the first. He's trying to bully the Monty. Oh, no, the impact. Tayo, that's going to hurt you more than it's going to hurt him. What are you doing, champ? You got 90 seconds to play with. You can't find it. Spray through the soft wall, and Shu drops the shield and drops Tayo.
Yeah, he can't be trying to do that up close. So much damage done to his own self, but you appreciate the attempt. Obviously, so difficult. 1v4 on the Maestro. Great, big, heavy weapon, yes, in terms of firepower and rate of fire especially, but doesn't exactly have the best tools to try and dismantle this 1v2 versus the Monty in that specific situation. They lose a round because of it too. Scar is going back down to the basement. The only round they've been able to win so far. But they did it very, very convincingly.
They did. Looking at the lineup so far, nothing. Yeah, it's exactly the same on the defense. So they are quite happy with how that one played out. Obviously they are, because I mean, what, 6 players still alive when the round ended. They held that phenomenally. What do we cheat? So again, you look at Panthera, again, nothing changed. So they've obviously identified what it was that went wrong for them in that round. And they're looking to change it.
5 seconds left before insertion.
At least you'd hope they are. Either that or they're doing the Rainbow Six equivalent of bashing your head into a wall, hoping to break it down.
Well, this Monty might signify exactly that. They don't want to take as much time on the clear. Yes, they understand that. But also, as Monty suggests, they don't want to be held up in those tight corridors without having a real way to strong arm their way onto the push. They can go for the entire map clear before going down, but sometimes that's not even needed nor warranted. Sometimes all you have to do is be good on the flank watch, but that's easier said than done, much easier said than done. It can really backfire. So they want to take no chances. Yes, time shall be wasted, but they're banking on maybe finding the roamers here and getting a pick before it comes to it.
Ran with the E1D cover, clears out the proximity alarm to get control of Secret so he can hold the angle onto Blue, but it's Ryder finding Lua to open up the round up in that deep roam upstairs. That's that's a smoke roaming up on the 2nd floor. And the smoke was instrumental in their defense the last time round. We've seen a couple of players do it. There are a couple of players around APAC who play the roaming smoke, but to lose him before they even reach the site with all utility in pocket, that's brutal.
That's a risky run. Having your anchor be playing that deep. Yeah, he's a 2-speed. He can go as far as the rest, but I mean, you have a mute here. Might be more applicable to have that SAS operator to be the roamer. They have the Goyo as well, the Jaeger utility that's already placed down. Actually, no. Pion still hasn't placed 2 of his canisters. Now, it's not unheard of for teams to maybe hold on to a canister or an ADS just in case, you know, a specific situation comes up where they can use that. But why show? Washoy, he finds the kill here on the Rider.
Unfortunately caught, placing a breach charge. Nitro from Washoy, straight onto the feet of JLT. Perfect read there. And all of a sudden, the vertical threat all but nullified here. In fact, entirely nullified. They don't have the ability to set up any sort of vert, so it is going to have to be a straight force onto the site and a player disadvantage at that.
Blue's been spotted on out. Gets the canister dealt with for the meantime. Ran holding off in case the rotation here from Rek. His own safety comes. Hasn't found himself a kill yet in this game. The only player, in fact, do not have been able to do so just yet. And Ran's looking to run him down, march him down, but this cross is going to be very difficult.
15 seconds remaining.
Their work cut out for them quite severely. 12 seconds now. The force on the side has to happen. One toxic canister in pocket. Reese, he finds one, finds 2. Traded back by Vamos. He's got 4 seconds. He's found one more, but he's got to go for the plant. 1 second to do it. He can't find his kills. And the KD will be the priority there for him. Unfortunate once again. That comes down to timing. That has cost Panthera their attack onto the basement.
A bit too late to stick that plant, and yeah, the basement has been the biggest problem of Panthera here so far on their attacking side. Timing just working out there for Yashoi. Nitro cell in hand. Lua, he gets punished for his early roam attempt on that smoke. I still think ill-advised, no matter what, for the most part. But, hey, your mileage may vary. They go now to put Pion back on this clash. We've seen mixed results from it, but I wouldn't say there was anything much too negative to say about his clash, if anything. Just, it wasn't going his way the second time around. He pulled it off.
Yeah, and it gives them the answer to the Monty. Because Monty's good. He can block bullets, but he just can't do what a Clash does with the taser.
5 seconds left before.
So it is a bit of an imbalance of power in that grand scheme. So
Attackers' objective is
having that advantage, having that ability to deal with the French operator means they don't have to commit nearly as much utility up towards the rafters. In terms, I mean, they burnt what 3 smokes trying to deal with the Monty last time.
A lot. A whole lot for them to utilize. 2 takes to the roof. Maybe hopefully trying to drop down there later on, maybe in the stock or something.
Attackers have located a bomb.
If he wants to go down from under, he can take that hatch route as well. I don't think that's going to be the case. We're playing here on cash. Most teams want to just start on focusing and opening up this big wall and also having their flanks checked. No electrocution on the defensive side here. Not even, well, a mute jammer. So this should go open uncontested. The question now is how do they play with it open?
Pretty simple. Smoke canisters and a clash, but they are burning that utility very early on. I was surprised Shu didn't get himself in a position. Reese taking some damage from Ryder. Sees that the wall is opened into stock, and that could be a problem if a little lurk comes through. You can see right there, Washui on the Legion, hanging around that kitchen corridor. Might be able to make a little bit of a late flank play. Oh, he might even go up main stairs. I think you just saw that roof above him be opened up. This is getting dangerous. And Reese, he finds Ryder, claims first blood. And it's the duo, Reese and Washui, rotating in through bar. They've got some big control that's just been taken back.
JLT lurking from behind has made his presence known within the construction. You can see him being wary of that red stairs if ever someone comes up from it. He's safe for now, for the meantime. He doesn't know it. And having that potential, having to look over your back every time is going to be difficult. Shu trying to protect Vamos here as they get this wall and open that they should. They know there's presence there towards the Masters, so they're going to be quite sandwiched in if Pantera can't break through.
One toxic canister remaining, and it's only 20 seconds of coverage, which could be problematic for Scars. They're going to have to run the gunplay and Pion. So he's going to have to hope these heads-up gunfights work well. Reese, if you get swung on here from the breach, could be in a lot of trouble, and you can see Rand is just out there with the DMR ready to go shoot. Prone with the G8 2-time scope, and Reese, he's found that breach push successful. Rand is not done. He finds Lua as well. He is crippling the pole from the side of the garage. JLT, what a swing in to deal with the clash, and all of a sudden it's come apart. The defense from the Scars answered back. Washui and Tayo, they might be the clutch factor that their team needs. And it's all on Tayo right now. He's in CCTV. Vamos looking for the plant on the other side. Toxic canister will deny him. There's not much time. They've got to go for the straight-up gunfight. Into cash, they've teamed up. Plant needs to go down. The coverage needs to be there, but Shu just wins the gunfight, reducing the necessity for the plant. And what a round for the Pantera crew to take back.
What a hold there from Pantera into 1v2. Smoke canister, I thought was perfect in terms of timing, but he gets jittery from it, trying to peek and expose himself. That just gave Pantera the option and the opportunity to take the round.
Honestly, a large chunk of the credit there for that round has to go to JLT. I think if not for the kill onto Pion, taking the clash out of the equation, that would have been impossible for them to take back. The way that Washi hit those shots, Tayo as well. If they'd had a clash in play, there wouldn't have been that opportunity for the plant in cash either. So JLT, they're absolutely when his team needed them.
Clubhouse. Defensive side here hasn't been working out too favorably for Scars. This is a 61% win rate compared to the 38, actually 62% win rate compared to the 38 in this entire tournament so far. In terms of round wins, that doesn't seem to be benefiting Scars. The best they can hope for is right now just a tied up scoreline going onto the attacker's side, which is always a difficult task to have, especially in a map like Clubhouse.
Nice to see just how successfully this one can be played out, of course, but Pantera in the lead currently, 3-2. Rand being punished just that little bit on his push into garage. They could push for that 4-2 half on Clubhouse in the attack, which is no small feat.
Not going to be that easy. If anything, easier said than done. Scars to get a third would be great for their case here. Otherwise, this is going to be difficult for them to come back to in the second half. Monty coming out here from Pantera. Be able to really just force their way there in a cache, pushing out, making sure they sweep the entirety of this top floor of any roam from Scars' side. But they're holding on to this master bedroom like it's their dear life. 3 of them towards that gym side. That's more than half the team here. Scars have to be careful with what they're doing because they could get trapped in a very difficult spot.
Things coming through, and Ryder claims first blood lured down. No more MK14. Almost had the lineup onto 2 more members of the Scars roster. Washui playing a dangerous game the second time round, though. He comes up tops. Spots the Monty, gets info. Reese is in trouble. They get a dual swing this breach right now, but the pre-fire from Farmos is good for 1. Traded back, unfortunately, both ways. Now down to the 3 versus 2. Monty and JLT, who has been so crisp in this competition for Pantera. So effectively a 2 versus 2. But you look at it. If they can get Shu nice and deep with this Monty, get some info, spots the player down, decides to finish him. Now they can look to get in, and there's 55 seconds remaining here, which is plenty of time to go back, get the diffuser, which is exactly what he's doing. Reload even. And he can go for a cheeky attempt. Maybe in gym. Who knows? But there is presence below that needs to be a concern.
Times are ticking. Almost 30 seconds left on the clock. They have to go for this sometime soon. Otherwise, they could be forced into a very difficult forced plant. They can't get it in.
I completely thought it was gym bedroom there for a second. I don't know why, but I did.
Maybe because the fact that we had 3 defenders inside the gym bedroom for some reason. We are playing bar. They can get the plant off here on the opposing side. The plant trying to be stuck. He knows he can put the shield on his back. There it goes. I don't think it's going to be denied. Not just any time yet. JLT, big pick he finds here. His teammate down. He has to go for the kill, but it doesn't come. He can't pick it up. Scars. They take the round. Was it because the diffuser was on his dead teammate's body?
Yeah, Shu needed to get the hell out of the way.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately, Shu didn't move. I don't know if it was a case of hands off the keyboard. If Shu had moved, there was a chance that round then goes to the way of Pantera. But unfortunately, for whatever the case may be, you got a big old Monty on top of the diffuser there. That's a tough task. That's a kick. That's a kick in the pants, unfortunately. Hopefully, though, Pantera now heading to the defense can still come back and recover.
Painful, painful way to lose a round. Couldn't go to pick up the diffuser, couldn't go to plant, couldn't go to resuscitate his teammate. And couldn't have enough time to push for the frag. But Scars, they'll take it, especially after the rocky start here in this map. They've been successful in winning that basement of theirs, but aside from, bar finally works out in the end. Pantera this time on the defensive side, Mozzie to come on out. They have so much here to throw at Scars on their post-plant denial. They got the smoke, they got 2 nitro cells. Whatever information that the Mozzie's going to find is just going to hamper them even more so. So much plant denial, but also a lot of, I guess, hurdles that will slow down Scars in terms of those banshees and obviously the Goyo here.
Yeah, the Nile, a pretty terrifying prospect, and the fact that Washui gone, taken out by Ryder already. That's your sledge off the board. Nades, great gun. They trade it back onto JLT, but a Mozzie for a sledge. I mean, look, arguments could be made both ways as to why that is a good or a bad thing. But you look at it, it's a basement site, no sledge, limited vertical threat. It's all onto Lua now with the breach charges. And I mean, look, if you want to commit the lifelines from Reese as well, go for it. But you were hoping that Washui could at least get into the kitchen to do some work.
Well, definitely an important place to take. They want to serve up this round in their favor. Kitchen control, absolutely crucial, but not yet. They don't need it this early. You try and go for the rest of what they can find. Clear out the stock, clear out the entirety of the strip and bar side. Work on the hatches down that way. I don't think they've fully cleared on out the top floor just yet. But they seem to be comfortable enough from what they have cleared out to leave it open. They've cleared out most of the positions anyways. Hatches should start to get open very soon, especially now here in the 4v3. It's a big pick for them to find. Mozzie goes down. That's huge.
Yeah, the Jaeger 416 and the P10 Roni off the board. How did I not notice they had a buck in play? Of course they've got vertical threat with a buck. It's 30 past midnight here in New Zealand. That's why. That is why my brain is gone to putty. Hopefully though, for Pantera, in their hopes at making it into that grand final, their brains have not gone to putty. They need this win, and then they need the next map as well. Just playing whack-a-mole there. Shoot, going toe-to-toe, but look at this. Tayo, he's onto this side. Cut in deep, finds two. Pion for the third. And they just had no idea that he was there.
That just looked so clean here from Scars' attacking side. They find the opening picks. It gets traded eventually, yes, but they find one in return. Never giving up the lead, never giving up the advantage. And just using the confusion of what's happening towards Moto, of what's happening towards Blue. Data able to sneak his way from the dirt tunnel.
Defenders, protect
Throw some dirt in their eyes and catch him off guard.
Well, right now, it's only a single round advantage. There's still opportunities for Pantera to bring this one back. You can see they bring in Shu, the clash of their own, but it's not a super shorty clash. It's the SPSMG9. This time they are going for a bit of a different approach to what we saw out of the bedroom defense. Gym bedroom with the extension over to Cash CCTV, which has become, you know, so meta in competitive Siege.
10 seconds.
Well,
5 seconds remaining.
it's definitely a case to be made that Panthera can still extend us and New Oregon into that third decider. Fifth, my goodness. That would be quite a series, but yeah, Scars. So clean. Once more, that attacking round of theirs was to start things off here. Did we go in gym and bedroom? Is that what we're playing? Yes, we are. So, yes. We can see a bit of a extension here towards Cash. Coming from Panthera's side, obviously the Mute and the Bandit is going to help that even more so tenfold. And speaking of multiplying that factor, the Clash to come in here is going to make this Cash take from Scars so much more problematic.
My guy Tayo, it's not that hard. It's just a camera.
Just a camera.
Commits 2/3 of a magazine to clear the default. Look, you got to respect that he was committed to the cause. You take it. Honestly, there are teams that need that level of drive that Tayo brings to the table.
Well, ambitious, for sure. Maybe misplaced. Perfectly Bandit tricked, as expected.
And that is done. Not good, given that that's the last exothermic. They have two Selmas here, but both of them are coming in from the con side, so that jacuzzi wall likely not going to be opened up unless they decide to make the call to rotate Lua across now. And they've still got Bandit batteries to deal with. JLT, you can see him still juggling them right now. This is going to be chaotic. Shu tags half health though. So if they can finish off Shu, they've got 2 nades to be able to do it potentially. I mean, look, the tools are there. The cards might be a little stacked against Scars currently, but the tools are there.
They don't even have to. They don't even have to land those nades cleanly at this point. Like if they just chuck it at him and explodes in his vicinity, in a decent sort of range, they could take him out even with a shield up. That's something that could be thrown against him. But the minute left on the clock. See if it even goes that way, because the Nitro perfectly connects. Luckily, Rek has used his utility, so they don't lose too much in that regard, but he's been a big spear for the Scars side.
I genuinely thought Pion had connected the kill there as the barricade pop, but no.
Oh,
it's looking rough. It brings it back though. The trades are, like you said, successful for Scars, but there is still a clash in play. Lua on the defuse, can't quite commit to it just yet. Pulls off for the moment. They know that there's one. Oh, that's a bad flash. That's not a good flash at all. And now the push on by Ryder for 2. It's his 3rd in the round. Pion in danger. Ryder as well with the closer. My God. Only on land could you achieve a flick of that level.
My goodness. He still connects it at the end. But Panthera able to make great work of this hold of theirs. They tried to come in from that southern balcony side and from the construction, but it just simply wasn't enough. The big wall remaining closed there on the corner on the 90 beside the gym entrance. That just made things so much more difficult for the attacking Scars side. They used both exothermic charges for it. Even with the Selmas online, they did not have Lua in the proper position to use that and try and open things on up. So instead of rotating it back up on the rooftops to try and open that big wall, they just continue with what control they already had. But we proved there that it simply wasn't enough, especially against a clash. You need to hit them from as many sides as you can. Panthera made sure that didn't come to pass.
10 seconds to insertion.
Massive stuff. Impressive stuff for Panthera.
5 seconds left.
I mean, you go down in such a brutal way on Cafe. You come into the second map with just as much intensity, if not more. And now you're tied up with Scars. There is potential that they can bring this one back and take it to our decider map. Our first 3-mapper here at the ROG Masters APAC. But Scars have proved to be an incredibly formidable opponent this weekend.
Oh, for sure. Both of these teams really are. Scars ever more so, but still, the game is tied on up here. We were expecting a full 3-map series, and that we could get. But what a peek here from Panthera. Ryder punishing Tayu from going a bit too heavy-handed without as much information as he might have wanted. Now it's for the rest of the team to catch up.
And 50% of that soft breach gone, although the more secure of the soft breaches and the butt gone is a bit rough, especially with that nitro in hand for Shu. If they see Washui starting to open up the floor from kitchen and they line up the nitro like Washui was able to do in their defensive half, all of a sudden you find yourself with just gunners having to push down into the basement through the main stairs, all the rest of it. It can be a bit chaotic, but the fact that Ryder was able to get that kill, look at him, he's 11-6 right now. And he has been playing just off the front foot, consistently making the plays.
Almost going a 2-0 for KDs here. For Ryder specifically. A single kill might just give him that exact number. Hatch on open above blue. Gonna apply a bit more pressure there. But the time is ticking, and we saw Panthera on their attacking side falter when these rounds do come in late on the basement. That same case could be done for Scars, but Scars, they were able to have, you know, a bit of a kind of a Tayu lurk there a while ago through the dirt, but now that he's out, this is looking a lot more problematic.
Well, actually, he's trying. That's a big one. Exthermic's committed, so now it's on the Selmas to open up this church wall. Or second one eaten by one of the Whammy Magnets. The impact trick. It's just going to be a foot angle into church currently. That is not ideal at all. So they haven't got a clear avenue into the site itself. It's going to have to be the final through the doorways. But Vamos steps out into the open. And that is your smoke off the board now. Reese with another massive headshot. Can't find the follow-up and will burn. JLT puts them in the advantage. Beyond on the plant. Washui to cover, but he can't. Ryder's in. Has no ammo to do it. And JLT will mop it up. And Panthera back into the lead.
The pressure here, a bit of panic ensuing. You saw the Zophie just try and push through the canisters as they blew up. Was low already though. But Tayu not winning that opening fight meant so much more problems here for the Scars' side. As you said, they were banking on him being able to open up a lot of that kitchen, a lot of those hallways to make this defense down below a lot more problematic. And because they were able to simply anchor themselves within that arsenal without having to worry about the kitchen anymore, it made the attack so much more difficult for Scars coming in from the Moto side and coming in from blue.
Scars call their first tactical timeout of the weekend. Genuinely being pushed here, and look, it's a little disappointing, unfortunately, that our first map didn't play out this way, because this clubhouse here is kind of how we expect the whole series to go. So a bit rough that Cafe couldn't, but every possibility that we see Panthera push this to Oregon, take us to our decider. Scars maybe just a little concerned at the moment.
Well, who wouldn't be? Especially after some of the performances we've seen from Panthera in this map specifically, and how potent they have shown to be as of recent. Certainly expect more of the same as well. Scars have an opportunity to tie up the game here right now. If not, this goes into match point, which is going to be so difficult to try and come back from and push it into overtime on the attacking side.
Well, Panthera, at minimum guaranteeing us full regulation. Look at the setup, Valkyrie in play. For the most part, it is cooking across the board. Beyond, though, from the Clash onto the Monty. Going to be trying something else, but I mean, JLT and his bandit tricking going to make this CCTV breach just that little bit harder right now, especially with only 2 frag grenades in play. Washui is going to have to make sure they hit the mark.
The attack response user has been dropped.
Bullseye. That's what they're aiming for right now. Scars on this attacking side. They pull out Pion on the Monty once more. It hasn't really been working out for them, this Monty, so far. You saw them try and force the plant a while ago. Didn't come to pass. You have to try and dismantle the utility first in the hold here from Panthera. The bandit tricking has so far been quite successful, actually, for either side. But more so Panthera here so far in these past few rounds.
Yeah. This is going to be a bit of a mad dash towards the end, I think. Right now, Washui in through the basement, looking to make a deep cut. We'll see just how effective he can be down here. Lua there as well. Trying to contest onto the stairs. Tayu hitting himself, contested by the Nitro. Being threatened quite aggressively there by Shu. And you look at they're trying to get someone into position to be able to use the nades. And Washui's there. Top secret. JLT. He's not on the wall just yet. They pull off the second, so it's not going to be a bandit trick attempt. JLT playing deep into cash. They just let it go.
Doesn't bother to throw out that second nade anymore. Lua, huge pick he finds, although one that ultimately at least doesn't hurt as much as maybe losing the smoke or bandit in this case. They still have the rest of the team to try and anchor it down when it comes to the plant. Malusi, as you said a while ago, utility already placed down. That's one that won't be removed here. The rafter push, though, is going to have to work out here for Scars. It's going to be difficult for them to get the plant off if they don't have control of either cache or that garage.
Right now, Exthermic down in the garage, so they are looking to try and contest that rafter's position. They know that there is someone up there. Nades galore coming through, but Washui, ping's coming out.
Great.
It's going to be a straight pot, but eaten by the ADS, so they will be able to get a solid hold here on the rafters. Washui taking some damage from the smoke. Going to the final 35. There's 2 of them up there to look to hold, and they're wasting so much time right now. Scars could find themselves in a real trouble spot. Reese goes down. The 3 versus 4 now. Washui takes 2 back, though. Shu on for the push. Brings it down. Lua on the ground now, unfortunately. Still holding red. This could go either way.
Oh yeah, Panthera, even the 2v4 could still win this. They know where he is. Here comes out to Monty, but to connect on Washui. Perfect. And the pressure being applied by that Monty has been absolutely influential. The Nitro Cell downs him. 10 seconds, 2 seconds left on the clock. He has to go for it, and they win it out in the end. JLT secures match point for Panthera in a 1v3. Perfectly timed Nitro, and perfectly timed placement as well. Incredible sequence for them to gain it.
What a play. JLT. Not the hero that Panthera need, but the hero they deserve. And they are on map point here, with one more required to push us into Oregon and the decider, as well as our first 3-map series of the tournament.
What a sequence. Unbelievable stuff happening today here. Obviously, nothing we don't expect already to come anyways, when you have some of the best teams in APAC playing for that championship slot. Panthera, how they've come back in this map to extend us possibly in Oregon looks ever more so true, especially after a round like that, which could break the mental of Scars in the map.
5 seconds left.
I have to see though, 2 rounds to overtime. They have the opportunity to close it out before we get there though. And I have every certainty that that's what Panthera want. The last thing they want is this drawn out series, knowing full well that tomorrow the loser has to play back-to-back series through the lower bracket final into the grand final. So the sooner they can get it done, the better.
Of course, they want a much deserved rest, especially after we extend just a bit here today. Scars versus Panthera is looking to go the distance, so no one going to bed anytime soon. Panthera looking to extend us into Oregon, into that 3rd map. The Clash to come out here once more. A nuisance it has proven to be for the Scars' side. We've got some tools to work with though. Nades here to try and flush and force that Clash out of the cache, which is what they're seemingly looking to try and do.
I want to make sure doubly though that they've got the coverage that they require. Pings through, so they know full well that Shu is here. Clear out some of those mute jammers, some of that utility set deep in. Nade prepped on the door, but you could already see Shu's pulled right off back towards the master bedroom. They know that this is Scar's game plan right now. 4 nades in play, and the more they can do to deter and halt a nade from finding impact in the round, the better. JLT tagged. Haven't already committed the nitro just yet. They're going for the concussion play onto Shu, but Reese nades himself!
Whoa. Oh no. Fortunately, Lua gets a kill to try and equalize the odds just a bit. Shu's taking some damage, quite a lot actually, but not the type of blunder you want to be making. Not when it's match point versus Panthera here. Not when the stakes are championship berth, potentially.
Oh, that could be a bit of a tilter. To try and clear things out through Logi. You can see they're prepping themselves for the hatch drop. Nade through towards the door. But Ryder for 1 trades back onto Ran. No more Jaeger. Ryder in trouble. Washui going deep, but Vamos there with the MX4 Storm, and they've got the shield to play with as well. 1 nade, 1 stun to try and battle against it. 30 seconds. Shu, the entity in the gym, but Washui almost had the flank option. Camera cleared out means that Vamos now knows where one of these 2 defenders are. Pion, he's going for the plant attempt. They're looking for the angle. Vamos! He swings and he gets the down. It's Shu alone. The plant secured. No! Pion clutches. Why was Shu going for the kill onto the down player?
Oh, no. Was he going for the down player? Was he trying to take out Pion?
No, he killed Washui.
It's maybe he wanted to get him first and then go for Pion. Was only coming off of the plant and maybe mistimed it, but still, no reason to prioritize him in that case. Could leave him up online. And now Pion's going back to the Monty. You know, we've seen great value taken out of that Monty, especially on that garage push just a round right prior, right, during round number 10. So I get why they put him back here. But if you're anticipating a basement push, like in that round there, it's actually been really good when Pion's been on an operator who can actually fight back. Because he's been really good at making sure their lines are held. And that's exactly what I think Scars need right now. So, knowing that they're going for the basement, I'm not too sure if the Monty could be the right choice here. Could give him a different look we haven't yet, I think, seen them try to take the basement specifically with a Monty on their team. Correct me if I'm wrong, but maybe they're trying to go for a different look.
Attackers must locate and
I don't even know. Either way, that is a costly round to lose. Gives Scars the opportunity to push for OT. 1 round secured. Unfortunately, that could have been the opportunity to close it out there. Not to be. They're going to carry on back to the basement, which has been a dicey sight for the most part in Comp Siege over the last 12 months. But either way, you got to make every opportunity count.
Basement hold here. Will it stand up? We're looking at overtime. Or map number 3 immediately here. Goyo canisters burned early. That's pretty good here for the Scars' side. They get the information. They know blue is completely swarmed with ADSs. And Data U, if you're able to find proper timing for him, he can swing out of this, especially if he's aided, and somehow maybe get a kill. And that could blow this site wide open.
JLT has no idea. I still can never quite understand what teams are doing when they barricade off dirt tunnel. Reason for 1, pushing down blue. It is going to be a hard push through dirt. They've got the Monty there as well. Reese falls though, pushing it even to the site. Lure spots the back of shoe, trades it back in the end. Peon with the pistol, making it work with the Monty. And I mean, we're only halfway through this round. We're down to a 2 versus 2 effectively, unless they can get Tayo. Lure taking shots, but he's still alive in the round.
Yeah.
So much to work with him. They do. They get Tayo up. Peon's on for the plant toxic canister to try and deny. Lure finds Ryder. This is going to go to overtime. There is no way. A fumbled opportunity. Vamos with a 1-tap to Lure.
Don't speak too soon.
You're dealing with a Monty and an Iana though.
Who can know? Maybe he can take down Tayu here. It was quite low. Although he can keep on spamming that plant with his nades from the dirt. Maybe he can isolate the fight, knowing that Tayu is deep within that dirt. If he's able to do that, then this is certainly winnable. 20 seconds left. Does not have a toxic bathe to utilize anymore, so he can't flush him out of the corner. He's going to keep on jiggling here. Pion's not going to let him stick this. He's not going to let him push into the dirt. But Vamos has to try and push something somehow. He can't get caught up, and that's it. This is it. We're going to overtime. And Pion drop shots him as well.
Shot. A colossal opportunity fumbled there. Panthera had it within reach. It's not done. But they could have closed it out in regulation. Overtime now on the cards. This is wild.
Maybe push it out. Especially if he knew that Tayu was low. Walk up dirt with a shotty in hand. As soon as he peeks, take him down. Obviously, that means Pion's going to be on his trail, but a lot more winnable than that kind of shuffle would have been. We're going to overtime, Panda. We're not done just yet. This doesn't mean we're ending here in map 2. We could still very well go to map 3.
Panthera starting the defense, and they opt into the side that they just lost, which is a bold call, especially given that it will be fresh in the minds of Scars. How they played it, how they approached it, is exactly the same lineup. And well, I've talked about how disciplined APAC North teams are. Unfortunately, it can sometimes also mean that they are stuck in their ways in the way that they approach the game.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Well, it very well could be the case. Sometimes, as they say, playing by the books ain't the only way to get the job done. You gotta have some street wits about you. Know when to be flexible. And know when to go a bit off the page and out of the box.
Well, let's see just how flexible they can be as a team to switch in deep once again. Vulcan Jetpack, same as last round. 2 of them, in fact. 3 of them. And Panthera, once again, falling victim to their own setup. Washui as well on the Nook, already into the building.
And
I'm not holding out hope.
I love how they pull this out in overtime. Finally pull out the Nook in such a high-stakes round when maybe they would least expect this. And that Twitch has gotten them eternal value.
complete value. He finds information as well, but he goes down with it. He's trying to warn Lua there, but it's a bit too late. And that just bought them a lifeline, considering what happened down below.
No, the lifeline's
GLT.
gone. Lua just died. Like, mate.
I mean, for Pantera, after losing all those canisters, they've somehow bought a raft, and that's great. That's great from Ran.
How is this round come back to this point? They lost every bit of Shu's utility. Shu might as well not be here. And they're still somehow up by 3 kills. What is going on? Like, Scars literally just dumpstered Pantera on this round. I'm sorry, there's no two ways about it. They dominated this site. Walked in, took control. Yes, it came down to the 2 versus 1. But Pantera were left reeling. And all of a sudden, it's a 5 versus 2 with only Ryder having taken damage. Shu, he's going to take some now as well as he just walks through the middle of the corridor. But, I mean, it's a vastly different approach out of Pantera, and it is ruining Scars right now.
Well, they just seem isolated, Panda. All on their own, trying to do very different drastic things. Ran punishes, they tie you there. And look how long they were outside of the map. Up until when they went inside, they did it isolated. Didn't even have the Monty be the first man on in. When you have a Monty, why? Why not? They just all get taken down one by one in that regard. Pantera.
Pantera
It wasn't
heard
even.
me say,
It wasn't even
they heard
them
me say
doing
that they were
something
stuck in their ways.
Well, they go for the aggression, which to their benefit, yeah. But I don't think it was necessarily them, you know, punishing heftily Scars here or doing anything to initiate that, aside from just generally trying to find what they can and be aggressive. Scars just, I don't know, slipping heavily in the round.
No, I think if anything, maybe Scars overthought it just a little bit. Like they obviously won the round the way they did in that last one. They say, oh, there's no way that they're going to play it the same way this time. For the most part, Pantera do, but they get a little bit more aggressive. So, yeah, I don't know. They just get up in the faces of Scars. They absolutely monster them in the round. And Pion, he's just going to sit there and play his life and keep the KD high. Now, though, Pantera, Matt Point, have the chance to push to Oregon here if they can pick up the victory on the attack. Which, I mean, look, their attack did look phenomenal.
It did. So did Scars' right before this overtime. And we saw how that went. So defensive side here by Scars. Also been shaky, yes, but 3-3 was not a great scoreline for them to end it on. Anyways, basement. Another basement hold. Double basement hold for the defensive side. Curious to see that. Monty seems to be flirted with here by Shu. I think he's going to swap, and rather, he's going to stay on it. Goyo coming out. 4 Scars on their defense instead. Been really seeing lots of prevalent option here in Goyo that both teams have been loving to employ so far, especially in the basement hold.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah. No Twitch though, and from Pantera, so they aren't going to be able to pull off what Scars were able to achieve in the hands of Reese, but they do bring the Ash, sorry, once again, which I mean, I question. I mean, Ryder is absolutely frying, so I suppose it could be worse, but I mean, maybe a Zofia, something along those lines.
Yeah, I mean, what do you get from the Ash that is so much more important than the Zophie? Which gives you, honestly, more, aside from just being a 2-speed. That's the only real difference, I think, in my opinion. Yeah, you can set yourself up a bit better, but no flashes. Who would need it anyway if you had the lifeline? Moving on, though, let's see if it works out for them. Could be just a comfort thing. And sometimes that's what's the most important in these type of situations. Over time, have to go big, have to go huge. Comfort pick could go exactly that for Pantera here.
Not wasting any time too. They're getting this top down clear underway, starting establishing some of those vert angles, wanting to make sure that they have at least some security. Pushing down onto the first floor. Not seeing anything crazy. And we do see prox alarms as well, so there's only the one Nitro cell to potentially deal with Shu on this Monty, as well as, I suppose, the toxic canisters. But look at this. Reese, the roam in towards Strip, and this could be deadly. We saw it out of Sandy yesterday. Unfortunately, he was only able to find the 1 kill, but it was against Pantera then as well.
A minute 30 left on the clock.
Oh, they found him though.
Oh yeah, they've droned him on out. This strip gonna be where he might make the last bit of his money. He's in such a difficult situation to bail himself out. He's gonna get peek here from JLT. Free kill. And Panthera, they're looking on pace to extend this into map 3.
I mean, that's the thing again. If you can see a Monty, 90% of the time, he's not the biggest threat that you have to deal with. Because chances are there's someone beelining for your position. That's exactly what they do. They deal with one, they get the player advantage. Honestly, Panthera can play the numbers game from here on out and win this round, but look, they gotta start making some moves.
For sure. Advantage, yes, nonetheless, but they have to get on the time. Kitchen being opened on up. Hatch as well here on Modo can be used for the drop. It blows up the Goyo canister on the other end of things, just delaying a bit more time, but better sooner than later. Goyo canister is starting to blow up as the time is tinkering. Looking for a dirt push here. Are they ready for this? They barricaded it. It remains closed, but not for long.
No smoke!
Ryder, he takes him down. They lose the smoke, yeah, and now there's no way for them to keep them at bay. Panthera looking on pace to close out this game, and that they do in flawless fashion. 5-0. They take the game, and we're going to map 3.
What a way to close out overtime there. Panthera take us to our first 3-mapper of the weekend here at the ROG Masters APAC Finals. And Black and Blue, I mean, after map 1, Cafe, Panthera looked in shambles. Clubhouse, they start gaining some control back, and it makes you wonder, how are they going to come out of the gate swinging on Oregon?
Absolutely spectacular that map was. So many moments that really could have decided the fate of either side, but in the end it goes towards Panthera's way. Their defense and attack a lot more consistently higher quality than the opposition was, and Scars was, who just had some questionable decisions near the end of things, especially in overtime, right, where I guess, you know, the mental, the pressure, it all gets to you. If you'd see it really be a big problem there in terms of the decision making from the squad as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, they just managed to adjust really, really well. So going into a decider, you look at the shots that were being hit, it definitely did feel like Scars were slipping a little bit compared to, you know, their Cafe performance, where they were just dictating pace round after round. Lua, you mean, you look at the clutches, you look at the plays that were being made. Washui as well going deep. But I don't know if it was the case, maybe not necessarily slipping, but it definitely felt like Panthera were dogging their steps every single round. They were close on their heels, not letting them get too far ahead.
Oh, for sure. I mean, when you see, you know, a team like Panthera start to come alive, you can't help but believe that these guys are going to make the comeback happen and bring us into that third map as we expected. And these rounds where, like Scars, they had an opportunity to win, they're suddenly taken on away. And yeah, there were a few mistakes as well from Panthera down the line, but lesser of them so, and more so punished by Panthera over and over on the Scars' end. The Scars, okay, a map that we have seen Panthera win so far twice here today, rather here this weekend. It's been impervious from them so far, a bit closer than they initially had for Comfort versus Monkeys, but still very nicely done and a very tall task, especially for a team like Scars, to take down Panthera in what's been one of their best maps. So we're going to Oregon, a map that we have seen actually Scars play. They beat Gaming Gladiators on it yesterday. They're looking to maybe replicate that success here today as a final decider.
I don't think beat quite does it justice. It was a manhandling. I mean, Washui, how many times did we see him on the attack, solo push into the building, find 1 to 3 kills on the attack alone? It was just devastating. I mean, the ying that they employed, the way that they approached the game with the utility, the operators they were bringing. I hope that Panthera have had time to do their homework in the matchup. So it's definitely going to be exciting to see how prepped they are coming into this matchup. Of course, I'm excited. Black and Blue, I can only imagine you're excited. I know the fans are excited. But when we come back after the break, we jump on into the decider to see who heads to the grand finals and who heads to the lower bracket finals. We'll see you back very soon.
te veré en el infierno.
Desperado, why don't you come to your senses? Our gifts propelled us to hide from the surface over human history.
We've been forbearing for thousands of years. We're not gonna take it anymore!
A single spark can start a prairie fire.
Vamos! Akira! We chose dishonor, and we'll still have war.
Only if it leads us to victory.
Akira believed in you, Vic.
Feel your fate in what you cannot feel.
To sacrifice for those who dare. Defy the force of hate and all its plans. The course of fate lies in our hands.
Showtime. As you wish.
No one can take us down.
Difficult challenge here, but no, the player looks the wrong way, grabs one, traded instantly.
The young prodigy can salvage it, Cairo. He got them on the back of the head.
Map 1 goes the way of Scars. Map 2, Panthera take it to overtime and ultimately close us out black and blue. We are heading to Oregon. It's time for some overtime, some decider map gameplay. But look, before we get into the map, I have to say, every time I see one of those Flow Z13 ads, it just makes me want one so much more. They're so clean. They're so nice.
I am unironically
Surely.
agreeing with you, because I've been on the market for something exactly like that, and I'm looking at it, I'm like, you're calling to be something. You're really hitting my number here, ROG. I didn't even know that product was available up until we came up into this event. I'm like, damn, now I want one too. Exactly what I need for my work issues and for my everything else. But if you want a gaming laptop instead, well, you can of course look at the ROG Strix Scar 17 SE. Not to mention, these are both gaming laptop viable anyways, because right, you got the 3050 Ti in the Fate, and then you got obviously a 3080, I believe, in this one.
Yeah,
so
no, they're both gaming
kit
laptops, but the Flow Z13, you can rip it in sports mode. It's like a convertible. It can be used as a tablet as well. It's just that good. So look, maybe I'll have to work out something with ROG. Maybe I'll give them some more casting. They can make sure that, you know, they send one my way. We'll have to work for a laptop after we're done. Yeah, I'll work for a laptop. I'll do it.
I would too. Get me for this next time around. I'll take a laptop. Thank you, ROG. We have to thank you guys as well for tuning into this. Of course, this is all for you. ROG Masters APAC is sponsored by Intel. You have some of the best teams in the entirety of APAC, both North and South. So literally the Asia, not just one side of it, not just one half. And incredible maps, incredible games we've seen here, especially in the series. Our first full best of 3 that we're gonna see in this entire top 4 so far. And it comes from none other than these two great teams who are kind of like the top seeds of taking this whole tournament.
I mean, that's it. We're going into this competition to prove that, well, APAC is the best pack But which APAC is the best pack? We'll find that one out, obviously, of course, tomorrow. Our last representatives from APAC South and the Gaming Gladiators are waiting in the lower bracket final for the loser of this map. And at the moment, it could be either of these two teams, given that loser of this, down to the lower bracket, winner into the grand final. They get to sit back, relax, and watch all the action tomorrow and wait for their opponent to come to them.
Well, as of the moment, it seems to be that for a team like Scars, after coming back from a deficit, not a large deficit, yes, but a deficit nonetheless, it can be very difficult to really regain that mantle for map number 3. But we know as a team, them being the team that they are with the experience that they've gained, that's certainly something that they can, I guess, come back into and really, refocus, resettle themselves, rejuvenate back into this one, forget the past, move on to greener pastures. Oregon is a map that we've seen them be very proficient in, and they want to exercise that proficiency and professionalism coming into this third and final map, because they want to go at the very least into the top 2.
Yeah, I mean, Oregon does for the most part play pretty similarly to Clubhouse, so it is sort of a lateral transition in the grand scheme of things, but we've already seen what Scars can do on this map. They were absolute monsters. It was truly scary for the Gaming Gladiators to be. I mean, you could see it on their faces as the match finished, the best of 3 finished, and it was just confusion. Gaming Gladiators weren't quite sure what to make of Scars in that series. So coming into this, hopefully Panthera with their support staff have done their homework. They've been watching all through yesterday. They've got the notes that they need to, because Panthera had the earlier of the 2 matches, so they were able to sit there and actively watch what was going on. So hopefully the coach's strat book has got all the info they need to close this one out.
Especially looking at how, a team here like Panthera have continuously improved every step of the way, perennially top 5, looking to start making the top 3s very soon, and could be the case, especially once they go back to the Korean Open. Maybe someday end up 1. You might be seeing these guys in Pro League one day, in the APAC League itself. We're going into the game very soon with map number 3 left open by both teams. Information here left by Panthera to review from the previous game from yesterday, when more recent VODs will escape the Scars' side, barring looking at the Korean Open.
Well, we head to Oregon. It's almost ironic that our last map in this decider is in North America, near airport at its finest. Luckily, though, for both these teams, it is in a case of near airport, because the loser still gets that chance to play in the lower bracket final. But though you want that break going into tomorrow, you want to be able to sit there and watch your opponents. Okay, all right, there we go. Already rehost coming through. Sides are wrong, but we'll get that sorted in just a moment.
Yeah, we'll get everything up and ready so we can actually play a proper game here. Obviously, the sides do matter, even if you're on the same map, even if you could be picking the same operators. You want to start on the side that you picked, as is only fair. So we're going to get a bit of a rehost real quick. Probably going to come back to our faces, maybe, perhaps for a while. If not, we're going to hover around the players instead, as they're much more interesting to look at.
Oh, for sure. I'd rather be looking at players than my own face. Oh, look, bold band, Panthera, no operators whatsoever. Respect it. The strategy, deep in the pockets.
That's why I ripped off the mirrors from my car.
It was funny. It was, it would be a couple of years ago. Tier 2 ANZ, Tier 3 ANZ. It was legitimately a strategy to not ban operators, so that your opponents, you'd be playing Clubhouse, your opponents would ban Maverick, you don't ban Kai, which is the expectation at that level. So they just let these operators through, and it made for a nightmare couple of months of Rainbow Six Siege in the Tier 3 trenches.
It's kind of this reverse banning psychology that seemed to come into play. Hey, if it works, who knows?
Oh, it did not work. It was chaos, yeah.
A Nightmare for All is a dream and a fun time for everybody, I guess.
Oh, we'll see.
No?
I would imagine the Hibana ban probably going to stick through once we get over the other side. Oregon, again, it's been played to death. Most of the strategies are known well enough so that we don't see too much deviation on the whole. But I mean, what I do love seeing, especially at APAC South, is the armory play, especially from a team like Gaming Gladiators who have already played it this weekend. Going onto Oregon, you pick the armory on the attack, you get T3 control, and it can just make that push into the building so much easier having Overwatch for your team.
It'd certainly be the case, especially, you know, here on the map like Oregon, you talked about that tower is so influential for pretty much almost every single site you have here. Like 3 of the sites are somewhat influenced by having that tower control, even indirectly. Even if you think like a map like Basement, having that back tower control means that at the very least you can come down the stairs knowing that no one's waiting up above in T3. You play towards meeting, obviously you don't even have to talk about how important that is. You play on, you know, the rooms up above, you play on the second floor, those sites, and taking that tower, the bridge away is crucial as well if you're coming from that master push and want to pincer to come into the dorms, especially if games is looking a bit too hot for a plant. So a lot here in terms of power positioning is always going to be true in terms of competitive Rainbow Six Siege, but there are power positions that do rank up above the others, and teams, both of these teams, they're going to need to see, even though there are common ones, which ones specifically each side like to employ.
Now, just getting the rehost sorted. It shouldn't be too much longer, but I mean, we're going into Oregon. We've seen it rather successfully played for Scars. It was a reasonably quick map on the whole. They absolutely had Gaming Gladiators' number, but I mean, you look at it now. Gaming Gladiators are the ones on the sideline. They've got nothing to do till tomorrow, so they're going to be watching, evaluating, knowing full well that they are likely, well, they are guaranteed to face whoever loses this matchup. So one of these 2 teams will be their opponent to start the day off tomorrow. So you want to be paying attention. You need this info to give you the best shot at taking that series and booking the grand finals.
Not the most fun prospect to be having to play one of these 2 teams tomorrow, but one I'm sure the Gaming Gladiators are not going to shy away from, them being the 3rd and final team remaining in this tournament. There's obviously lots in store for us here as we're trying to get the game ready and going.
Well, take it a little bit longer, but I mean, it's more time for the teams to talk and get themselves into it. The Scars, laser focused. Again, they are here to play. They're here with intention. Look, I just love it. So far, it has really been a showcase of what APAC North is capable of. Even, you know, given the fact that neither of these 2 teams, Panthera and Scars, neither of them have had the opportunity to play Tier 1 at just yet. They're primed on the precipice of making that Tier 1 run.
I mean, the breakthrough right into that Tier 1 scene is definitely a real possibility for a lot of the teams that we've seen here, but more so these 2 especially. As we talked about, some of the teams here who are already playing in Tier 1, like Gaming Gladiators, they're teams that have had their, I guess, run and their journey to making it into that path be absolutely put on display for all of us to witness throughout the years. We saw them when some of their players were playing on different teams, different names, not this complete roster just yet, but then they're able to make it as the Gaming Gladiators into that Tier 1 spot, absolutely taking everybody for surprise in a storm in the past year, and now they're near
I
at the top.
remember that promotion sort of, because you were casting that as well, weren't you, with the APAC South guys? And
yeah,
it was
the relegation.
It was just, I remember watching, you know, the Bliss versus, I can't remember who they were playing as then, off the top of my head. It was before Roosters, Renatus, I believe.
Renatus, yes.
Yeah. So they were Renatus then. They take out Team Bliss, the ANZ hopefuls for promoting into APAC South. They then relegate Order, another ANZ. They skewed the number of Southeast Asia teams to ANZ teams. The ratio was off at 5-3 after their play through the promotions tournament, seemingly out of nowhere. And they, on top of that, this, you got to remember, these guys coming into this competition, they are not, you know, from the traditional Southeast Asian countries that you see playing in this competition.
Oh yeah.
Game & Gladiators, they're an Indonesian team. They were the first Indonesian team to go to a major in Rainbow Six Siege.
To be fair, Indonesia has always been a very, very impressive scene in terms of FPS esports. Just not in Rainbow Six. Just, what are you doing?
I think he hit his elbow on the table.
Sends electricity throughout the body whenever
Better
that
is
happens.
he's just trying to keep the blood flowing, making sure that, you know, pumped up, ready to go, nice and warm. You got to stay limber, you got to stay warm, especially in an environment on land where the AC usually is pumping, especially in a country like Thailand where it is probably a little bit warmer right now. I haven't checked the temperatures today, but I know it was going to be nice and sunny. It was 29 degrees yesterday, so
You know,
it should, I would imagine it's quite warm at the moment.
Panda, I just realized that those relegations you talked about, if I remember correctly, I think I was casting it with Dev. And so
Yeah,
him
you
being
and the
from
APAC South guys.
him being from ANZ and from the OCE region as well, I could maybe starkly recall the soothing like regret of having to see his hometown boys also face a demise that Renatus delivered to everybody at the time.
Oh yeah, it was a shellacking. Like, Renatus came to the qualifiers, everyone's like, oh, we don't know who these guys are, not expecting too much. Boom, Bliss out of the competition. And everyone's sitting there wondering, well, actually, everyone sort of thought that Bliss was going to be that team to qualify, because at that time they had Jigsaw in the roster before he made the move to Invictus and now back to Bliss. So everyone was like, yeah, Jigsaw's going to come in, he's going to dominate the competition.
Yeah, and I'm there being like, let's go, SCA represent.
They got smoked. They had their pack smoked live on broadcast. I can't remember if I got to cast that match because I know we were doing the B stream, the community cast, and yeah, it was not a close matchup. I will say that.
Well, that's exactly, you know, the beauty of really this circuit. Having these teams being able to shoot up to the top. We're going into the game, I think.
Yeah, we're into the operator bit. I genuinely wonder if that Twitch ban was purely reactionary to what Scars were doing on Clubhouse.
It's not something you see too commonly, but it is a ban that you would see when directed specifically against some teams, and considering the fact that they were able to take out 3 Goyo canisters within 5 seconds, I would not doubt at this point.
Justifiable, indeed. Wemai and Mira to round it up the defense, and Mira we see frequently enough, but Wemai, it's not a ban that I've seen on Oregon in a good long while. So I'm keen. We have had the call for the tech pause, so we'll have to wait a little bit longer. The delay will be just that little bit longer. But I mean, look, we've waited long enough to see Siege at the ROG Masters. 6 years, in fact, since ROG Masters kicked off. We're finally here with Rainbow Six Siege on the main stage. So don't worry, we can wait a little bit longer.
I mean, patience is a virtue, but so is anticipation of good things to come. And we know that the longer we wait, the sweeter it tastes at the end. At least for me. Right? Would you rather have your cake? Actually, no, maybe that's a lie. I would rather just have my cake immediately sometimes instead of waiting for it.
No,
But
I'm trying to cut down on cake and eat a bit healthier, so I'll have a rice cake.
That is not
as depressing as that sounds, yeah.
That is,
no, it is. I 100% acknowledge how depressing that is, but I'm trying to be healthy here, Black and Blue. Come on, man.
It's not as healthy as you might think, Panda. Even though maybe more healthy
it's better,
than
it's
a
better
regular
than
sugar cake. It is, but it's not that healthy, and you're still gonna be depressed afterwards. So.
Oh yeah, look,
all I'm saying.
But at least you know, like I'm setting expectations, like. You come into a situation expecting cake, you're like, yeah, this is going to be great. You come into a situation expecting rice cakes, your expectations are already so low that you can't really be disappointed that much more.
I mean,
I guess there's always a silver
We've just
or a
gone
blue
and
lining.
horrendously offended some like rice cake aficionado who's like live or die by them, and he's just tuned in and said, "Well, these guys have just gone and dogged everything I believe in."
Hey, it's
but
fine.
there we
I'm
go.
From SEA, I can have valid points on rice, and I know lots of people who are true. I mean, one of our native foods is like a bunch of rice cakes anyway, so.
Oh, one of our tier 2 ANZ players is called Rice, so.
All right. That's nice.
He's a great bloke. I love Rice. He's a character.
Yes. Just in case you weren't sure what type of rice. Rice. Double down.
Yeah, just your regular rice. And, well, regular is the name of the game. We're going to be heading into some Clubhouse right on now. I said we've been to Clubhouse. We're on to Oregon. My God, my brain is fried. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. We're going to Oregon, and Black and Blue. One of Peon's Vulcan packs is already gone. And Twitch isn't even in play because it's banned out.
What happened?
I don't know. I missed that.
Did it blow up?
I think it busted. I think maybe no. So that's what it would have been. I reckon it would have been the bailiff in the hands of Reese. He was trying to edit the little storeroom, accidentally shot through the softball, cleared out the deck pack.
Or Lua. Could have been, right?
Either way.
A pellet just randomly goes that direction. Bro, you destroyed my canister.
If this was casual, well, whoever it was would probably... Actually, no. The wrong person would probably be dead because they would have just turned around and said, well, you blew up my utility, I'm going to kill you. Even though it was just the one dude, doing his job, reinforcing, opening rotates, and now he's stuck on cams.
Well, at the very least, something contributed at the end of things. Silver linings, Panda. That's the name of the day. The word of the day, at least, for this map. Wasio, from here, on top, gives himself away on the tower. JLT had a good catch, but the timing escapes him.
Yeah, I mean, not having that info can be a bit dicey, but you look at, they've got the Jackal in play. Having the Inox, the scan, Ryder takes a bit of damage. Shu, unfortunately, not quite in front of him to soak those shots, but they get good information about the positioning, knowing full well there's someone playing around meeting. The reinforcements are there. Washui is about to be scouted here on the stairs. Is he? No! Ooh, shots onto Shu, who dropped the shield to clear the camera. But luckily, they keep all 5 members in play. That could have been disastrous.
Luckily able to rotate back down into safety, but they've lost all their presence up above, so now they have to try and fend them off with a minute left remaining. Monty's going to be crucial, especially if they try and drop down into this freezer and push that way. These footholds going to make things a lot more difficult, but it's not really being held as deep as you might see, considering it has been flushed out already. They have lots of utility to be able to make this push here. Panthera nades all abound, smokes and flashes complete.
Oh, what a nade from Ryder straight into Peon's head. Vector gone and the numbers skewed. Now Shu can get in and start getting to work, clearing players out. Ran only taken a little bit of chip damage. Toxic canisters being burnt through already. You look at it, the situation they find themselves in. There's 2 left with 25 seconds. So that is coverage enough for at least 1 entryway. Vamos dropping down. Has the utility. JLT takes the headshot onto Lua. Reese falls soon after. Tayu and Washui gonna have to try and clutch up big. 13 seconds remaining. 4 versus 2, pushing on deep, looking for the cut. Washui down. It's on to Ryder with the pistol, but they identify Tayu's position and is opened up to the kill. And that went incredibly well for Panthera. Basement attacks can be dicey sometimes.
They've been pretty successful in their basement attacks, even a while ago, on different maps. Ryder perfectly cooked, shoves it in, and great pitch he finds to get this opening round and this opening kill of the round of this map. Scars, Yazami, the first time we're really going to see her here today to be pulled out. It's a very influential operator. As soon as she really came into play, everybody could see the impact immediately. And hopefully for Scars, we're going to see that from them here today.
Hopefully. Yeah, Yazami, just the amount of strength that she offers, especially up on this second floor, being able to cut down those foot angles, reinforcing pit. There's just so much that you can do with the keeper barricades. I mean, you talk about the tuck-in by that double window on main dorms, and being able to hold that corner with the keeper barricade makes it hard to flush out.
Now he has to take time to readjust where exactly that evil eye, that black eye is. Wastes a bit of time, but maybe won't hurt their attempt later on too much. Washui can keep on the roam. There's actually lots of possible roam presence here from Scars.
Indeed there is. Pantera looking to get a couple of different avenues open into the building. They've also brought the Zero. Sam Fisher having those Argus cams. It's a lot of info they can play off of. Also gives them an ability to deal with the Goyo if there were one. Not to be. But you look at it, again, it's just a sort of almost global coverage. I think they may have scouted out the evil eye, or the black eye, up in tower, but maybe not.
Well, sticky cams. See on through. Make sure their flank is checked and clear. They can clear this out too. Going towards the bridge. Ryder making sure that the basement isn't too occupied, but he's about to find a few skeletons in that closet. Finds the one on the pillar, falls back, but he's giving himself away. Could have found the timing, but Washui had the chance for the trade. It just doesn't come.
Washui and Tayo were such a dynamic duo yesterday, so influential on this map and the way that it played out. And the nade, it's good. Peon goes down and Reese is in trouble too. He's taken out by the shield. And this is going to be a flawless round from the looks of it, unless Lua can confirm some sort of kill there onto someone. But no, Ryder, absolute monster performance from him in the round. Clears out both roamers in basement and comes in to close the kill out. What a way to open Oregon. Momentum is there for Panthera.
Wow. 3 for him. Look, Ryder, he finds the one, falls back into safety. Little did he know Washui was there as well, but Washui gives himself away, not finding the timing. Look at JLT here. Jolt just pretty much sound spotting him, tracing him through the walls. You can tell where he is underneath the floor. He just perfectly placed his nades. Incredible stuff here from Panthera in these opening 2 rounds.
Well, Scars, not quite sure what to make of it. Round 1 in the basement doesn't work. They got the dorms. Dorms doesn't work. They head back down to basement. It's all like pinball at the moment. This time round, though, the Vulcan pack is going to remain in play. You got to wonder, you think back to that first round, if that det pack that was on the laundry double hadn't been accidentally destroyed at the start of the round, could it have been a different result if they'd had that utility to deny the laundry pack?
Perhaps. That would have been a big thing to really hamper out the time here on Panthera. Cut their momentum as soon as they try and go deeply in. But we can only speculate at hypotheticals. Scars, no excuses for them. Should have been able to do a bit more in that round regardless of any of these external factors. And they still continue to pull out the Goyo, but small tower could be dangerous for any roamer to be lurking in. Luckily, no one there for Scars' side so far.
Indeed. But right, he's not done terrorizing Scars yet. He's going to be pushing in. Wants to make the absolute most of this opportunity here on land. Wants to book that grand final spot. They're making good time towards it. 2-0 to start the Oregon off. On the attack, no less.
Well, they've got some rounds to work with still here. Scars, their defense hasn't really stood up on Oregon so far. For looking at, the statistics of Oregon in this tournament, it's been pretty equal in either end, so I'm not gonna really favor one side or the other to close this out on a favored side, because it doesn't seem to have been the case, at least in this tournament specifically.
I mean, at one point, this was the most equal map in the comp pool.
By far.
It was 50-50, I think, partway through stage 2. And that's a tier 1 competition. It's kind of wild.
Oh yeah, by far. It's been one of the reasons why we've seen some of the most exciting overtimes on Oregon, if anything, because of that exact statistic, right? So I only hope that this game could deliver as well as what we've seen in the past.
Right now, the Rotero, the Torero, it's just ripping through the utility. It's that the blast radius is just colossal. They're getting so much from this. And they're not done yet. They're not done by any stretch of the imagination. Look at them. Panthera quite comfortably pushing down, knowing for all that they've burnt so much. Lua wants to bad nade.
Is that intentional? Probably not.
No.
Most definitely not.
Oh, but that was... What a
headshot! Almost goaded him out into his sightline. Flushing him out with a nade, confirming the kill. Vamos. Bit terrified to drop down with a toxic bathe in his place. Goyo canister keeping him at bay from taking full control of the freezer. They have no idea he's crossed here on the ground. He doesn't even know. Jolt, his teammate goes down right in front of him. Couldn't get the trade immediately. Eventually does. But the damage has been done. 3v2.
Vamos has to get the plant down. He can't pull off. Look at the cover. And Vamos will get it secured. Traded back by Washui. But Vamos backs himself. And black and blue. Your name's appropriate because that is what Scars are looking like currently. They're down 3-0 on the decider here.
Battered, beat, bruised, dazed and confused. Struggling to even get themselves in a winnable spot. That was the most winnable round we've seen from them so far. And it wasn't convincing at all, if at anything. And Vamos, the cheers and cries for his name, they live on true as well. Scars call a timeout to talk things over. This is getting out of hand.
Oh boy. I mean, what do you do at the moment? Yes, Scars, you monstered the first map. Like, monstered. It was an absolute shutout. You then get taken overtime map 2. And now on map 3, you are down in a horrendous position. This is, I mean, look, I would be mildly concerned right now.
Who wouldn't be in this position? Down 0-3. Map not going your way. Panthera very soon could be sending Scars down to the lower bracket. They pull out the Echo this time for the first time today. But that Rotero, you saw just how much damage it did, Panda. Going completely, carpet bombing the entirety of that basement and opening up and removing any utility in its way.
Look,
10 seconds left.
They have every reason to be concerned right now. 3-0 is not a great spot to be in, but I mean, look, there is still half of their defense to go. They have the opportunity to bring it back here, but they kind of need to start now.
Yeah, need a round. Going down 4-0, not a great start. Even if it does end 4-2, you want to start getting a round about here, even if you lose a few more. Not going to be a good case for them. For things to continue to go down south. Let's see if their defensive round here works out better now that they've got the Yokais to help them try and employ a bit more active information gathering, as well as just, obviously those concuss is going to be a big nuisance here at the Panthera side if it does come to the gunfights. When it does.
I mean, this has been that question for the longest time. Washui strikes first blood onto his secondary hard breach. Luckily, they still have Vamos remaining. But that is a big blow to be striking at this stage. But I mean, this has been the question at APAC North. Which of the countries that play in the competition are the best? Is it Korea? Is it Japan? And this could be a prime example of that answer.
Well, certainly a case study for the question. And Scars, they found themselves an opportunity here to finally take a round after this opening pick, but we've seen these type of rounds be turned back into their favor. Panthera. Lasergate going to keep him at bay for the meantime, but how long exactly will it? Moving up here on the Osa, you can see Ran trying to take even more space. Shield to contest with. They're going to deal with it swiftly. Yokai on the ground, trying to make sure that things don't come too easily by. The top floor control as well being held with that Yokai there on the bridge. They haven't really seemed to gain much real control of that bridge, but they are of this meeting, and now they can actually start to get the plant off.
They're in a great spot right now. Ron just needs to get that shield a little bit deeper onto the stage. They've burnt so much of this toxic canister utility. There are 2 remaining, so there is coverage. Lua somehow pushes out from kitchen and finds JLT. Oh no. There we go. The play up above. The coverage from the attic needs to be dealt with, because otherwise they're going to be able to deny. Vamos take some big damage being threatened here. Washui, he's going ham. He finds the kill. No, sorry, it was Pion. I got the wrong player. Pion pushing up with the pistol. And all of a sudden, Panthera's momentum has been halted. It is likely going to be a 3-1 off the back of this, because Scars, they can't be taking gambles. They can't be taking risks. They know they've got the player advantage. And well, no, Pion, he's going to push it anyway.
I'm surprised Pion destroyed that talent shield, considering that he could have actually used it for his sake. Unless, obviously, he went down, then it comes to a post-plant, and that's when it would help out Panthera squad. But, hey, you take what you can get. Panthera able to do some damage in the fight, but ultimately all the kills started going and falling into the Scars' favor. That just sealed it out. So meeting, maybe arguably not the best site on this map, but some would argue it's very good for a lot of the reasons why teams don't prefer it. It's one that, even though has been played quite often nowadays, right? It's still a lot less comfortable than maybe other teams might be playing on top, obviously on basement. And one would even argue it might be an even better site than dining. So teams would divert to the other. I personally sometimes prefer the dining site over meeting, but your mileage may vary.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Right now, though, Scars going to be hunting for a couple more, ideally. The last thing they want is this to be a 4-2, 5-1 affair on Oregon. Especially given that Panthera are starting on the attack. And while the win rate is reasonably close between both sides, I know a lot of teams do feel a little bit more comfortable on the defense, especially with a team like Panthera. You look at what the likes of JLT and Ryder have been able to achieve on the defense this tournament. They're at home. They're at home running around as a defender.
Scars. Hopefully they're going to start to feel more comfy then, if that's the case. Azami ad for Pion. Washui on that Valkyrie, playing on top of the tower. He's looking to beam down on them. He's looking to hold off that angle for the meantime. That position from being controlled by Panthera is really his goal as of the moment. Monty coming out from Shu, though, could flush out when it comes into the site, but it's not really going to help them in that case when trying to take the tower.
Washui kicks things off with a kill on Ran. That's his 0. Unfortunately, he's trying to bait a little bit right now. He's going to pop the window, the barricade. He's trying not to smash the glass, of course. But it's a big pick. Unfortunately, it's answered back, and Reese goes down. Just biding his time. Ryder, the patience.
Oh.
What? Oh, Washui, what are you doing?
Oh my goodness. I mean, he had the information that Washio was there towards the tower anyways, but to actually land the shot as everything was shaking around him, as the impacts were connecting. It's an incredible shot for him to land, and one with an absolutely high impact. Ryder has just been such a formidable opponent to come up against today.
I don't know what Washui was doing. He just sticks his head out T3 and immediately it's gone. That's just rough. That was bleak. I mean, honestly, On land, you don't have those opportunities. You can't jiggle peek around corners because that's what happens.
Oh yeah. Real time for everybody. Means that anything can happen. There's no real peeker's advantage due to any latency in that case. Now the Monty trying to come up on here. Luckily a sledge. Quick and easy to deal with it. Not that it would take too much to take it down anyways. More time being burned here, and Lua finds one.
10 seconds left.
Takes, yeah, one out of the equation, but it's a 3 vs 2 JLT with a shot at the Tayu. The shot's on to Lua as well, trying so desperately to bully the Monty that it costs them their life. That's 4 now. And Panthera are charging towards a 5-1 half.
Wow. As I said, Panda, we can only ever expect the unexpected. And Scars, they started off that round so good. They found the opening pick. Yeah, Ryder able to bait and go wait there in that window on the dorms to catch out one, but he swings around to find the follow-up on the Washui. That was crazy. And everything had just crumbled from that point. I think they might be calling a rehost for this round.
I saw bug in chat, so I am not quite sure what is happening, but I know enough that there is something going on. So we will be getting that sorted, I imagine. Tech pause is underway at the moment, so whether or not it's a full rehost, we'll find out soon. But, I mean, black and blue. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. Panthera. Map 1, they get shut out of Cafe. Map 2, they claw their way to victory in overtime on Clubhouse. Map 3, they are looking to put Scars in the dirt.
Life is a pendulum, and it swung their way. From the ball being in the Scars' court to halfway through midfield, and now the goal is possibly on their end to be able to bring things home. Incredible utility usage has been at the forefront of that, yes, but also just intuition from individual players in individual moments, really providing that power, that star power, to get them through a lot of these rounds and get them through the hump.
That's it. This is huge. I mean, Panthera coming in. We're pushed that little bit by the Monkey Hunters. Now, though, they're pushing back. This is exactly what you want to see if you are a Panthera fan.
I'm sure.
Thumbs up, though. Look, Panthera, they're happy. They're stoked.
Oh, yeah.
They're absolutely loving it.
Especially with their performance right now. Who wouldn't be? Panthera, they made quite a few fans here today, I bet. And at the end of this tournament, probably even more. Very spectacular play. Something only the best of the best have been able to achieve, and they're looking to be able to place themselves in that conversation.
Indeed they are. But I mean, the conversation has been a very intriguing one, especially in 2022, coming out of, you know, last year, not having the LAN opportunities. This year things start to open up once again, and I can only imagine we'll be seeing plenty more live opportunities in 2023.
I'm hoping so. I miss events. We've only just started having them back here.
Well, I mean, look, I've been casting Siege for my 3rd year now, and have yet to make a live event for Siege. I'd love it, but not yet. We'll get there eventually.
One day, we believe. In my career, I only started really properly maybe about what, 4 months before the pandemic was. So in that 4 months was all of my LAN event experience before it getting cut off right as it started. I was like, oh, I just started going. But I'm glad we're having more of them come back slowly. Obviously, you know, crowd's not at the numbers that they used to be just yet for safety precautions, but eventually, I believe, we're gonna get back there. Certainly,
not long
a
now.
welcome addition back to the esports community and the scenes. Everybody loves a great LAN.
Well, I mean, it's exciting. You look at next year, Japan is getting a DreamHack event.
Wonderful.
And I can imagine that there's going to be exciting possibilities of, you know, seeing some Japan League action at DreamHack in 2023 as well. I'd be down. The DreamHack crew know how to put on a show, and the Japan League know how to put on a show.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I remember seeing Pro League, I think season 10, the finals in Japan, and it was such a splendid looking stage. Just so beautiful, and the Japanese scene, the audience, are just so passionate in terms of being, you know, fans of any esport really that they deem to be, you know, enjoyable to them, no matter if it's an FPS or not.
Speaking of enjoyable, looks like we're back on into it here. Round 6, the last of the half underway. Before we see Panthera transition over to the defense for themselves, and so far it has been reasonably smooth sailing.
He has a black ice.
Of course he does. The black ice bailiff.
Why not?
Yeah. Huge. So we have had the rehost. So hopefully whatever issues were there will be resolved by that. Right now Panthera, they've got momentum on their side.
The pendulum has swung, as I said. Momentum.
Oh wait, no. Wait.
Well, the Scars won the last round, yes, but one would argue that the momentum maybe hasn't come back their way.
No, I'm just a little confused. So Panthera's kills are there, but Scars aren't. Maybe it's something about the LAN client that I'm not familiar with. Either way.
Perhaps. Maybe it was an issue on Scars' side, so they were the ones who had to kind of do some resetting thing. I don't know.
Just above my pay grade.
Yeah. I'm not smart enough for that. That's why I'm a caster here. So we'll let that down to the production professionals and the admins who have done a great job to keep things on the go and on the flow.
That's it right now. Panthera just gauging the off-site presence of Scars so far, but they are making some great time in through the building once again. And you can just see the full court press. They're not hesitating too greatly. They know that they've got some room to work with, and they are going to make the most of it.
4-1. Panthera on a roll right now. Scars only able to bag that one round. Barely even came down to. Ryder, I'm not sure if Scars are aware of his position right now and how deep he could push himself into the laundry. They don't seem to be actively gaining information towards the laundry anyways, but I assume with that Protera blowing up, it's going to give him some notion, and that allows Rek to simply pre-fire him. What a swing.
I do wonder if Ryder has, because obviously there was that update not too long ago, being able to turn screen shake on and off. And I wonder if maybe the screen shake setting was on for him and whether or not that affected that gunfight, because he was just slammed. Reese just swings out, takes him down, drops him like a sack of potatoes.
Yeah, with the timing working out in his favor too. Didn't seem like he could even react in time or recognize that was happening. Maybe could have that off. Spots one through the drone hole in the freezer, but doesn't realize someone's already actually within the freezer. That could be deadly. Moving on forward here for Panthera. Schultz is prepping the nade. This could actually connect if there's no ADS behind it. Oh no. Where's the communication? Yeah. He doesn't even turn around. Schultz doesn't even realize he's behind him.
The Washui flank coming out. That's a big one. 5 seconds remaining. It's going to be a 4-2 half. Well, this is unfortunate, but there you go. Scars will take at least 2 in the half, but now you're looking at Panthera head over to the defense with a 2-round buffer. They still have a lead that they can work with.
Oh yeah, this is so much more winnable now compared to a 5-1 that this map could have, this half could have ended with. Wash away, look at this. Doesn't seem like it was was able to be patched in communication.
Defenders, protect your bomb.
Doesn't even turn around to try and react to it. And let's watch we get away with murder there. Well, literally.
Not just murder, but a double
homicide.
Yeah, I mean the fact that there was that first kill onto the Flores, and whether or not it was a case of just they were so flustered because they'd been taken down, whatever the case may be, it enabled them to follow up with a kill onto JLT. And I mean, I'm not saying it was. Oh no, look. Okay, at least it's not just scars.
10 seconds left.
Well, it seems to be a,
5 seconds
I guess.
to go.
And maybe it's an APAC North thing.
APAC North thing. Who knows?
Attackers are moving out to
Time
locate
goes
a
differently
bomb.
over there. Yeah.
Yeah, Shu staring accusingly at the flames at his feet. He's like, all right, who was it? Who did this? Come on, guys.
Obviously no Twitch aboard, so no one to blame in that regard. So once again, begrudgingly replaces his canister.
Yeah, look. Sometimes, you know, your teammates aren't rocking the full toolbox. Sometimes the brain slips and mistakes do happen. You take it in stride. You keep moving forward, and you don't let it trip you up.
Yep. It's kind of like when, you know, maybe have a sody pop in the fridge. Buddy takes one out, doesn't replace it with a warmer one. You cool that new one. And it's just like, bro, it would have been so much easier if you followed suit.
Yeah, look. Fridge etiquette at the end of the day. Reese, he's got his opportunity, but no Ryder slams the lure, and that is your smoke coverage, your asphyxiating bolts too.
That's big.
I mean, Capital. I mean, you bring Capital for that reason, in fact, to provide coverage when you go in for a plant. Now that's all gone.
Oh yeah. Those asphyxiating bolts are so crucial as well, especially in a site like basement. You can flush out that small room from ever being used. The connector, it's effectively a molly that they get. I mean, quite literally is, right? But that is a big pick here. One would argue that's a bigger pick for them to lose the Capital than them losing the Mozzie early.
I think you're right on the money there with that call. Mozzie, realistically, even if you're dead, you're still denying the drones because of those, the pests. Whereas Capital, you kind of actively have to be in play for you to have any real sort of effect over the round. And there we go, Reese comes in, Vamos dead, follows it up with another. And it's just a full flood towards the site. Scars dominating. It's on to shoot, and the 1 versus 3 to try and deny. Has a nitro cell, but that's a long toss to try and deny the plant there. Swings out towards Pilot, can't do it.
Yeah.
And Scars will claim the first round of the second half.
Even if he threw it out, I'm not too sure if it would have been in range to kill a full HP plant there. It's a long toss, as he said. The window, rather the ceiling, a bit too low for him to get a good angle. And just keeps Panthera in check. Scars take this to a single round. The door frame being his real biggest enemy there. Washui, the Ying to come out. Will he stick on it?
Oh boy. I mean, to be fair, it was, again, such a quick round that you can't really put it down to one particular thing, or the other is just unfortunate gunfights at the end of the day for Panthera. This time round, though, one glaring difference in the setup, that being that the Vulcan jetpack is still in play for now. I think mostly because Chu's holding it for the moment.
Well,
10 seconds left before insertion.
he this time wants to make sure that any rotations to be made are already done, set in place to avoid any mishaps, any accidents. And Ryder, with him placing some of his pests here towards like the western side, makes me wonder if he's gonna want to have some sort of roam towards that small tower. But nope, it's going up instead. That's where he's gonna play.
Right now, again for the most part, full reattempt from both sides. This time Lua hopefully can find a little bit more traction in the round, but Ryder was looking to aggress onto that shower corridor. This time, yeah, Reese will be able to spot him out with the drone. Ryder pulls back for the moment, doesn't want to lose his life like he did in that last one. Yeah, he's playing it much safer. Wants to make sure that they have the guns to battle this one out.
Well, he's giving his pest away for free. Take that out. They're being played. Falls back down. I don't think anybody's on the roam now here on the Pantera side. So allow Scars to focus their intentions down below in the basement once more. Oh,
just slowing things down. I mean, yeah, Pantera quite happy to slow this one down. They're going to go for the hunker down hold in that basement, playing the turtle, and claiming a drone for himself is huge. Any extra information that Ryder can bring to bear for the defense is going to give them just power to try and contest this. Rotero going deep. That should be the elbow shield cleared out. Unfortunately, not able to shoot the Rotero in time. But they do have a pocket shield. Ran has the pocket shield, so they've got the replacement there.
at the very least, they have a backup plan, a plan B. Nah, that shield's gone. No way you're going to keep that. At this point, they can still actually hold on to this, seeing as how Scars aren't necessarily pushing for it. Normally, you'd fall back and reinforce over it, but the push is coming from the laundry. Washui making some noise, even though it's suppressed. The hatch trying to be opened up here by the torch. 45 seconds left on the clock. They have to start getting on this soon.
I mean, if they've been able to shoot that drone out towards elbow, this could have been a vastly different round. Vulcan Jetpack going out, and it's Ran to kick things off. Pion dead. I don't know if the Maverick was able to quite do his job. In the end, shots on Washui. Taking some big damage. Reese, he's just cut deep through Freezer. Charges at him, finds the kill. 3 quick kills for Scars. Put them back in the driver's seat for Ran. He's back on the job. Finds himself one more. The Warden, a big shot to take. Reese, he's deep in Freezer. Lewis on the plant. This is an isolated 1v1. Reese in trouble. Toxic canister. Claims his life, and Lure will get the plant secured, though. They're waiting for the 2. Lure for 1. Needs to find one more. Does he know where Vamos is? Vamos swings. Vamos swings deep, but it's a ring around the Rosie. Lewis still alive. Cuts towards Freezer. And he's tucked himself in. Vamos baiting the defuse. Trying to play the big game off of the audio cues. He's got to take the gunfight right now. Lure's in a great spot. The jetpack, but it's too deep. Vamos, he's going to try and stick it out. Lure claims the round. Another clutch. Like he pulled off on Cafe. My God, what a legend.
Wow. Lua. So smart to recognize the fake defuse. And you can see him coming back on the defuse time and time on over there, Vamos, on that smoke. But look at this push from Rek. That just was probably the kill that catapulted them into a round-winning potential. Knowing that the time was ticking, knowing he had to go aggressive in that moment and take that freezer to allow the rest of his team to push up. Absolutely went for it, and a hurdle that didn't seem more than a hump for him.
Probably also didn't help that, I mean, you've got the numbers advantage, but they swing one by one to contest Lure after the plant goes down, and he takes those gunfights one-on-one and wins them. You got the numbers, play for the numbers. Unfortunate loss there for Pantera, and the momentum, the vibes that they were expressing earlier on, no longer there. Back to cool, calm, and collected. They're back to a position where they are tied up. Honestly, slate's clean. Forget everything that's preceded this point. We are back to square one. Both teams need 3 to win. 2 each. We go to overtime. But it is now win or lose. No in between.
Game's tied up 4-4. Pantera have yet to win a single defensive round. They're going to try their luck a 3rd time in basement. Maybe 3rd time's a charm for them, Panda. Who knows?
Maybe.
It's a bold call. The definition of insanity, though.
Yeah, it is few and far between the times that I've seen a team commit to a site 3 rounds in a row and find success. At this point, you probably have a better chance of hammering in a nail with your forehead.
Bomb diffuser has been dropped. Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
It smells like Dookie everywhere he goes. Might as well look under your shoey. Panthera, will they learn their lesson after this round, or have they got the right idea all along? We have to find out for ourselves. Back on to the Ash, the suppressed P36 as well. Should be a comfort here, Washui. Mozzie to come out once more. This Flores, I think, has been one of the few good things that they've been employing so far on the Scarce's attack.
Well, right now,
Device in position.
all advantages in the bin. Scars getting themselves in early. I gotta wonder. I mean, is this the right call? Panther, obviously, if they win the series, it is. But if not, they're gonna be kicking themselves. Ran with this Warden could be influential as well, looking to deal with those stuns that are nice and deep. They've got the Monty, they've got the Flores to try and deal with that elbow position, and from the sounds of things, that utility is quickly being burnt up.
Tayu, he spotted him out, but he gives away his position in return. He's been spied out as well. Trying to take that blue bunker away from him, Panda. And Tayu has some notion of the flank. Air jab, though. Going to keep him safe for the meantime, but Shu down below finds a huge kill here in the Washio. Has been a big play, a big player for that Scars' side.
Ryder follows it up with a kill onto Tayo. That's huge. At least Pion gets it and claims one back. They take two, in fact, for their troubles. So it's not a complete lockout, but Vamos, that is colossal. Player advantage there. They've been in the spot before. Unfortunately, they weren't able to capitalize, but the fact that Pion is one of the two still in play, that is, you know, that's a hamper. That's unfortunately going to hinder Scar's efforts here because they don't have two guns in direct gunfights. They've got a gun and a shield. That is your primary achievement.
Who knows? Things might work out for him, but for sure, the work is cut out for Lua here. He spots information, so that's what he can be. An active drone, active gatherer of information for Lua to utilize. Luckily, for their sake, that is reinforced. He can go for the pre-fire. Toxic Babe almost takes him down. Eventually he will, though. Falder's demise. The pillar here being held, but Ryder just way too ready to anticipate them. Great heads up from him to go around their flank. And finally, third time's a charm. Panthera take around here in the defense.
Perfect coordination with that toxic canister. Flushing it. I mean, there was nowhere for Lua to go but towards Boiler. And Ryder sitting there waiting, makes the deep cut, and yeah, uses the pillar, baits Pion into a fight that Pion has to take at that stage. And it's a big round for Panthera. They finally get basement behind them. And now we head up to dorms.
5-4. Panthera, bring it up top, as you said. Swapping on out composition, double SAS. They got the alibi as well as the Aruni to be a bigger nuisance on the entry. But the Doki comes out from Pion this time. No more Monty to be pulled into play here. Have the Thermite to maybe open up towards the bridge from the tower. Let's see how this goes. Shield within that tower, within that attic rather.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
The game plan. Going into the strand. I mean, look at Ryder. 14-6. He's been huge for this Panthera roster this weekend. Stand out amongst a standout team. But look at them. They're gearing up for it. Last time we were here on this map, Washui, sorry. 2 o'clock in the morning now, by the way. Washui. On the Ying. Cut deep into the site, dominated Gaming Gladiators. This time, he doesn't have that comfort or luxury. They've got to play this one by the book.
You have to wait and see if the pages are going to write them to be successful once more here on Oregon, or if Scars will take that away. Obviously, once again, the numbers you see in terms of the KDA For Scars' side, not as accurate. We had to rehost the game for a few moments, a few rounds ago, so don't fret too much on that. Yeah, Panthera. They're the ones with the benefit of a small cushion here to work with. Attacking side, trying to come in from Master, maybe Pincer from that bridge as well. The Master mute jammer. Finally been dealt with.
Yeah. Lua, unfortunately, bullet holes no longer work the way they used to, so.
Yep.
He's probably going to have to pop that barricade at some point if he wants to get effective and have an impact on the round, but all that said and done, we've crossed the halfway mark of the round, that a single point of damage has been dealt to either team. And Panthera leaning deep into this lurk right now. 3 players towards that first floor. No attic push from the looks of things, which is strange for a Dorm Salt. So no attack in towards attic.
Very curious. You typically want that 180 pincer. In this case, they're going straight for Master. Down below, you can see 2 players from Panthera holding on. Here comes out the logic bomb.
Oh, they've got walk-in. There is a Saria gate, and there is a shield over towards pit. So there is ways to contest. Reese, though, finds JLT. The logic bomb coming in clutch there. Deep cut into the site, looking for the plant. Lewis on the job, but Shu will at least trade one back. Shu, does he get the push up? Nitro cell in. The plant's already gone down, though. It's too little too late. 3 versus 3 in the post, and Washui, it is what it is. Washui should have the coverage onto the diffuser. Shu there, tagged. Ren, tagged. Vamos in trouble. This is not a great spot. Big shots on. Tayo for 2. And this will likely be a 5th round for the Scars to tie up the series. Oh boy, we've got a game. We've got full regulation in our overtime match on our hands.
Well, Vamos. Huge shot he hits, but still, not much time left to work with. And they take the round here, finally back in return. Scars tie up the game 5-5. Somehow making that attack work, even without much of the tower bridge pressure.
It's just unfortunate logic bomb timing for Panthera. If not for that, could have been a slightly different result. And unfortunately, yeah, on top of that, the Nitro just too little too late, as the diffuser had already gone down. Again, it has been the case so many times already this weekend. If 1 or 2 little things had been, you know, if the coin had flipped in the other direction, the scores could have been so vastly different.
What a turnaround. Scars find in that specific round. Round number 11 coming underway, and it's almost assuredly looking like another overtime stretch here, Panda. Considering how these 2 teams have been going back and forth, absolutely nobody giving up ground without it being hard fought. Double SES once more. Valkyrie this time coming around for Panthera here in the top floor hold. Jaeger as well to be employed. Flores back on, and Pion with a Ying.
No Warden this time for the side of Panthera. So that could be hugely detrimental. They're going to have to rely on Ran with those ADSs to try and deny. The last time we saw the Scars Ying, that double window into dorms, just Candela, smoke dump, and Washui was pushing on in and taking some big control. This time he's on the Ash though, so at least Panthera don't have to worry about that.
Well, they do have to worry about is really Scars here. Those Rotera drones have been a big problem for them. They have so much utility to destroy whatever might be in their way. Rotera drones, nades, breach charges on the Ash. All absolutely perfect for taking down the utility that Panthera have tried to set up in their stead.
Attempts to clear out some of the utility preemptively, but Shu, insecurity, I believe he may have been spotted there. Yeah, I think he was. Tayo's drone, so they know exactly where he is. But the big problem with trying to contest any of the SAS operators in security is the fact that they have the M590. And in close quarters combat, that thing is a cannon. The nade, though, going to be a decent read, but no, misplaced. So this security hold still well and truly entrenched.
A bit overcooked. Nade was. About a minute left on the clock here for Scars to still work with. Rand taking some damage. Dorm's being held on up. It still have presence down below, by the way, here. Panthera in the form of the Roam. So it's going to be difficult for Scars if they can't really hold down the walk-in here, the hop-in. They get through the vault. Ryder finds one, but the damage is being done. Panthera doing so much from down below. Shu follows up as well from that security. Tayu going big for the double, but he has to find an ace clutch just to be able to win this round and get them to match point. He's able to make a hole here to try and deny the defuse, but he can't find the angle. Time is done. They've got the defuse successfully, and Panthera take match point.
Match series upper bracket point, the long arm of the Panthera lore, and look at it, the shotgun. Just the dual swing. Either way, the MK14 and the M590, neither of those guns are going to be great to try and deal with at that closer range. But Black and Blue, we head back to that infamous site
Attackers need to locate and
in
defuse
basement.
bombs.
Laundry and supply here. 3 attempts before they could finally pick it up. Now they go for a 4th attempt here. Panthera are playing a risky game.
For sure. Panthera still continuing on here in this bout. So are Scars. Basement the 4th time around. Scars have seen this
10 seconds to go.
more favorably turn out in their side than Panthera so far here today. In this half especially. That doesn't dissuade Panthera. Seemingly want to even the score out 2-2 on their basement holds. I'm not sure if this is the right decision, but it's one they're going to have to live with, Panda.
Indeed. One round separates victory from overtime. And I definitely know what Panthera would prefer. That Rotero drone going to be shot out from the main double. Not going to push down and start clearing out that utility. I mean, that could have been a big Rotero for Tayo to collect on if they'd been able to take out the det packs. That little bit of utility in by the laundry double, it just makes it that much harder to try and hold. We've seen 2 rounds, one from each team, where that initial Vulcan pack has been destroyed and what it means for a round.
Two minutes left on the clock. Scars trying to make sure presence up above is not something we're going to have to deal with just yet, just too long. Ryder taking so much damage up early. Luckily he's an alibi, but he doesn't even have his shield down yet.
Well, Ryder finished off. Lua comes in for the pinch. The pocket shield going to die with him, unfortunately. I mean, if a round like that would maybe again indicate that the likelihood of us heading to overtime.
Yeah.
Right on the money.
Yeah.
Right now, we're halfway through the round. It's not over just yet. There is still utility down. There are still guns in play. There are toxic canisters. So Panthera, it's not like it's a complete blow-up. They still have the opportunity here.
They have quite a bit to try and fend them off with still. As you say, at Goyo, we've been seeing it really have lots of play here today, no matter what map we're talking about. Hatches should be quickly dealt with. Nothing really on the defense to keep them closed for the meantime. So you're going to have their picking on that here, Scars, from their attacking side.
Well, Rotero's in. Scars looking to try and blow that utility, and they do get some of it. Peon, pressure seconds waste to try and get that diffuser back into hand. Marshui clearing out some of these walls as well. There is a lot of gambling being done right now. Bolts going out from Lure to try and cover. The smoke's there as well as the asphyxiating bolts. Deep cut through. The Para 308, but the toxic canister returns. Reese, big nade, followed up by a big kill. Ran and Shu down. Vamos down. It's just the 1 versus 5 clutch. A flawless to push to OT. Black and blue. They get the reset. We're to overtime. 3 rounds maximum. 2 rounds minimum.
Undoubtedly.
The opportunity is there.
Final 2 rounds, maybe 3. If it ever does come to it here. Panthera and Scars going the distance. After map number 2, of course. Of course we have to go this way, Panda. Scars have consistently pulled things back. Now Panthera. I said it, they're going to have to live with that decision of going basement the 4th time, and
oh my god.
Now they're wondering if a 5th is going to work.
2 maps in a row, they've started off on the dicier side. 2 maps in a row, they start off on the defense and they make it work and end up closing out the map. Can they do it again here on Oregon? My god. What a series. What a series. APAC North. Looking hot.
For sure. We're going to find out. Korea or Japan prevail here today. We'll find out for ourselves. These 2 teams, ultimate warriors in their own regards. And now, overtime is where we're going to find out who really takes the bag home.
Well,
Maverick and Monty to come out here from Scars. Oh, shoot.
Yeah, I just noticed that the 6 pick, well, I say 6 pick, that's old news. The attack repick onto the Monty did come through in the end for Pion. So no Ying shenanigans. But the Monty, I mean, last time the Monty didn't work out for them. That's how ultimately Panthera got that win on the basement, so we'll see.
Six to 6, 2 minutes left on the clock. Scars attacking side of theirs. They've seen this multiple times. Panthera, as stubborn as they may be. Let's see if they're onto something here. Pops on out one of the canisters. Pion. He's been having mixed results with that shield. We did see great value on it. From it, rather, on Clubhouse. They're trying to replicate that success here in Oregon with that Monty. Elbow dealt with for the meantime. I think they should be free enough to take control of it. But they want to deal with the pillar presence first.
Bomb located by attackers.
Well, it looks like that Nitro out of the hands of Shoot as well. Ping's going deep, and the push from Reese could expose the weakness in the site setup. JLT takes some damage, but Shoot claims first blood. Lure in trouble. Pillars, not a great spot. The burn comes through. Tayo is dead. And we're even with the advantage there for Panthera, in fact. Not a great spot. Reese takes some big damage from Freezer. How? They might have just pulled this up again. Reese with the kill onto JLT with the dip pack. The reverse Uno card comes through. And a 3 versus 3. My god, what a detonation on Tawashio. The Washui, oh my lord, it's shambles.
Panda, everything's blowing up here in the basement. Insurance company wouldn't be happy after the results of this round. It's gonna be so difficult to try and contest this when he's got the shotgun in hand, but he still wins it out off of the pre-fire. 2v2 effectively as Pion is down. They can get him res back up, but they're all very low, extremely low for that fact.
Nitro came out. Oh, the pre-fire, Washui! Washui takes both of them! And Scars again on the brink of disaster. Claw the round back. And, I mean, Panthera, that should have been theirs by all rights.
But their insistence and going towards basement. How have they not learned their lesson the 3rd time around?
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
I have a theory. So if they win their attack now, I'm all but guaranteeing we go back to the basement again.
I'd love to see it, right? 5th time's the charm. Who might know?
It would be 6 times the charm by then.
Actually, you are right, yes.
Oh no. Well, it looks like this could be an all basement overtime. And oh look, you gotta think. You gotta sit. You gotta think. Has this choice from Panthera possibly cost them their shot at winning the upper bracket final by insisting on going to basement?
I think so. I think they really might have seen something in Scars' gameplay that made them firmly believe that they know what to do on basement against Scars, but just yet aren't able to make that theory a reality. And that's been the big problem here for Panthera on both ends.
Oh dear. This is truly a wild ride. Wouldn't have it any other way though. You love to see it. Right now though, they've got focus. They need to pick up the win here on the attack. Otherwise they are meeting the Gaming Gladiators tomorrow morning in that lower bracket final. And that's not an ideal situation given that you then have to play another series after against Scars if they pick up the win here.
Either way, it's going to be a difficult opponent to go up against in the lower bracket, especially when eliminations are on the line. Panthera versus Scars going to its absolute limits here today, Panda. Washui getting the opening pick, and Scars, they follow up. This could be the beginning of the end. A double for Wreck. Panthera, they're crumbling at the seams. They've been dismantled and exposed. Scars marching their way into victory.
Questionable decision culminating in the dice falling unfavorably. Vamos at least will deny the flawless round to close it out. Knows the camera's there, clears out the camera. At least they don't have the information. Vamos going to pop the hatch. Doesn't really seem like it is going to achieve much. You look at they've got a Monty in play. Shu very much disjointed, just walking his way through Freezer. At this point, what can you do?
ADS there. I just eat it up. Hatch opens. Okay, in the meeting, but ultimately I don't think it's going to gain them much. Especially knowing that Panthera, rather Shu here for Panthera, is in the freezer. I don't think it's going to really shake up Scars' defense enough. They're both going to seemingly come from the freezer. It's going to allow Scars to bear down and focus where they're coming from. But Vamos, he's on the move. Trying to see if he can make a play.
This would single-handedly be one of the most impressive clutch-ups I have ever witnessed or cast in Rainbow Six Siege if somehow Panthera pulled this off.
Nah, but they know now. They know Vamos is here. And he's just wandering around.
They don't have time. They've got to force it.
They've given up.
They've got to force the issue.
Yep.
Panthera seemingly resigning themselves to that lower bracket run. Lua in trouble though, taking some big damage. Shu falls, and it's an absolute lockout. The Scars pick up the victory here over the Koreans. Japan books their spot in the grand finals of the ROG Masters Asia Pacific. With a very, very drawn out series. They were pushed right to the limit, back-to-back maps of overtime. But the second time around, they get the job done. Black and blue, Panthera will be heading to the lower bracket final tomorrow morning to face off. Well, I say tomorrow morning. Tomorrow, just in general, to face off against Gaming Gladiators for that grand final spot. And they were so close.
In a bit over, what, 14, maybe 15 hours from this point. So, definitely some time to think on what they have to do up next for that Panthera squad representing Korea. But Japan sits atop the tournament today, looking to close things out tomorrow in the grand final. Congratulations to Scars and to their fans. They've sealed the top two finish at the very least here versus Panthera. But you bet, after today, they're gunning for much more.
We finally get our full distance series as well. We finally go to a map 3, and it did not fail to deliver. What an exciting series we just got to witness out of two titans of the Tier 2 APAC North scene. And Scars, I mean, you would have thought it was going to be an absolute write-off after that first map, but Panthera, they dig deep and say, no, we're not done yet. We still have a chance. And they really did. I mean, maybe it's psychological. Maybe it was all part of the plan. They want to go to the lower bracket. They want that match against Gaming Gladiators just to get themselves prepped into it. I would highly doubt it. But there has to be some reason that we saw them opt into basement 5 times. 4 in defense, once in overtime. Because
sure.
it worked once.
Yeah, and only the once.
It had a 20% success rate.
I'm not sure if that's sniffing some copium or hopium, but something's in the air for sure for Panthera.
It's definitely hopium because it didn't work.
For hopium for tomorrow, copium for today.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's the answer. Maybe it's go get yourself some Thai barbecue for dinner. Get a good night's sleep. 15.5 hours until we kick off that first match tomorrow. I worked it out. I found it. Actually, Liquipedia did it for me because they automatically calculate your local time zone and how long until a match. So shout out to Liquipedia. Absolute legends over there. But, I mean, the fact that Panthera were on the cusp of taking that series and that grand finals spot, they were up 4-1 at one point during that map. And unfortunately, they just couldn't close it out. Scars have to be commended for what was a truly impressive and resilient hold.
Of course, winning it, ending the half 4-2, as we talked about, Scars certainly not unwinnable, especially when you swap one over to the other side. And it's just unfortunate for Panthera because they put on such a great fight in that second map to come back, force overtime, and win it all. But then just couldn't get the final third map. So grand finalists, the first ones here today, are going to be Scars. We're going to see them tomorrow. Panthera versus Gaming Gladiators and the lower bracket final. And whoever wins from that bout is going to have to play in the grand final.
Yeah, it is going to be a long day, not just for us, but for the players as well. Exciting. I love it. The Siege, this tournament has been, it's been a unique experience. One that I don't often get to cast down in little old ANZ, but I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to see the teams all putting on a show. We've had both sides of the coin. We've had the super serious APAC North showdown. We've also had a bit of fun. Gaming Gladiators. Maybe just playing around a little bit in our first matchup of the day. It has been great. I've really enjoyed it.
Of course, especially our exhibition matches in between all that madness was certainly one to keep the day a lot more colorful. Saw the boss tree come up, maybe not a kill here and there. We saw Cavero, we saw an interrogation, by the way, in an actual match here earlier on, and wasn't during the exhibition. So that's certainly something we cannot forget, and something that you guys should never ever forget here in our tournament is that we've got some laptops you guys should be aware of. You can see the ROG Flow Z13 down below. It's going to be one of the best things you can have if you want to keep mobile and keep flexible in what you want to do. 3050 Ti in the darn thing, so how could you go wrong? Guys, check it out.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. We had our matchup between, Team Strict Scar and Team Flow Z13. It was a 1-1 at the end of the day, so the ultimate decider is obviously going to be you guys at home. Whichever one you pick is the winner at the end of the day. So if you are keen for something like that, get yourself involved. But black and blue, the matter of it all is we're done for the day. Tomorrow we look to kick off Championship Sunday, but for tonight it's time to go rest. It's time to get yourself ready for what is going to be an epic day to conclude the ROG Masters Asia Pacific. For right now though, we're done. We'll be back tomorrow to kick it all off. 15.5 hours. We'll see you then.
Attackers activating the